The Dragon's Queen.
Falling for a Dragon Book 5, A Dragon Shifter Romance. Written by Flynn.
Chapter 1.
The feel of the soft port breeze.
The scent of the wide, clean ocean.
The odor of the bird poop on the rotten nets beside me. I took in all these sights and smells with impatient and slightly nauseous curiosity. Boredom was my companion as I sat atop a hard wooden crate. The busy port of Cunabourne lay about me. Workers with arms thicker than my hips strode to and fro, many carrying 1 or 2 barrels or boxes on their broad shoulders. The ships were tied to the weathered pier posts or lay anchor in the deeper dark blue waters of the bay. A handsome man, my future husband, weaved his way through the motions of life around him. I could tell by his slow gait as he approached me that things hadn't gone very well.
No luck.
He dropped onto the net-covered crate beside me and shook his head.
Nobody will take us westward, especially past Umbria.
Apparently after our escape from the castle, Corvinus put up blockades around the waters of his domain, and any ship that passes may be searched at any time, including being forced into a dry dock inside one of his pistricks, if their ship will fit.
I blinked at him. His what?
The pistricks are the water versions of his huge teller, that is, his flying ships, but even larger than those, Ross explained as he leaned his back against a pile of crates behind us.
They're capable of opening their bows and pulling in any ship, attached to their merciless hooks.
A dark cloud settled on his brow as he shook his head.
I've never seen a ship escape them.
One of his words brought to mind a question that had lingered in the back of my mind since I first came to this world.
They aren't powered like the airships, are they? He shook his head. No, they have sails and have been in use for quite some time. My father mentioned seeing one of the first ones built when he was young. I furrowed my brow. So we still don't know how those ships fly, unless they really are powered by turtles. He managed a grin.
If they are, then I have to admire the pluck of the pilotals. His good humor faded as he looked out over the vast horizon that stretched before us.
Would that we could find one of those.
I swept my eyes over the many rough men around us who plied their trades.
There isn't anyone you know who could take us.
Ross pursed his lips.
I know of one man who might. You know him as well.
I blinked at him a moment before it dawned on me.
Phantoma.
Ross nodded.
Yes.
The good captain fears no one, and as proven in the Bay of Umbria, he finds it quite thrilling to disobey rules.
He furrowed his brow. How we are to find him, however, is the mystery. What about Sissy?
I suggested, as I looked over my shoulder in the direction of the Lacuna markets.
She might know where he is.
My companion shook his head.
If she did, he would be buried beneath some rather harsh letters. I shrugged. What other choice do we have?
Ross sighed but climbed to his feet and turned to offer me a hand and a faint smile.
Let's go see Sissy before Collins worries that we have fallen into the bay.
We hurried off into the maze that was the Lacuna markets. The market was in full swing, with vendors shouting their wares, and a full crowd ogling at all the myriad of trade goods that swarmed in from the port. With Ross' guidance we quickly found the stern stalls. Sissy was busy with another customer, but shot us a look of curiosity mixed with annoyance. Ross returned it with a mischievous smile before he guided us over to a far corner out of the way of the trade. As we took our seats on a well-positioned bale, the 5-year-old girl from before bounced out of the tent. She noticed us and her red eyes widened. I gave her an encouraging smile and beckoned to her. She cast an uneasy look between her mother and us before she reluctantly eased over to us, though she stopped a few feet short of our position.
Hello there, I greeted as the young girl bowed her head and clasped her hands behind her back. I'm Kate and this is Ross. What's your name?
She caught her mother's eye, who frowned but gave a slight nod.
I'm Stila.
I scooted to the end of the bale, closer to her.
That's a very pretty name. Her face brightened a little and she raised her head. You're nice. Much nicer than most of the people who come to the market. I tilted my head to one side. How do you know that?
Steela winced and bit her lower lip. Her red eyes glowed a little brighter than I remembered.
No reason.
Ross stiffened a little by my side, though by this time Sissy had finished her business with her customer and strode over to us. She stopped beside her daughter and crossed her arms over her chest.
You have your bail, so what are you doing here? We were wondering if you might know where the captain was hiding out, Ross revealed.
Sissy scoffed and rolled her eyes.
If I knew, then I'd have thrown him off the deck of his own ship long ago.
Her keen eyes flickered between us.
But you're better off finding yourselves another captain. That scoundrel is as reliable as the ocean itself.
Ross shook his head.
We can't find someone else for this voyage.
Sissy shrugged.
Well, I don't know where he is, and I don't know of anyone who can help you. I know where Daddy is.
The conversation came to a standstill, as we all turned our eyes to the little girl who stood beside her mother. Steela shrank beneath the attention. Sissy frowned as she knelt down and grasped her daughter's shoulders.
What do you mean, honey?
Steela bowed her head a little.
Daddy sometimes tells me where he is.
Sissy searched her daughter's worried face.
Through your eyes.
Steela nodded.
So you know when he's nearby?
Steela shook her head.
No.
When I think about him real hard, I can see where he is.
Sometimes he knows I'm there and shows me around.
Her face brightened a little, and a faint smile touched her lips.
He goes to so many nice places, Mama. There are islands and birds and strange people.
Sissy pursed her lips before she looked up at us.
Inside the tent. Chapter 2.
Sissy grasped her daughter's hand and tugged her into the tent where we followed them.
Our hostess closed the flaps behind us and turned to face her daughter.
Steela had climbed onto a short stool and clutched her pants in her bald hands. Sissy strode over and knelt in front of her daughter. Steela, you know Mama told you never to use those eyes. Tears sprang into Steela's eyes.
I know, but Daddy wanted to talk to me, and I couldn't talk back unless I used them. The corners of Sissy's lips tightened, and I glimpsed a flash of fury in her eyes.
The look was not for her dearest daughter, however, as she smiled at her.
What exactly did Daddy tell you?
Steela dropped her ruby eyes to the floor and rubbed a toe into the carpeted ground.
He told me if I was ever in trouble, I could go to the stinky hole and find a quiet man there. He'd help me get to Daddy.
Sissy's eyebrows crashed down.
Do you know this quiet man?
Steela shook her head.
No, but Daddy said he'd always be there waiting, so I'd only have to ask to see Daddy to go to him. Where is this stinky hole?
Ross spoke up. Steela sniffled, but pointed her finger toward a corner of the tent.
It's that way.
Behind a bunch of bars that I can fit through if I squeeze real tight. Ross folded his arms over his chest.
The gross grotto.
Sissy studied her daughter's face for a brief moment, before she looked up at us.
I know you, dragon.
You'll undoubtedly go there. When you find that son of a bitch, you tell him to.
Mama.
Steela pleaded as she grasped her mother's hand between both of her own and gave a tug.
Please don't be mad at him. He only wanted to help me.
And he always told me to listen to you and be a good girl. Sissy pursed her lips before a sigh escaped them, and she returned her attention to us.
Whatever Phantoma has waiting there, use it to find him. No message for him?
Ross wondered. Sissy opened her mouth a few times before the words finally came out.
Tell him. Tell him he'd better not get himself killed. Not until I have a chance to do it myself.
Ross smiled before he turned to me.
Then we have our route.
A sudden and disagreeable thought struck me.
How do we know the captain's going to be waiting for us on the other side?
Steela's face fell, and she dropped her hands to her front where the fingers fidgeted with each other. Papa said he would be there right now because his ship is hurt. Ross lifted an eyebrow.
His ship is damaged.
Steela's reply was a simple nod.
Is that something strange? I wondered. He nodded. The gift of his eyes allows him to see any storm or rock that lies ahead.
Because of that, it's been many years since he's been caught unawares. A bitter snort came from Sissy.
Gift.
A gift that kills them and leaves their wives and mothers to mourn them before they're even 40. Steela's forlorn demeanor made me kneel down in front of her and catch her eye.
What's wrong?
She bit her lower lip, in a manner that made her look absolutely adorable.
Papa said his ship was hurt, but
I could feel something was wrong.
So you don't really believe that?
I guessed. Steela shook her head.
No, but Papa won't tell me what's wrong.
Sissy crossed her arms over her chest and frowned. Go see what that fool is up to, and stop him from doing it before I've had my talk with him. Ross smiled and bowed his head.
We will.
Steela grasped my hands and caught my eyes.
You're going to see Daddy. I smiled and patted the top of her hands. I hope so.
Could you? She cast a furtive look at her mother before she resumed speaking, but in a whispered voice. Could you tell Daddy that I hope his ship feels better soon, and that I want to see it for real? I nodded.
I'll do that.
A smile brightened her face, and she released me from her gentle grasp.
And tell him I love him too.
Sissy rolled her eyes, but a ghost of a smile touched the corners of her lips.
All right, that's enough of that.
Get along with you, and try not to get yourselves killed with that fool at the helm. Ross and I left the tent, and made our way through the crowded market. I looked up at my handsome companion.
Do you think there's a trap waiting in the grotto for unwelcome guests? He shrugged. Perhaps, but perhaps not.
The grotto has been sealed for many years, and if Fantoma believed it to be a place safe enough for his daughter to venture into without being stopped, then there may be nothing more than a tunnel waiting for us. I furrowed my brow as I thought back to what Steela had said.
A tunnel and a quiet man.
Ross pursed his lips before he nodded.
Yes. He is what I'm worried about. You mean, why would somebody be waiting in a stinky tunnel for a little girl?
I guessed.
In a word, yes.
My eyes were full of mischief as I looked down at myself. I could put on a dress and pigtails and pass myself off as Steela. Ross grinned.
I'm glad to say that your figure is too womanly to pass off as a girl, and have you forgotten that you are now my wife?
My smile softened, and I looped my arms around one of his limbs.
How could I forget?
Oh, I've been forgetting to ask what sort of perks a princess gets around here. His playful eyes smiled down at me.
The usual for the wife of a second son.
A lot of travel and hard ground to sleep on, with some danger thrown into the mix.
I lay the side of my head against his arm. Sounds like we've been on a honeymoon this entire time. The honeymoon features some added monsters and a few more pilotals. I snorted. Just as long as they're the friendly kind. I'd hate to have a shell dive bombing me, like in a video game.
He gave me a quizzical look, and I shook my head.
Now that's a story too long to tell right now. Don't we have a grotto to visit? He nodded. Yes, but first we should return to the house. I have a feeling this will mean a long journey, and we need to be prepared.
We returned to the house we had called our own for several weeks, and a feeling of sadness washed over me. I paused at the foot of the walk and looked up at its majesty. Ross stopped a few steps ahead and turned to me.
Is something wrong?
I gave him a bittersweet smile.
It's been kind of nice living in one spot for a while.
Reminds me of my old life. His face fell and he returned to my side. He looped an arm around my waist and studied my face.
We've hardly had a moment to rest, haven't we? I snorted. Yeah. It's been one wild adventure after another. He pursed his lips.
Perhaps, after we've returned to this island, perhaps we might find a quiet place to tend to ourselves instead of the world.
I smiled up at him. I'd like that.
A lot.
Then let's get this adventure finished, he mused as he guided me up the walk. And then we'll find a place to call our own, where we might have a little time to ourselves.
The front door swung open, and Her Majesty, and Ross' mother, Queen Antonia Prasinus, stepped out into the bright light. She had a warm smile on her lips, and an elegant but low-key gown over her body. I couldn't help but recall my private conversation with the goddess, masquerading as a human, where she had admitted to me that I was her reflection from another world. To say it was mind-blowing was an understatement, and I was still unsure how I felt about such a revelation.
Mother,
Ross wondered as we reached the front door. Tia stepped aside and swept her arm into the entrance hall.
I wanted to visit you once more before you went off.
Ross lifted an eyebrow as we slipped past his mother.
How did you know we were leaving?
Her smile took on a more mischievous look as she closed the door behind us.
A mother knows these things. And you do not stay in one place very long, a voice chimed in, and Ross' brother Trent appeared in the doorway to the parlor. We also have some very good spies in the capital. They didn't happen to tell you how we could charter a ship?
Ross mused as we met as a group in the hall.
Trent shook his head. Unfortunately, no.
Your search was far more thorough than even ours, and no captain would venture past the waters of Umbria. Tia set a hand on my arm, and I turned my face to meet her curious eyes.
Have you found a way yet? I shrugged. We might have, but we have to go to the grotto to find out.
Trent lifted an eyebrow and used a hand to gesture to the parlor.
Perhaps you should tell your tale in here. Chapter 3.
We ventured into the parlor, and I was surprised to find our bags packed and seated near the door. I nodded at our small bit of luggage.
You guys were that fast. I took the liberty to pack, Brother Collins spoke up as the man himself appeared behind our two guests.
A bemused smile played across his lips, as the rest of us took our seats about the room.
I assumed you would come back successful, and ventured to prepare for the journey.
Ross pursed his lips as he studied the 3 bags.
You packed one too many. I frowned at him. I'm not being. Not you, Ross interrupted me as he lifted his eyes to our loyal friend. You.
Brother Collins started back.
But why should I remain behind? We need someone to venture overland and watch the ports for us in case we should find some trouble on the seas, Ross insisted. Our friend gathered himself and shook his head. I would much rather remain with you and... Fewer people makes for quicker travel, Ross countered as he strode over to Collins and set a hand on the distraught man's shoulder. He smiled into the worried eyes of our friend. And you will not be useless, nor do I expect you to take this task lightly.
I expect an update when one is necessary. Collins sighed, but a slight smile touched his lips.
The usual method.
Ross nodded.
The usual method, old friend. Trent rose from his chair. If you are worried about intelligence, I might gather it for you along the coast.
I know those roads and inns as well as anyone, and money speaks very loudly where chatter is not welcome. Ross smiled at his brother. I would ask you, but your presence would alert our foes to our coming.
Then they should go together, Tia spoke up.
Her sons looked at her as though she had gone mad, and Trent shook his head.
I fail to understand you, mother. She chuckled.
Because you are accustomed to lurking in the shadows beneath your hood, or venturing along the roads in full regalia. Both may be necessary here, so why not follow along with Brother Collins, and be both his companion and his distraction should one be needed? If the King of Shadows does indeed have spies, which none of us doubts, then you may prove a good distraction from Ross and Kate.
Trent let out a laugh. So that I might be a decoy for my little brother. She smiled and bowed her head. Precisely.
Trent turned to Ross and me, and I noticed my dragon husband looked a little on the apprehensive side.
Trent, however, grinned at him. "What do you say to that, Ross?" "I say you're taking a great risk," Ross mused.
Trent clapped his brother on the back.
"Yes, but for a noble and world-encompassing cause."
What more could a prince of Hadrianus do but answer such a call? He turned to Collins without waiting for a reply.
"And I shall be your shadow, if you will have me."
Collins bowed his head.
"It would be an honor."
Ross cleared his throat.
"Whatever happens, I don't want either of you to reveal yourselves unless absolutely necessary."
Collins offered his friend a small smile.
"Of course, sir.
We will remain as discreet as possible, for as long as possible."
"I shall pack my own belongings and meet you here within the hour," Trent announced before he stepped forward and grasped one of my hands, and one that belonged to Ross. "And the same scolding goes to you two as well.
Keep yourselves covered by anonymity, and bring yourselves home." Ross set his hand atop his brother's and nodded.
"We will, and thank you."
Trent smiled and slipped out of the room.
As he passed his mother, she reached out a hand to him.
He grasped it for a moment, before he hurried on his way. At his departure, she rose and clasped her hands in front of her before she walked over to us.
"You have come but briefly, and swift is your departure."
A few loose tears strayed into her eyes.
"Whatever happens, wherever you are, know that I will always be proud of you."
Ross gave her a gentle smile, and wrapped his arms around her in a soft hug.
"Thank you, Mother.
I will keep your words with me." Tia looked over his shoulder, and smiled at me before she pulled them apart. "Might I speak with your beautiful bride, a moment alone before you fly away to the far seas?" Ross looked at her with curiosity but nodded and left the room with Collins at his back, making sure to close the doors behind them. To say I was nervous in the presence of such an ancient creature would be an understatement, but her kind smile helped to alleviate some of my unease. She grasped both my hands and studied my face. "My echo. My shadow. My other self. Great is the journey you are about to begin, and there will be many perils."
I snorted. "I think that's pretty much all this world has for me." Her smile widened. "Whatever happens, know that I pray for both of you, and I look forward to the day when you will find yourself, and the path that is set for you." I furrowed my brow. "You mean as a goddess?"
She chuckled, and the noise echoed over the room like the din of tiny bells. "If that is your path, then I welcome you with open arms to our company, but the true answer lies ahead of you." I sighed.
"On Baheal, if we can get to it." She nodded. "Yes, and I have faith that together you two will reach that place, and find the answers you seek."
"For now, I wish you a good journey, and may you return to us very soon." She stepped back and her hands slipped out of mine. The goddess gifted me with one last bright smile before she turned to the doors, and stepped out into the hall. Ross and Collins stood together on the opposite side and spoke in low tones. Tia clucked her tongue as she approached them.
"I have seen such looks when you ventured to steal a raft and sail out to the far islands. What are you two up to now?"
Ross lifted his head and smiled at his mother.
There was a mischievous glint in his eyes. "We were merely wondering what you two were talking about." Tia waved her hand in front of her face. "Nothing more than some feminine advice. Now then, when do you leave?"
He grasped her upper arms and his expression softened. "Immediately, if you're done with my bride, though I must admit I'm sorry to leave so soon."
She shook her head. "Nonsense.
You were born to search for adventure." His good humor faltered a little.
"I have been doing that quite a while, haven't I?"
Tia patted him on the shoulder.
"You will find your harbor one day.
For now, enjoy the seas and what they have to offer." "In moderation," I added as I joined the trio. Ross' eyes twinkled with glee.
"Even the ladies?" I snorted. "Especially the ladies." "Then I won't deter this beautiful lady any longer. he mused as he pecked a kiss on his mother's cheek.
Goodbye, Mother, and we'll see you soon.
Her eyes glistened as she nodded. The gods willing.
We parted from our friends, and ventured out of the house with our luggage in sacks thrown over our shoulders. I couldn't help but pause at the end of the walk, and turn back toward the home. Collins and Tia stood on the threshold in front of the open door, and at my turning she gave me a wave while Collins bowed his head. I gave them a smile before I rejoined Ross a few steps ahead. Something told me a lot would happen before we met again. If we met again.
Chapter 4.
I couldn't help but feel a little glum as we meandered through the streets of the grand capital city. Ross looped his arm around my waist and drew me close against his side.
Would you rather stay with them?
I shook off my dark thoughts and smiled up at him.
What do you think?
He stared ahead and playfully furrowed his brow.
I think you would rather be at a very nice restaurant, eating your most favored food with only me for company. I snorted. Are you sure? I wouldn't be happy alone with the platter of shrimp.
Ross grinned down at me.
So shrimp is your favored food? I shrugged. A girl has to have her weakness. I hope you're not partially related to them. He flashed me a sly, crooked grin. We don't talk about them outside of family discussions.
I lifted an eyebrow.
Any other family I need to know about before we get married? I won't be ostracized if I hate oysters, will I? You have nothing to worry about so long as Under approves of our marriage, he teased.
A thought struck me that made me wince.
That's almost not funny.
We've met enough gods to know that there's probably a lot more out there, and the god of the sea may think I'm too much of a fish out of water to approve of our marriage. His smile softened, and he pressed a gentle kiss on my forehead. Anyone who knows you would disagree with your statement, and if I need to go against the wishes of Under himself to marry you, then I would.
So I can eat all the shrimp I want?
I teased.
He nodded. All the shrimp and more.
He stared ahead of us, and his smile dropped into a frown.
But let's focus on the trials ahead.
We must see who waits for us at the grotto. Ross guided me through the complicated ancient city, and to the far eastern half of the metropolis. The ruins that dotted the city were more plentiful in this portion, and many of the ancient foundations stuck out of the ground and stood like forgotten sentinels glaring down at us for intruding on their slide into weathered oblivion. The crumbling walls were so high and so close together that I felt like a rat in a maze, trapped within those stone bases where the only noise was the rustling of dead leaves and the faint whisper of wind like ghostly voices.
What I wouldn't do for a child crying, I murmured to myself. We're almost there, Ross assured me as we rounded a sharp corner.
The narrow stone path on which we walked widened to a little den, overgrown with weeds and creeping vines. The tendrils, living and dead alike, climbed the 3 walls that rose up and surrounded us. The path ended at a high brick wall, and through the vines I could barely make out a round hole.
The hole was some 4 feet in diameter, and covered over by a web of thick bars.
They were attached to a plate that wrapped around the remains of what I realized was a large doorway. Much of the entrance had caved in and become rubble, creating the round hole which had been barred off. We walked over to the hole, and Ross ripped away from of the vines. They fell in tatters at our feet and revealed a black hole. I leaned in close to the bars and squinted into the darkness. My eyes could only penetrate a few feet into the shadows.
This looks welcoming.
Ross smiled as he pressed his hands against specific parts of the round plate.
For a young lad bored of royal life, it was the most welcome sight.
I watched him tap the metal for a while before I lifted an eyebrow.
Do you two need to be alone? He grinned. If it were anyone but you here, yes.
I'm lifting the magic seal on the barrier that holds the bars in place. My eyes widened a little.
You can do that kind of magic.
He tapped a few more spots before a soft clinking noise echoed around our little hollow.
I can when the blood of my kin is used to seal the metal, and with my mother telling me the secret pressure points.
He ushered me back to the far side of the den, and we watched the bars rattle.
The whole contraption shook like a chilled child, and a moment later the band and bars tipped forward. They crashed to the ground with a loud clatter that made both of us wince. I cast a side glance at him. I'm guessing she forgot to tell you how to manage a quiet entrance. He shrugged. She probably figured that wasn't my style. Now follow close behind me.
A thought struck me that made me frown.
So how was Steeler supposed to get in there? That's a question we'll have to ask the dear captain, Ross mused as he drew out a small torch and lit the oil on the end.
I gladly was led into the murky, stank darkness. Even with the bars having allowed air, the atmosphere was stale and moldy. Vines brushed against my cheeks and my feet slipped on the black moss that covered the cobblestone floors.
The torchlight reflected off vines and stone walls, and I caught glimpses of mosaics that had once been fine but were now worn with age and dampness.
The stone roof over our heads was smoothed to perfection, and tiny alcoves had been etched at precise intervals. Weeds now choked the little cubbyholes, but I caught glimpses of broken statues.
So what was this place? I whispered.
Anything higher than a hushed voice felt like a sacrilege. Ross shook his head.
Nobody's quite sure, but the castle historians guessed that this used to be a place of pilgrimage. At least, many offerings had been found in that little courtyard outside the entrance.
I ran into a vine and flailed my arms about to fling it out of my face.
I hope these offerings didn't include human hearts.
Canes and little sailing vessels. I sighed.
Oh good. Now we just have to worry about being beaten to death by an all-wielding god.
He paused and looked over his shoulder at me.
You're certain there's a god here, aren't you?
I blinked at him for a moment before I searched my thoughts. My eyebrows crashed down.
I did say that, didn't I? Perhaps you can feel the gods when they're close, he guessed. I shrugged. Maybe I can, but that'd be news to me.
I couldn't really feel Sophia until she wanted me to know she was around.
But that was several months ago, and a god away, he pointed out as he stared ahead and raised the torch a little higher.
The light shone a little farther down the tunnel and revealed a widening of the passage.
Let's be on our guard, and tell me if you feel anything else unusual.
We proceeded onward, and I wrapped my arms around myself.
I'm feeling just a little creeped out already.
We ventured a few yards further, and stepped into a new little den. Ross lifted up the torch once more, and revealed a circular room with little alcoves like those in the passage. The vines had also invaded these depths, and hung from the ceiling like ghostly tendrils. A recess in a far corner of the room held a tiny pool of water, most of which had dried up thanks to the intrusive vines, but some water still flowed into the basin via cracks in the moldy walls.
Hello, Ross called out.
His echo answered his call, and the eerie reflection of his voice made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. That's when a hideous figure loomed out of the shadows of a large alcove straight ahead of us. A gasp escaped me as I beheld the withered form of some ancient being. The creature was wrapped in a cassock, which covered him from his weathered leather shoes to the hood that hid his face. The only flesh revealed to us were his hands. They were so shrunken as to be skeletal, and between the long thin fingers of one was grasped a long stick, the point of which dragged along the sand. The wrinkled flesh on the back of one hand was marred by a tattoo that showed an oar crossed with a stick. I couldn't help but slowly latch onto Ross' arm, and think back to my concern about our safety.
Do you know him?
Ross tightened his grip on the torch and steadied himself.
Who are you, sir?
The man didn't move but for his stick-wielding hand. The end of the rod scratched across the mess of sand and muck that littered the floor, creating flourishing letters. Ross took a step closer, and dropped the torch to reveal the words which he read aloud.
I am the one at every crossroad, and the one at every port.
He pursed his lips, and lifted his eyes back to the shriveled figure.
Is your name Dromos? The hooded figure slowly inclined their head.
I lifted an eyebrow.
Who's Dromos? Another of my world's gods, Ross explained as he nodded down at the man's marked hand. Many sailors and merchants have that same tattoo for good luck, because he's the god of travelers.
Chapter 5. The wrinkled god used his stick to wipe away the message he had written in the sands. I swallowed the lump in my throat and ventured to speak above a whisper.
Doesn't he talk?
Ross shook his head.
The traveler who talks too much is likely to get into trouble, and the god is mute for the same reason. Does he mind getting us into trouble?
I wondered before the light from the torch glistened off something I hadn't noticed. The man's frock had hidden much of the wall behind his legs, but I caught a glistening of something metal that ran from his leg to the stones. I blinked at what I soon made out to be a silver chain and shackles, the latter of which wrapped around one of the god's ankles.
The chain was connected to the wall and deeply embedded into the stone.
I caught Ross' eye and nodded at the chains.
Did Phantoma do that? A hoarse chuckle floated out from under the hood.
The end of the stick worked fast, and Ross read aloud what the god wrote.
A punishment for hubris.
Ross lifted an eyebrow at our strange acquaintance.
What hubris?
The god wiped away the message and laid his stick across his lap. Ross and I looked at each other and I shrugged.
He must be a god. He's teasing us with riddles.
A smile touched the corners of Ross' lips before he returned his attention to the god. We were told that you could lead us to Captain Phantoma of the Silver Swan.
Is this true? The hooded figure inclined his head. How do we get to him?
Dromos pointed at a blank wall to his left.
At the approach of the tip of his stick, the vines parted and revealed a black circle painted against the wall.
The god tapped his stick against the wall, and the dark color rippled like he had touched water.
After a moment the vibrations slowed, and the circle reverted back to its two-dimensional position.
Ross stepped forward and lifted his torch to examine the wall.
A portal. Of course the god of travels would have such magic. Then we just need to walk through it,
I guessed. Dromos scribbled a single word in the sand.
No. I frowned. Why not?
He cleared away the sand and wrote a single sentence which I read aloud.
You must pay the toll.
Ross lifted an eyebrow.
How much is the toll?
The god wiped away the old message and scribbled a new set of words which was Ross' turn to read.
Something precious to each of you. I furrowed my brow. Is that how Steela was supposed to get through here?
The god's stick slid through the dirt, and Ross read aloud the message.
Her toll has been paid.
A dark cloud settled on his brow as he looked up at the god.
What did Phantoma pay to let Steela through?
The god reached into his cassock and drew out a small locket. He opened it, and I took a step closer to see what lay within the small trinket. My eyes widened as I beheld a tiny painted portrait of Sissy. She was younger, but there was no mistaking that wild beauty.
So he gave up his picture of her, I mused as I reached out to brush my hand against the portrait.
Dromos snapped the locket shut, nearly catching my fingers, and tucked the trinket back into his worn clothes. He pointed the end of his stick at both of us before he tapped the black wall. Ross pursed his lips.
It seems we have to think of something precious to us. What I wouldn't do for some artistic skills.
I mumbled. Ross drew out our coin pouch and rattled the contents in Dromos' direction.
What about these? The god shook his head.
Ross sighed and returned the pouch to his pocket.
I thought not. I set my hand against my chest as my heart fell. It really has to be something special, doesn't it? Something we would never give up, if we didn't have to.
The god inclined his head. Ross frowned.
The locket remains in your possession. Does that mean that whatever we give to you stays here?
Again, the god answered in the affirmative. A little bit of color drained from my face as I looked up at Ross.
There's only one thing in this world I would never give up.
He stared at me in confusion before the light of realization brightened his eyes.
The same would go for me. I shook my head. There has to be something else.
I returned my attention to the god.
What about our clothes? Or something in our bags?
I drew my bag off my shoulder and dropped it onto the ground at my feet.
Is there something in here you'd want?
The god tapped the end of his stick on the sand, and my heart fell. Ross grasped my arm and turned me, so we faced each other.
You go through.
My jaw hit the floor.
What the hell are you talking about? I won't leave you here. One of us has to be the toll, he insisted. Then let it be me,
I demanded as I tried to free myself from his grasp.
I'm not going to let you.
He swooped down and pressed a teasing kiss against my lips. I was quieted, but still disquieted as he drew back and showed me his gentle smile.
You and I both know that you're the one who needs to get to that island.
He drew out the coin purse and pressed it into one of my hands.
This will help you convince Fantoma to lend you his ship.
I shook my head as tears pooled in my eyes.
I'm not leaving you. He shook his head. That won't work. One of us has to be left behind.
His words clicked a thought in my mind and a wide smile stretched across my face.
That's it.
My dragon husband lifted an eyebrow, and the god lifted his head slightly.
What's it?
I shoved the purse back into his hand and broke free of Ross' grasp, before took a step toward the withered god. My heart pounded in my chest as I tried to think of the best words to use against this silent foe.
I'll be Ross Toll.
A look of anger swept across his face and he grabbed my wrist.
I won't let you. And Ross will be my toll.
Ross stiffened and blinked at me as a chuckle escaped the god.
But I wasn't finished. And then we'll both go through the portal.
Dromos' amusement died in his shriveled throat, and he tightened his grip on his stick.
He beat the sand with the tip. I folded my arms over my chest and shrugged. These are your rules.
You said we had to give up something precious to us, and then we could go through. Well, if we both give up each other, then we both get to go through. The god's hand shook a little, and I felt a stirring in the air. Ross set a hand on my shoulder, and I looked up into his grinning face.
An excellent suggestion. He turned his face to our hooded acquaintance. We offer ourselves and each other as payment for the toll. Now let us through.
A sharp hiss came from beneath the hood, and the sands beneath our feet stirred as a quick biting wind swept around us. I took a step back and bumped into Ross' chest as the gust flung the vines around the room. I looked up at Ross, whose own tense expression reflected mine.
I don't think he likes my excellent suggestion.
Ross grasped my hand and glared at the god.
These are the rules you yourself have set down, now you must obey them.
The god lifted his head a little higher, and I gasped as a pair of bright yellow eyes glared at us from the shadows inside the hood.
He was pissed.
Then again, I wasn't too happy myself, and after all, wasn't I some sort of god? I swallowed the lump in my throat, and took a step toward the angered deity.
I may not look like much, but I'm a goddess.
A deep, rattling chuckle came from the god. My eyebrows crashed down, and I felt a burning rage swell up inside me. I'm the reflection of Aurora, the goddess of the world and mistress of Cunabourne, and if you don't stop that wind from whipping my hair and my face, I'm going to. I reached out and snatched the stick from his hand. The winds withered as the god gave a cry and lunged forward. His chained ankle stopped him far short of where I stood. I raised the stick above my head.
Quit being such a baby and let us through, or I'll break it.
The god's unblinking yellow eyes glared at me, daring me to do it. So I dared. I bent out one knee and laid the stick across my leg. A little bit of pressure and a groan came from the stick. The yellow eyes widened, and so desperate was he to save his stick that the god lunged at us again. His chain pulled taut, but he continued to strain at the edges with his arm stretched out. I grasped the stick between both hands and met his gaze.
You'll let us through.
There was deliberation in those eyes, before he nodded. I reluctantly handed back the stick. Dromos clutched it against himself and settled back in his alcove. Ross stepped up to my side and studied me.
I blinked up at him. What? I wonder if anyone but you would have been able to do even that damage to the possession of a god, he mused. I shrugged. I'm kind of surprised I was able to make it groan.
Ross returned his attention to our host.
Now let us through.
Dromos stiffened and lifted his head high enough so I could catch a slit of his eyes.
They weren't happy.
The god lifted his arm and swept his hand across the air in front of him. The blackness of the portal expanded outward like air escaping from a pipe, and then it fell back into the wall, but the rippling motions had returned. Ross grasped my hand again before he zipped me toward the portal. He made sure to skirt around the god, and I could feel those burning eyes on us as we stopped in front of the dark portal. The pool shimmered at our coming, and he stretched out a hand which disappeared into the portal.
I searched his perplexed face. Well, it feels cold.
I looked over my shoulder at the seated god.
Not as cold as this place, now let's go.
I dragged him into the portal with me, glad to be away from those furious eyes.
Chapter 6.
We stepped through the cold clamminess that lay inside the portal, and found ourselves in a thick mess of woods. Tall trees surrounded us, and the bitter scent of pine invaded my nostrils. A cold sun hung in the cloudy sky over our heads, and a chill nipped my nose.
What was with everything attacking my poor schnoz?
A soft whoosh came from behind us, and both Ross and I turned in time to see the portal behind us vanish. I winced and looked up into his tense face.
I guess it was just a one-way trip. He nodded. So it would seem. That means the only way available to us is to walk forward. I swept my eyes over the dense woods. Wherever forward is.
Ross wrapped his arm around me and drew me close to him.
These smell like the woods of Gamel.
I lifted an eyebrow.
You know a forest by its scent. He shook his head. You don't forget a scent like this.
It has a heavy perfume of age mixed with danger. A little bit of color left my face.
What kind of danger? Wood gnomes mostly, he mused as he investigated the trees around us. I snorted. Is that all? It was his turn to raise a brow at me. What are gnomes in your world? I shrugged. Mostly yard ornaments, but there were stories about them being midget men with long beards.
Ross pursed his lips.
They are the same size here, but their beards are for more than just display. They hold a great deal of magic in their locks, and their legendarily long fingernails. I leaned away from him and frowned. What sort of magic?
Dark woodland magic, the kind that protects the woods even against those who accidentally stumble on their lands, he warned me as he guided me forward through the brush.
It's best that we keep moving. So, what do they do to people they find on their lands?
I questioned him as we pushed through the thick thorny bushes that hid the needle-strewn ground.
Turn us into pine trees. Worse. They turn us into gnomes. My face drooped and I couldn't speak for a moment. That doesn't sound too bad. I mean, it's reversible, isn't it? No.
The color drained from my face. I quickened my speed and took the lead.
Come on, hurry up. What are you waiting for?
We scurried through the woods, but the further we traveled the more oppressive the air became until I could barely breath. The sounds of the forest, too, had quieted to an uncomfortable hush. Ross' tense voice broke the silence.
They're coming. I swallowed a growing lump in my throat. You don't happen to be able to grow wings all of a sudden, do you?
He gave me a curious expression.
Why would I duck?
He grasped the top of my head and shoved me to the forest floor. A bright stream of light flew over our heads and landed behind us. I twisted my head around and watched a stump at our backs change into a huge fungus.
Move!
Ross shouted as he took my hand and yanked me up. We sprinted through the woods as more shafts of light flew out from the brush in all directions. Ross yanked me to and fro to avoid the shots, and we left in our wake a trail of transformed trees and bushes.
They had all turned into fungi. What is with them and fungus? I shouted as I ducked another shot. That's what happens when they try to transform plants into themselves, he explained as he sidestepped a beam. I barely missed another attack. Can't we reason with?
We reached a small clearing and Ross skidded us to a stop. The reason was a line of short, hairy men. They wore the customary long beards and colorful outfits, but their eyes were even more soulless than the garden statues. The only difference was the sparkles that covered their beards and made them glow. They grasped their illuminated brushes in both hands and pointed the sharp tips at us. The color drained from my face as I whipped my head to Ross.
Any ideas? He nodded. One. What's that? This.
He reached into his jacket and tossed out something from the depths of his coat. The object flew into the brush behind him, and a faint sound of jingling coins echoed over the silent woods.
Our foes dove after the item and collided in a brawl of greed.
3 of them lifted up the object and tugged it between them, and I recognized the rustic coin purse Ross carried with him.
The trio of little men bit and kicked at each other, and their brethren joined in the fray, creating a doggy pile of chaos.
Ross tugged me away from the madness, and we rushed headlong into the trees.
Was that our coin purse? I asked him.
Ross shook his head.
No, it was a decoy for thieves.
I winced and looked over my shoulder.
So they're going to
be very disappointed and angry in a few short minutes, he confirmed.
Let's make sure there's a good deal of ground between us and them when that happens.
We rushed through the thick forest, and after a long while I wondered if the trees would ever end. The sounds of nature, however, slowly leaked back, and I was glad for the sound of birds above our heads once more. What I wasn't glad for was the mess of rocks that appeared in our path. One moment the forest was a hazard of roots and brush, and the next large stones were thrown in our way without warning. I didn't see a particularly intrusive one, buried as it was beneath a bush, until it was too late. My foot hit the stone hard, and I face planted into the needle-covered ground. Ross lost his grip on my hand but skidded to a stop and scooped me up, or tried to. Something latched onto me from the bushes, and horrible images of me being short and sporting a beard flashed through my mind. For the sake of my smooth chin, I gave a mighty kick at the unknown creature, and my foot met with a very solid surface. So solid that pain shot up my leg and wrapped around my ankle.
What was that for?
Snapped a deep voice from beneath the brush. The bushes rustled and parted, and revealed the stone over which I had tripped.
It had eyes.
And a mouth.
And was glaring at us.
He also sported 3 small rocks on either side of his wide head, which ended in little pebble fingers, and a smaller rock underneath his head, which was attached to stubby stone legs. Ross' tense hold on me lightened a little.
We were only passing through. The rock scoffed. You weren't passing through, you were galloping.
I gaped at my dragon husband.
You do know you're talking to a rock, right? The creature set his angry eyes on me. We are not rocks, we are magni, and you are not supposed to be here.
I snorted and swept my eyes over the shadowed woods.
Believe me, I wish we weren't.
Could you help us find our way out of here? Ross requested. The magni shook its body.
That's what we're here to do, otherwise we wouldn't earn the crushed gemstones Phantoma gives us.
I blinked at the short stone.
Come again.
The rock rolled its eyes. Literally.
They turned in a full circle. We magni have been hired to escort Phantoma's guests through the woods and to him. He awaits you now. Awaits us now.
I snapped as I shoved my face into that of the rock creature, and stabbed a finger at the woods.
How the hell was Steeler supposed to get through that safely?
He wrinkled his round nose.
Lady Steeler was expected. You two weren't. He turned away from us and waddled onward. Now come along. Chapter 7.
I was tempted to start some chisel work, but Ross grasped my shoulders.
Let's follow them before our fuzzy friends find us.
I pursed my lips but limped after the walking boulder. Ross scooped me up into his arms, and for once I didn't protest. My ankle hurt like someone had taken it in their thick hands and given it a twist.
It turned out our stony guide wasn't alone.
A dozen of his comrades popped up out of the earth and waddled along on all sides of us like a security unit. It didn't take long to learn what they were guarding us from, as the call of the birds died away. My heart pounded in my chest as I looked up at Ross.
He didn't look too certain about our escort either. Are you able to move faster?
The leader of the Magni twisted his head around, as he had done with his eyes, and frowned at us.
We don't need to move faster, as you say. Our speed is quite fast enough. Fast enough to outrace some very angry gnomes.
I counted as I swept my eyes over the foreboding forest. A few random bushes were rustled by hidden foes. The Magni scoffed.
We don't race them, we pulverize them.
I scooted closer to Ross as the forest fell completely silent.
Then start pulverizing.
A beam of light shot out from the brush and sped straight for us. One of the Magni ripped off their arm and flung it up. Their disconnected hand caught the magic in their grasp and gave it a squeeze. The beam made a popping noise like a balloon, and glitter fell to the ground even as the arm dropped back to its owner, who reattached it without blinking an eye.
If they had eyelids, that is.
The leader of the Magni swept his beady eyes over the brush.
These are our humans.
You will not. A half-dozen magic streams burst out of the brush. The Magni flung up their arms and caught the magic in their palms. Our rotund guide waddled over to the edge of the brush with more speed than he'd shown before, and stretched himself up to his full 2-foot height. He opened his wide mouth and took in a great gulp of air. What came out was a terrible roar that echoed across the vast woods.
The trees shuddered, and the brush sank beneath the wave of sound that slammed into them.
His mighty roar stampeded through a mess of gnomes, most of which were sent flying into the air. Some clung to leaves and branches, but their hold wasn't as tight as the Magni was loud, and they were swept away by the whirlwind of anger.
After a minute, the Magni shut his mouth and the wind died. He turned around and waddled back to us. Now, hurry along.
We've kept Phantoma waiting long enough. Ross and I followed along behind the mighty Magni, and I couldn't help but catch Ross' eye. Care to tell me about these talking eardrum busters? A smile teased his lips.
The Magni are magical creatures much like the gnomes. Hardly that, our guide protested as he spun his head around to face us. We don't steal the lives of others. Our purpose is to help others.
Ross chuckled.
For a price.
Our guide twisted his head back to face forward.
Even Magni have needs.
I lifted an eyebrow.
What sort of needs? Gemstones, the Magni explained as I noticed the woods thin out.
We consume them to maintain our shape. They have grown scarce of late in the nearby mountains, so Phantoma brings them to us from far away. A few more Magni peeked out from shallow holes in the ground, and some of them were quite small, hardly more than overgrown pebbles. They looked at us with curiosity mingled with a little fear. All but one of them, a sprite about a foot tall with all its appendages and an expression of wonderment in its tiny eyes. They fell away, and the woods opened to reveal a shallow valley. A river ran past us and into the bowl, before it met the great ocean that occupied the westward horizon. Trees graced the gentle slope up until the first street of a fairly large town.
The houses had been built from fallen logs, and many featured 2 floors.
A small port stuck out into the ocean, and large warehouses occupied the coastline. The scent of canneries invaded my nostrils.
What is this place? I asked my companions. The city of Kant, Ross informed me as he studied the far-off ocean. This is the edge of the world for many, where the frigid waters north make sailing almost impossible, but out of reach of the influence of Umbria's pistrix.
The Magni stopped at the edge of the descent, and turned to us. I will go alone with you into the human dwellings. Quickly now.
He tucked himself into a rough ball and rolled down the hill.
Ross hurried us after the rock as quickly as he dared, and soon we were at the bottom. The Magni unrolled himself and waddled into the hard-packed dirt street. The roads were occupied by wagons and pedestrians mixed with a few horses. Hardly any of them stared at the rock. Their attention lay more on us, and I shrank beneath that many staring eyes as Ross carried me through the streets. The Magni guided us onto a less crowded street, where the log-hewn houses were tucked closer together, with some even sharing walls. He stopped at a smaller, older one with weathered logs and dirty windows. There was also only one floor. The Magni turned to us.
This is where he lives.
Good day.
Our stubby guide waddled off back toward the woods.
I looked up at Ross and wrapped my arms around his neck.
Don't tell me this is where we have our honeymoon.
He snorted as he strode up the short stone walk to the plain wood door.
We wouldn't be bothered here. A chill wind raced past us and made me shiver. I'll be warm.
Ross set me down on the doorstep and knocked on the door. No reply answered us, and he tested the knob. Unlocked.
He furrowed his brow. It's not like Phantoma to be this careless. That's because he wasn't, a voice spoke up behind us.
We turned to find the captain himself, walking slowly up the path. He was dressed in a heavy wool coat that ran down to his thighs, and his boots clopped loudly on the stones. The captain's face was more weathered and paler than I remembered, and he moved with all the delicacies of a man unsure whether his stomach would keep his food down. Phantoma's sharp red eyes flickered from Ross to me even as he edged himself between us.
Now let's get inside before I'm completely chilled. Chapter 8. He stepped inside and we followed.
The fireplace on the far left wall had been lit, and a warm fire crackled cheerfully in the hearth.
The furnishings were sparse but useful.
A simple table and 4 chairs stood in the center of the room, and a cot sat in the far left corner closest to the fire. A dresser and a table with drawers finished off the house. One of the 4 chairs sat near the hearth, and it was to this that Phantoma steered his feet. He sank into the wooden seat with a soft sigh, and took out a pipe which he lit with a burning stick from the fire. The captain tossed the stick back into the fire and took a puff on his pipe, all while his eyes remained on the dancing flames.
Take a seat and tell me why you're wasting my gemstones.
Ross dragged 2 chairs close to the fire and held one still for me.
At my sitting, he turned his attention to our host. You look like you were caught at the wrong end of a reed harvest.
Phantoma scoffed.
I should be so lucky, but I don't think you came here to insult me.
Why did you use that passage? Ross took a seat beside me, and leaned his bent arms on the top of his knees.
We need you to take us to an island past Umbria.
Phantoma cast an inquisitive look at him.
Why?
You weren't satisfied with the Black Dragon's efforts to kill you the first time. Ross shook his head.
Quite the opposite.
We want to stop him, and to do that, we need to get to that island.
Our host lifted an eyebrow. What's there that would stop him?
I studied Phantoma with a curious look.
You haven't asked us what island we want to get to.
A crooked smile slipped onto his lips.
I don't have to. There's only one island you'd need to get to in that direction that only I could get you to, and that's Oprit. There was a dark undertone to the name that made me shudder. Why does that not sound friendly? He took a puff on his pipe. It means forbidden.
Nobody I know has ever stepped foot on it and come back.
At least not as themselves.
Ross lifted an eyebrow.
What do you mean?
Phantoma leaned against the back of his chair and folded his arms over his chest.
I was on an expedition with my father before the curse took him.
We had gone too far from port for too long and were low on provisions. Oprit was spotted, and some of the men suggested we land to hunt for pilotals.
I tilted my head to one side. I thought this place had a bad reputation. He nodded. So it did, but what's that to an empty stomach?
Besides, my father had little choice. It was either land or face a mutiny forced upon him by starvation. The island was ringed by a beach some 20 yards inward, where the jungle took over. We landed, and a dozen men hurried ashore, driven by their hunger. The rest of us remained on deck, foreboding heavy in the air. Not a sound could be heard from our mates who had deserted us for food, and a murmur of fear ran through us.
My heart skipped a beat. Did they come back?
He took a long draw on his pipe before he puffed out a stream of smoke.
In a way.
Those with the gift of the Pactus came back, but they weren't the same. Their gift had been taken from them. Ross' eyebrows crashed down.
What do you mean?
Fantoma shrugged.
Exactly what I say.
Bears, lions, tigers and more. All of them could no longer transform. Ross' lips tightened and his body stiffened.
Why didn't your father tell anybody about this?
The captain scoffed.
You ask that out of concern, but others would not be so concerned to know that truth.
They would have dragged their enemies to the island, and punished them by removing their Pactus. He closed his eyes and shook his head.
No, my father decided that the secret would remain with his crew.
We swore an oath of secrecy which until now had been held. Ross leaned back in his chair and furrowed his brow.
Are you sure that oath has been kept? Our host paused in his smoking and frowned. What do you mean?
Ross folded his arms over his chest. Can you account for all of the crew members who swore the oath? Fantoma shook his head.
No.
Many have long separated from my crew, but what makes you believe that the oath has been broken? My dragon husband shook his head.
I have no proof, just a concern. Our recent adventures in Cunabourne hint that the King of Shadows has an interest in experimenting on Pactus.
He has the whole of his treasuries behind him, to entice anyone into breaking an oath. Fantoma studied him for a long moment, before he returned his focus to the fire.
I see.
I will look into the whereabouts of the men who are missing. A thought struck me, and I caught the tired eye of our host.
What happened to those who were never Pactus?
Fantoma shook his head.
Those ones didn't come back.
A dark cloud settled on Ross' brow and his eyes flickered to me.
I frowned and crossed my arms over my chest. Don't say it. I was merely reminding myself that you're not a Pactus, he countered. I managed a teasing smile at him. So you'd rather I disappear?
Ross frowned and returned his attention to our host. Did the others know what happened to the humans? Fantoma shook his head.
The whole lot of them died within a few weeks, and all they could do was repeat the same phrase over and over again. I swallowed the lump in my throat. And that was, God have mercy on me. Chapter 9. Will you take us there?
Ross asked him.
The captain shook his head. I will not.
My expression fell.
But you're the only one who can get us there. Then you will not be traveling to that island, Fantoma mused as he puffed on his pipe.
Ross scowled at him.
Then you risk the lives of everyone who would stand against the King of Shadows.
Fantoma stood and cast a sharp look down at us.
I decide when to risk the life of me and my men.
Whatever fight you have with Umbria is none of my concern.
Even if that risk is to rid the world of evil.
I countered. Fantoma shook his head.
I have something more important to keep me here, and the world can wait until I've found what I'm looking for.
Ross lifted an eyebrow.
Is that the reason why you're here?
Fantoma swept an arm over the room.
Settle down where you like.
If you plan on staying here for very long, then I suggest you buy some food, assuming you didn't use all those barons I gave you. Ross patted his coin pocket.
We're well provided for.
The captain tapped his pipe ash into the fire and bowed his head.
Then I'll bid you good day.
He strode out through the front door, closing it securely behind him.
I turned my attention to Ross, whose disappeared expression reflected mine. That could have gone better.
He stared into the fire as he nodded.
Yes. I had hoped he would be willing to take us. Is there a plan B? I asked him. He shook his head. Nothing I can think of other than asking the captains in this port for passage, but I doubt we'll find even a proper ship to take us.
Many of the vessels that anchor here are merchant ships that rarely dare leave sight of land, much less go out into the open ocean looking for a mysterious island.
Then you think it's far off the coast?
I guessed. Ross sighed and stood. He walked over to the hearth and draped his arm over the mantel as he stared into the fire.
I do, otherwise its secret would have been discovered long ago.
I leaned forward and settled my arms on my bent legs. My thoughts wandered back to Fantoma's tale.
Have you noticed how a lot of the stuff we've been dealing with have to do with the Pactus? He nodded. Yes, and I doubt it's a coincidence.
Corvinus's interest in the good doctor no doubt precipitated much of the recent trouble which we faced. I wrapped my arms around myself and shuddered.
All those bandages, makes you wonder what was under them.
Ross came up and draped his arms around me. He drew me against his warm chest and settled his chin atop my head.
You have nothing to fear from him. I snorted and tilted my head back to catch his eye. And the monsters he creates. We've dealt with them before. I snuggled deeper into his embrace and sighed. I suppose so.
We remained in that position for a long moment before Ross' chest heaved up and down, and he regretfully drew his arms away.
I should get to the port. Not without me, I added as I hopped to my feet.
Pain shot out of my bad ankle, and my leg nearly buckled. I caught hold of the chair and tried not to wince.
Just give me a moment. Let me have a look at that, he insisted as he grabbed my shoulders and plopped me back down into my seat.
Ross knelt in front of me and removed my shoe and sock. I winced as my swollen ankle was revealed to his prying eyes.
He pursed his lips and looked up at me. You should rest for at least a few hours. And miss all the fun.
I counted as I drew my sock back on. Besides, one of the captains might take pity on us if they see me limping all over the place. He sighed, but his eyes glistened as he looked up at me.
You are a stubborn one.
I grinned.
And you know you love me for it. Now how are we going to get me around without attracting too much attention?
His smile took on a mischievous appearance.
There are the fish lines.
I lifted an eyebrow.
What are those? The belts that run up from the port to the wagons that travel over land to cities with the day's catch.
I wrinkled my nose.
Maybe something a bit less fishy. Then we'll fetch ourselves a cart.
I noticed a stable a block closer to the port, he suggested as he helped me put my shoe back on. The appearance of a hired cart will give the captains the appearance that we have a chest load of gold. We left a small fire burning in the hearth before we ventured out into the damp air. A mist had floated out of the forest and descended on the bustling streets, giving the moving figures a ghostly quality as we joined the crowd. We found the stable and rented a horse and cart. The box of the cart left something to be desired, like padding. My butt bounced up and down on the wooden seat as we rolled along the uneven dirt roads. Pedestrians and fellow cart riders gawked at us as we passed. I leaned toward Ross and lowered my voice to a whisper.
Why are so many people staring at us? He grinned. They're startled by your beauty. I snorted. Nice try, but that race through the woods hasn't improved my looks, so what's with their looks?
Kent is a large town, but it isn't known as a tourist destination, he explained as we rolled toward the long docks and warehouses. Anyone who comes is either a worker or an investor.
And they're hoping we're the latter, I guessed. He chuckled. We wouldn't pass very well as workers.
I looked down at my dirty self.
Right now I'm not so sure. After a few turns I had my first look at the fish lines.
It was a conveyor belt with high sides that stood 5 feet off the ground, but the cart was taller and let me glimpse the myriad of fishes that rolled up and were directed into specific drop-off points along the road via movable parts of the wall that extended into the main belt to guide the food. The fish came in spurts of a couple dozen, and the groupings were of different varieties of flounders. Our bouncy cart reached the edge of the planks that started the large port section of town. A rectangular-shaped mile of docks stretched out in both directions, and pressed up against them were tall wooden warehouses. Some had chimneys, and others appeared to be as tight as drums. Ross noticed my curious eyes and answered my unspoken question.
Smokehouses and freezers. The ships and wagons then take them out to the buyers.
Ross hopped down off the box, while I sort of eased myself onto the ground.
Even that gentle action made my ankle throb.
I used the steed to limp over to the front, where I met Ross. He looked down at my worn foot with a frown.
You could stay in the cart. I snorted. I don't want to get on the cart, so get marching.
Ross led the way up the long wide flight of steps that stretched from the ground floor to the tall docks. The small bay was crowded with ships big and small. Larger ones sat outside on the rougher seas, with their anchors keeping them from being blown away by the constant wind and water that battered their hulls. A little bit of that wind rushed past me again, and I found myself shivering a little. Ross was in the middle of a conversation with a sailor, but one eye always remained on me.
That one eye looked at me with disapproval and concern.
I put on a brave face and tried harder not to limp. Not an easy feat on a hard boardwalk with rough men stalking past me laden with the weight of wheelbarrows and heavy boxes. I limped along the docks as Ross stopped to speak with random longshoremen, but my aching ankle pleaded with me to take a seat. A stack of crates between two of the warehouses proved to be a good resting spot, and I plopped myself down on one of the shorter boxes. Ross caught the attention of a half-dozen of the workers, who crowded about him, looking to satiate their curiosity.
That's why nobody saw the shadow come up from behind me until it was too late. Chapter 10.
A pale hand clapped over my mouth, and a heavy arm wrapped around my waist. I was yanked backward off the box, and dragged into the shadows behind the crate pile. My captor pressed their lips against my ear and spoke in a low, harsh whisper.
Scream, and I will cut off your fingers one by one.
My blood ran cold, and my frantic mind tried to think of some way out of this. The man who held me pulled me deeper into the shadowed gap between the buildings, and there was no sign of Ross. There was, however, a great commotion in his direction, and a sailor flew up in the air higher than the crate pile and disappeared from sight, followed shortly by a bone-crushing thud on the boardwalk.
I tried to catch a glimpse of my captor's face, but they were covered in a heavy cloak that hid everything but their long-sleeve-clad arms and black boots. They smelled like wet cat, and I noticed their fingernails were incredibly long.
A tattoo adorned the back of the hand that gripped my waist, but I couldn't get a good look at it. I had bigger problems than a tattoo, like me being drawn farther and farther from the crate pile. My kidnapper dragged me down a short flight of stairs to mucky ground level, and toward the back end of the two opposing warehouses. We reached the rears, and movement out of the corner of my eye caught my attention. A thick arm reached out from around the corner, and its fat fingers wrapped around my captor's neck.
The hand gave a tight squeeze that forced my kidnapper to release me and paw at the arm.
I stumbled a few feet forward before I turned in time to watch my savior step out. A smile stretched across my face as I recognized the kind but at this point angered features of Simon, first mate of the Silver Swan. The giant of a man lifted my captor a foot off the ground and glared at him face to face.
"What are you doing with her?"
Simon growled. My cloaked foe had the lower half of his face hidden by a black cloth, but they shot daggers at my savior.
"Leave now or I won't be responsible for the consequences."
Simon shook his head.
"I'm not." In one swift movement my kidnapper drew a dagger from their waistband and sliced the blade across Simon's cheek.
Simon's head was forced to one side and blood oozed out of the wound. The black man squirmed in the hold, expecting himself to be dropped. Simon's eyes were ablaze with anger as he turned his face back.
He tightened his grip on the man's neck, and I heard a groan as bone creaked under the strain.
The cloaked man gasped and slashed again, this time hitting Simon's arm that held him tight. The blade cut deep into the hand and the nerves were stunned, forcing Simon's hand open. The dark man dropped to the ground in a crouched position and whipped his face toward me. His eyes narrowed at something behind me, and I turned in time to see Ross throw aside one of the crates and reveal himself in all his fury. My kidnapper dodged Simon's thick hands and darted around the corner. I stayed in a puddle of confusion and shaking limbs as Simon lumbered after the stranger. Ross leapt across the gap between us and knelt by my side. He wrapped his arms around me and drew me close to his chest.
"Are you all right?" I snorted but clung to him.
"Give me a minute so I can say yes." He was still holding me when Simon returned. Ross looked up at the bleeding giant and gave a nod.
"Thank you."
Simon shook his head.
"I didn't get him." "No, but you did get her," Ross reminded him as he eased me onto my shaky feet. He held out his hand to Simon. "And for that, you have my undying gratitude."
A grin stretched across Simon's face and he grasped Ross. My dragon hubby winced as the hulking giant gave him a tight, exuberant shake.
"Glad I could help." "You might help us with one more thing," Ross added as he extracted what remained of his hand from the shake. "We'd like to see the damage on the Silver Swan."
Simon frowned.
"The captain wouldn't like that." "No, but we want to help the captain," Ross insisted as I leaned heavily against his side. "And to do that, we need to know what's been going on."
"Understand?" Simon grasped his chin between his bleeding fingers and furrowed his brow.
"I suppose it wouldn't do any harm." "Good,"
Ross replied as he lifted me into his arms.
"Then lead the way to her."
"I can bandage that arm when we arrive." Simon stared at the bloody wounds a moment before he shrugged.
"They don't hurt."
With that pronouncement, he trudged past us in the direction of the ruined pile of crates. A dozen of the dockworkers stood beside the mess, and a slim, mousy-faced man with a thick ledger glared at the destruction. At our coming, he pushed his spectacles close against his pale face and stepped into our path. The short man glared up at Ross and stabbed an ink-stained finger at the mess.
"You'll have to pay for those."
Ross frowned down at the stranger.
"Your men attacked me." The man sputtered out a bunch of spit. "My men."
"Those weren't my men."
"I've never seen them before in my life."
I lifted an eyebrow at Ross.
"What happened?"
Ross cast his eyes on the boards and pursed his lips.
"4 men dressed as dockworkers attempted to waylay me from saving you."
They succeeded, but not without punishment. I followed his gaze and beheld several large spatter spots of blood which stained the wood planks, though the wounded were nowhere to be found. The man again pointed at the wreck.
"You still have to pay for this mess."
Ross dug into his pouch and drew out a baron, which he tossed at the man. The board watcher juggled the coin a few times before it clattered to the planks with a hard thud. The sound was like a ding of a bell at a wrestling match, and nearly all the surrounding men dove for the money. "Hey!" the man shouted at the wrestlers as Ross and I strode past him. The short man loomed over the increasingly higher doggy pile.
"That's port property."
We rejoined Simon down the planks, and he led us to the far end of the dock. As the other ships fell away, I recognized the majestic masts and sharp prow of the Silver Swan. She sat in a dry dock, a rectangular hold sunk into a dug-out portion of the coastline, with a gate behind the vessel to keep water from pouring in.
The hull shone like amber, thanks to a number of new planks on one side creating a fresh scar.
I shuddered when I noticed how near the waterline the breakage had occurred. Ross stopped us near the gangplank and looked up at the damage with a furrowed brow.
"This is bad."
Simon's face fell as he nodded.
"The worst it's ever been. The tide was out and Captain didn't see the rocks." "That's rather unusual for him, isn't it?"
Ross asked him. Simon hung his head.
"Yeah. What's unusual is for a first mate to be talking about the captain to land marches, a voice spoke up.
We all whipped our heads around and found Fantoma stalking toward us, irritation written on his face. He stopped beside Simon, who shrank beneath his captain's harsh tone.
That's kitchen duty for a month. Now get started.
Simon winced but forlornly trudged up the plank and disappeared into the hold.
I scowled at Fantoma. He only wants to help you. He scoffed. That kind of help I can do without. You need more help than you have on board if you want to lift the curse, Ross countered.
Fantoma studied Ross for a long moment before he jerked his head toward the gangplank.
Come with me. Chapter 11.
Fantoma led us on board and to the rear of the ship, where a pair of elegant doors stood in the wall below the wheel deck. He opened the doors and revealed his sparse cabin. The captain plopped himself into a cushioned seat at the nailed-down table, and his bright red eyes flickered between us.
Now what do you propose? First, we need to know about the problem, Ross countered as he helped me into another chair at the table.
He remained standing as he met the cool gaze of his old friend.
What happened to your ship?
Fantoma ran a hand through his hair and sighed.
The boat took a hit in a storm, and we docked her for repairs.
Ross lifted an eyebrow.
A storm you didn't foresee.
The captain dropped his hand onto the top of the table and shot Ross a look of irritation.
Even my sight fails me every now and again. Is that argon happening more often?
Ross wondered. Fantoma turned his face away from us.
That doesn't matter. What matters is you need to keep away from my ship before you bring more trouble than you're worth.
Ross leaned forward and set his hands on the table before he caught the captain's eye. His voice softened and a small smile played across his lips.
Fantoma, we've known each other for a long time.
All your practice at lying can't deceive me.
Your eyes are getting worse, aren't they?
Fantoma's face fell, and he seemed to sink deeper into his chair.
You always did like to meddle in the affairs of others.
A crooked grin appeared on Ross' face.
It's one of my hobbies. Now how bad is it? Bad, came the terse reply.
Fantoma reached up and brushed a hand down one eye.
I noticed his hand shook a little.
Some days I can see as far away as Umbria, barring whatever magic the Shadow King is using that day to hide his ships. Other days my eyes bleed just looking at maps. He drew his hand away, and my eyes widened as I beheld a smudge of red on the tips of his fingers.
The bloody days are coming more and more. I know you and your ancestors have been searching for a way to break the curse, Ross mused as he studied his old friend. Have you discovered something?
A bittersweet smile slipped onto the captain's lips.
I think I have if it isn't too late to do anything about it, but I won't know until the professor gets here this evening.
Ross lifted an eyebrow.
What professor? Nestor Amartha.
Ross cupped his chin in one hand and furrowed his brow.
I've heard the name, but our paths have never crossed.
Fantoma snorted.
That's not surprising.
The man's a professor of maps and scours the world for them. He hardly stays in one spot for longer than he needs to decipher a chart before he's off again. I lifted an eyebrow.
What's he searching for?
Fantoma shrugged.
The most interesting map in the world, or so he said in his last letter to me.
I promised him one that could give him that thrill of adventure he was looking for.
What is this map?
Ross asked him. Fantoma stood and sauntered over to the bed. He knelt near the long side and slammed the bottom of his fist against the sideboard. A small compartment popped open and revealed a drawer which he removed and carried over to the table. Inside the drawer were a few keys and papers and a long narrow metal box. He drew out the box and opened it with a key he took from the inside of his shirt. Ross and I leaned in, and I was a little disappointed to find there was only a rolled-up piece of yellowed parchment. A few holes dotted the surface and the edges were frayed by time. He set the paper carefully on the table and unrolled it. What he revealed was a relatively blank surface except for some markings here and there. A tree broken halfway and with its upper half bent to the ground sat in the upper left corner. And in a diagonal line there appeared a long fish with shimmering scales, and finally a circle in which had been drawn a single narrow eye. I blinked at the bland parchment.
This is a map.
Fantoma pursed his lips.
I believe so.
This was discovered among my ancestors' paperwork, only recently. The same ancestor who was given these cursed eyes. Ross lifted an eyebrow.
Why do you believe that this has any relevance to the magic?
Fantoma tapped on the parchment.
There are other maps made by that ancestor, and those are all well drawn.
Some of them are almost perfectly to scale. This one, however, has only a few scrawls. Whatever's on this map, he didn't want just anyone to find it.
I tilted my head to one side. But you can't read it. He shook his head. He left no key, or if he did, the key has been lost. That is why the professor is needed. He cast an irritated look at the two of us. And why I don't need any trouble following me.
Ross frowned.
I wish I could tell you what trouble is following us, but we don't know.
I dropped my eyes to the floor and furrowed my brow.
There was something on their hand, but I couldn't make it out.
Fantoma leapt to his feet and strode to the door.
He flung it open and stuck his head out. Somebody get Simon out of the hold, and into my cabin.
He slammed the door shut and turned to face us, and the sound of footsteps stampeding across the deck toward the hold floated through the entrance.
We'll figure this out in a moment.
Fantoma had hardly returned to his chair when a knock came from the door.
Enter.
Simon slipped into the room. His cheek and arm had been bandaged, but he looked more crestfallen than when we'd last parted.
Yes, Captain.
Fantoma used a hand to gesture to me.
This young woman says the man you saved her from had a mark on him.
Simon tapped the back of one hand with his other finger.
He had tattoo here.
Fantoma lifted an eyebrow.
Of what? A panther.
A dark cloud settled on the captain's brow.
I see. That will be all.
Simon turned and shuffled toward the door.
Simon. The first mate paused and turned to face his captain. Help with the kitchen today.
Tomorrow take up your normal responsibilities. Simon's eyes widened and a smile stretched across his face.
You mean it, Captain?
Fantoma scowled at him.
I won't if you don't obey my orders immediately.
Simon nodded.
Of course, Captain.
Right away. He spun around so fast that he crashed into the wall.
I'll get right to it, he promised as he fumbled with the knob before stumbling out of the cabin. The door was slammed securely shut behind him.
Fantoma set his forehead in one hand and sighed.
That fool.
I grinned at the captain.
You know you like him.
The captain sighed and dropped his hand onto the arm of the chair.
I must be getting soft.
A pity our own foes aren't doing the same, Ross mused as he folded his arms over his chest.
Judging by what we saw, we have a group of assassins tracking our footsteps.
Fantoma lifted his frowning face to my dragon husband.
The Garter Syndicate.
Ross nodded.
I believe so. Garter.
I repeated.
The name for a specific breed of cat Pactus, Ross explained as a dark cloud settled on his brow. They're assassins for hire to the highest bidder.
I lifted an eyebrow.
You mean like that butcher lady we met in Umbria?
Ross' frown deepened.
The beauty of butchery is among their group. They may be trying to finish the job she started in kidnapping you. And killing you, I added.
Fantoma leaned back in his chair, and his expression didn't give me comfort, nor did his words.
That makes them more dangerous.
If one of their clan fails in their mission, they work for free to bring down the person marked for death.
I looked up at Ross. You don't happen to have a lucky rabbit's foot on you, do you?
He lifted an eyebrow, and I shook my head.
It's nothing. Probably wouldn't help, anyway.
A thought struck me that made me frown.
How'd they find us so quickly anyway?
We went through that portal to get here. Ross cupped his chin in one hand and furrowed his brow.
I'm not sure. It's because of me.
Ross and I paused and looked at our companion. Fantoma had a heavy expression on his face as he sighed.
Through me they found you. Why would you be on their list? I asked him. He shook his head. I've never had dealings with them, but as they are on Corvinus's payroll, then they no doubt have had spies watching me since your escape from the castle.
My eyebrows crashed down.
But that was months ago. He shrugged. Their patience proved fruitful to them, and they know where you are now.
Chapter 12. Ross nodded.
You're probably right, and now that we know they're after us, we can at least be more careful.
I winced and rubbed my aching ankle.
Damn this thing. You won't need your legs for some time if we find a ship to take us to Oprit, Ross pointed out.
Fantoma studied us for a long, quiet moment before he folded his arms over his chest.
You need to work on your plea act. It's much too blunt.
Ross smiled at our friend.
I think an injured woman might convince you to take us.
Fantoma tapped his temple with a finger.
These come first.
I won't have Steele alive through what I've been living through these last few months, nor will I have her die as young as my father and grandfather died. Ross inclined his head.
Then we accept your offer of passage in return for helping you find the source of the curse and removing it.
A dark thought struck me, but I had to know as I looked at our host.
Do we need your eyes to get to the island?
A bittersweet smile appeared on Fantoma's lips.
The waters about the island are very treacherous, and without a map we can't rely on Simon's skills to navigate us.
Ross frowned.
So you're saying there's little hope of reaching the island without your eyes? Very little hope.
Silence fell on the cabin. I looked up at Ross, and his tense face painted a picture of the thoughts going through his mind. I could see the pros and cons move through his eyes. We needed our mission to succeed, and yet... A sigh escaped my lips, and I shook my head.
Pity.
Fantoma frowned and lifted an eyebrow.
What is?
I gave him a small smile.
I really liked your red eyes.
For once the captain looked startled, and he still was when Ross clapped him on the shoulder. Fantoma gawked up at Ross as he too gave our friend a smile.
When is the professor due?
A crooked grin appeared on Fantoma's lips.
Any time now. And on behalf of both my daughter and myself, I thank you.
Ross shrugged. Thank us by not crashing your ship into the waters off Oprit. Fantoma chuckled.
I'll try my best.
A knock on the cabin doors heralded news. One of the doors opened, and a sailor stepped into the doorway.
A landy here to see you, Captain.
Fantoma nodded.
Show him in.
The sailor stepped aside, and a short man of around 70 slipped past him. His quickness hardly matched his appearance, though there was a sharp glint in those eyes that hid behind a pair of rusted spectacles. The man was tanned all over, though he wore a broad-brimmed hat atop his head. The rest of his clothes consisted of a cloak that hid all but the very front of a vest with a shirt, and a pair of pants with dirty cuffs. A pair of heavy hiking boots covered his feet. He held his weathered hands out in front of him, and they clasped a large carpet bag. The soft felt was stained by countless splashes, and the bottom leather had been patched so many times I couldn't tell what was original if anything was. The original handle had been replaced by a roughly whittled stick, broken in twain, one for each of the two sides of the bag mouth. The man smiled at all of us.
Good morning, good people.
My name is Professor Nestor Amartha. His attention fell on the captain.
Might you be Captain Fantoma?
Fantoma stood and gestured to a nearby seat.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor. Won't you sit down? Of course, the professor mused as he strode over to the chair and took a seat.
He plopped the bag in his lap, and his keen eyes fell on the map which had rolled itself up.
Is that?
Fantoma slid the parchment in front of him.
The very thing.
The professor tossed his bag to the floor, and fell on the parchment like a starved tiger. The frantic eagerness nearly hid the tenderness with which he unfurled the paper. His sharp eyes studied the contents, and they lit up like a kid discovering a toy for the first time. "My gods, this is a complicated one, isn't it?" he mused as he lifted the paper up to the light from the rear windows.
"And very old. 2 centuries.
Fantoma nodded. "About that, but what can you tell me about the contents?" The professor nearly stuck the parchment against his face, as he examined the images one by one. The moments ticked by, changing into seconds and then a full minute. Fantoma frowned.
"Do you know what it means?"
The professor set the paper on the table, and tapped a sharp fingernail against the top image, the broken tree.
"This signifies a landmark."
"They all do, or at least that's what I believe." Fantoma frowned.
"I could already deduce that, but which landmark?"
"Which coast?"
"The western one." He squinted at the tree. "Yes, most definitely the western coast."
Ross lifted an eyebrow.
"How can you be so certain?"
The professor traced a finger down the leftward-leaning row of images. "Because all of the creatures are pointed in a westerly direction, and the line is most definitely westward."
"Now this tree." He squinted at the broken plant.
"It's emblematic of family, often depicting a lineage of sorts, though these well-defined roots," he swept his hand over the bottom of the ruined tree, "indicate a place of long life." "You say your ancestor created this map, Mr. Fantoma?" "Captain, if you would, and yes, he did."
"Then I suggest you start your search there," the professor advised as he set the map on the table. "And I will accompany you."
Fantoma frowned.
"Why would you need to do that?"
Amartha brushed his hand down the invisible diagonal axis to the next image, the long fish with shimmering scales.
"I cannot even fathom what this entails, pardon the pun, unless I visit the next location."
The map itself directs you to find the solutions to the keys, in the image that precedes each one. The captain's gloom only increased.
"Then you can't direct us to the end point?" The professor shook his head. "Not without being at the image that precedes it." "I see," Fantoma mused as he swept his eyes over the cabin. "I'm afraid I don't have comfortable accommodations."
"I am accustomed to rough shelter or none at all," the professor assured him as he plucked his bag from the floor and dropped it into his lap. He patted the rough handles.
"I carry my entire life in this bag, and am never without a home with it by my side."
"Now then," he hopped to his feet and smiled at our host.
"When do we sail?"
Fantoma didn't look pleased as he turned his attention to us.
"When can you come aboard?" "As soon as we have our small bit of luggage," Ross assured him as I rose.
Fantoma leaned over and grabbed my shoulder, where he pulled me back into my seat.
"Then stay here, and I'll have one of my men fetch the luggage. It will be far faster and safer that way."
Ross caught the captain's attention.
"Where are we going to this first point on the map?"
Fantoma's face fell.
"The place where I was born."
"The village of Sudalma."
Chapter 13.
Ross lifted an eyebrow.
"I've never heard of that village."
Fantoma nodded.
"It's well that you haven't. We try to keep the name out of the news." "We," I repeated. "My family and I," Fantoma revealed as he rose to his feet. "But you'll learn soon enough about that."
He strode past us into the door, and I couldn't help but overhear a few more mumbled words.
"And that insane woman."
He slipped out, leaving the door slightly ajar so we could hear his sharp voice.
"Make ready to sail, and 2 of you get to my house and get the 2 knapsacks near the fire. And make sure it's out this time." "Yes, Captain," came the call as footsteps stampeded across the deck.
I wasn't sure how to take his grumbling words, But I didn't have time to process them before the professor stood and turned his smiling face to Ross and me.
Am I to assume we are to be shipmates?
Ross nodded and held out his hand.
I'm Ross and this is Kate.
Amartha took Ross' hand and gave it a hearty shake, though nothing as bone-shattering as Simon's grip.
A pleasure to meet you, Ross. And you as well, Miss Kate. Just Kate, I assured him as I shook his hand.
His eyes crinkled as his smile widened.
A very admirable name. The professor stepped back and bowed his head to us. Now, if you will excuse me, I will make myself comfortable on deck and await the open seas.
Ross and I were left alone, and the map was curled up on the table in front of us. He took up the parchment and unrolled the paper to scan the sparse contents.
There was a dire look on his face. This voyage is getting longer.
My shoulders slumped and a sigh escaped my lips.
Yeah.
He cast his inquisitive gaze at me.
Are you sure you want to go through with this?
My eyebrows crashed down and I swatted his arm.
Neither of us is going to go back on our word of helping him.
Besides, I stood and winced as my ankle complained, but I bore it long enough to point at the angle of the images.
This is the direction we need to go, isn't it?
He closed the map and nodded.
By some strange coincidence it is.
I cast my eyes to the rear, where the long short windows looked out on the busy port.
I don't think I believe in coincidences anymore.
Ross lifted an eyebrow at me, as he set the map back on the table.
You sound almost certain of that. I leaned my hand on top of the table and shrugged. It's just, there are so many gods in this world and we've seen the great goddess herself, Aurora.
Who's to say there isn't a god or two pulling our strings now? He pursed his lips as he looked off in the distance.
I would prefer to make my own fate.
The discomfort was too much, and I eased myself back into my seat.
So would I, but I
paused and ran a hand through my disheveled hair.
I just don't know what's going on.
Ross slipped up behind me and wrapped his arms around my shivering body. He leaned down and pressed his cheek against mine.
You need rest.
I tilted my head to one side to smile at him.
You're probably right.
We won't be sailing for a while, will we? The ajar door opened wider and Fantoma's head appeared. Here are your things, we move in 10 minutes. He tossed our bags on the floor and shut the door securely after him.
I snorted. I need to stop thinking I know what I'm talking about.
Ross grinned.
Would you like to see the boat removed from the dock?
I lifted an eyebrow at him.
Is it that spectacular a sight? If you haven't seen it before, it's quite interesting.
I snorted but judged the distance from where I sat to the entrance.
All right, but it'll take me 10 minutes to get to the doors.
Hey! Ross had swept me into his arms and now carried me to the doors. I wrapped my arms around his neck and sighed.
Why do you always have to be the knight in shining armor?
He chuckled as he reached the doors and stretched out a hand for the handle.
It's in my scales now, Will, he frowned as his hand fumbled to open the door.
I leaned forward and grasped the handle, which I opened with ease. He adjusted his hold on me as I turned back to him and tapped the tip of my finger against his nose.
You have to let me help sometimes.
Ross smiled as we slipped out of the cabin and onto the busy deck. The sailors scurried to and fro, adjusting the rigging and sails. They climbed up and down the masts like monkeys, and a few were at the bow turning the spool around which was wrapped a great anchor chain.
I pointed at the ship railing at the bow. I want to see the anchor.
Ross obliged by walking me over and setting me down on my feet. There was a touch of acrophobia in my mind as I grasped the wooden top rail and leaned over. The chain climbed up into a porthole high above the watermark, and the trident-shaped anchor soon came into view. I swore there was a wart on the chain just above the anchor, but I didn't have time to point it out before the blemish disappeared into the hull.
Brace yourselves,
Fantoma shouted. Ross grasped my arms and drew me away from the railing.
We had better stand in the middle of the ship.
I lifted an eyebrow at him but let him lead me to the closed hatch. The professor sat cross-legged on deck with a book in his hands.
He smiled up at us as we joined him. I must say it is nice to have young people aboard.
Oftentimes the sailors are so scarred and weathered by their work that even the youngest appears older than me. Fantoma stepped up behind the wheel and nodded at two of his sailors who stood on either side of the deck. The sailors returned the gesture and waved to a pair of men, one on each side of the vessel, who stood beside the gates. The men held huge mallets in their hands, and at the captain's signal they lifted the great staff and each slammed the heads down on a peg. The pegs stuck out of the gates, and the mallets popped them out of their tight holes. The gates swung open inwardly, and a great wave of water rushed into the dry dock. The ship rocked to and fro as on a stormy sea. The sailors stiffened their legs, but my ankle buckled beneath the bucking, and I would have slid toward the railing if Ross hadn't wrapped an arm around my waist. He held on to a rope that hung from the sails, and we weathered the storm as the seas calmed. The ship floated atop the wet dock, but there was the problem of reversing. I looked at the stern for any signs of another ship.
Is she going to be tugged out?
I guessed. Ross grinned.
The captain has a rather more blunt way of exiting the dock.
A crowd had gathered about the docks, as many of the sailors stood with curiosity in their eyes. Movement at the wheel caught my attention, and I watched Fantoma draw out a vial from inside his shirt. He lifted the vial to his lips and whispered words I couldn't hear. The next moment he popped the cork and held aloft the glass. A great wind burst out of the vial. The gust turned into a tornado, with the narrow tail still stuck in the bottle, as the body swept over the fully open sails.
That was when I noticed they were all backward.
The wind took the reversed canvases and thrust the ship out of the dock. I yelped as the port waters complained of the violent movement by pushing its waters against the ill-designed stern. The gust replied by turning the sails far enough that they faced almost forward at an angle, and the winds then pushed the vessel around, so the bow was in its proper position.
At the front.
The moment the ship righted itself, the wind sucked back into the vial. Fantoma tucked the cork back onto the vial, and took hold of the pegs on the wheel with both hands.
Make the sails ready.
We sail for adventure.
Chapter 14.
I gaped up at Ross.
What was that? Was this your first time viewing the disembarking of a dry-docked ship by the famous Captain Fantoma?
I looked down to find the professor smiling at me over the top rim of his glasses.
Yeah. I didn't expect it to be so,
His eyes twinkled.
Violent? I snorted and nodded. Pretty much.
I lifted my gaze to the captain, who watched his men work with a stern look in his eyes.
And windy. What was that he used to turn the ship around?
Ross chuckled.
His very own wind.
He calls it the Fantoma Formidable, but most everyone else calls it the gale.
So how did he manage to pocket the winds?
I wondered as I watched the captain steer the vessel. His competent crew had already adjusted the sails, and we flew out of the port with all the speed the quick clipper could muster, which meant we flew past the coastline. Ross shook his head.
That's a secret he's never told anyone else, but many suspect that he sold his soul to a mermaid in exchange for the gale.
I lifted an eyebrow.
Those exist.
The professor adjusted his spectacles before he shook his head.
Only in fairy tales, my dear woman.
The reality is, he undoubtedly had a witch concoct a most unique magic for him.
I snorted. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
Ross' attention had moved to the captain, and he stepped up to the wall upon which the wheel deck sat.
How long will it take to get to this village, Captain?
Fantoma had a morose expression on his face as he looked out on the sea. With favorable winds, we'll reach it in a day.
I stretched my arms above my head and yawned. That's just long enough for me to catch up on my beauty sleep.
Ross grinned at me.
You hardly need it.
I rubbed one weary eyeball with my fisted hand.
I feel like a whole herd of magni ran over me.
Fantoma nodded beneath him, where stood the doors to his cabin.
Rest in there, and you'll be called when we sight land.
I was glad to bed down, and the gentle rocking of the ship lulled me to sleep. The throbbing pain in my ankle, and the harrowing adventure we'd had taken a lot out me, and I was soon fast asleep. My slumber, however, was visited by strange dreams. Something roused me, and my eyes fluttered open. The cabin came into view, quiet and still. For a moment I thought I had woken, but there was a strange fogginess at the edges of my vision that told me something was off.
There was also a lack of noise. The sounds from the deck and ocean were all gone.
All I could hear was my own breathing, as I sat up in bed.
Hello.
My voice had a tinny sound to it, like a flat echo.
I tightened my grip on the edge of the captain's bed, as my heart pounded in my chest. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end.
I stood and immediately noticed that my ankle didn't hurt.
Ross.
I called out, but there wasn't a reply.
Not even an echo. Fantoma.
Relief washed over me when the doors swung open. The next moment that comfort died, as an unfamiliar figure loomed in the doorway. The light was at their back and cast a heavy shadow over their front, but I could make out the muscled chest of a man of about 40. He wore only a long leather blanket about his waist.
Even his feet were bare.
His long silver-tinged hair trailed down well past his waist. I pressed myself against the wall behind me, as the imposing stranger stared at me with bright blue eyes that seemed to glisten like the sun on the surface of water. When he spoke, it was with a deep and curiously muffled voice.
Who are you? I swallowed the lump in my throat. I am Kate. The stranger's frown deepened. That is not what I asked.
Who are you?
I shook my head. I don't understand the question. He stalked into the room. I stumbled across the wall, and soon the windows were at my back.
The man stopped a few short yards away from me.
Who are you that you would be down here? I blinked at him. Down.
Movement behind me made me turn my head. My jaw hit the floor as fish floated past the windows.
The ship was under the sea.
Unfortunately, fish weren't the only things swimming in the sea. I watched in horror as rotting corpses drifted into view from above. Their mouths were open in soundless screams, and I felt as though their empty sockets glared at me from the fathomless depths. Terror and claustrophobia struck me, followed quickly by the panic that entailed. I scurried away from the windows as a hard crack was heard. In my alarm, I forgot my acquaintance, and my back hit his hard chest. I spun around just as the glass shattered at my back. The full force of the ocean flooded into the cabin, sweeping me off my feet. I would have been pummeled against the walls if the man hadn't caught my wrist. As it was, water still spilled over me, choking the air in my lungs out as the man glared at me. His voice still rang loud and clear.
Who are you?
One of the corpses wrapped their rotten fingers around my neck.
Who are you?
A strangled scream escaped me as the last of my air vanished.
Kate.
I shot up in bed so fast that I slammed the top of my head against Ross' forehead. He jerked away, and I fell back onto the bed.
The pounding pain meant I would be sporting a nice goose egg later.
Ross exercised his jaw a few times before he knelt on the bed, and his worried gaze searched my face.
Are you all right?
I rubbed my bruised head and noticed that the throbbing pain in my ankle had returned.
If this keeps up, I'm going to have to say no.
Or I'll be dead.
I swept my eyes over the room.
The windows were intact and no fishes swam past.
It was just a dream.
Ross lifted an eyebrow.
That must have been some dream to make you scream as though you were dying.
A shudder ran through me, and I wrapped my arms around myself.
I really thought I was.
Ross took a seat close beside me and set his hand on my arm.
Tell me about it.
I took a deep breath, and recounted the harrowing tale. By the time I had finished, his mood hadn't improved.
And then I heard your voice and woke up, I finished.
He opened his mouth, but was interrupted by the opening of the door. The captain himself strode into his domain and made sure to shut the door behind himself. A shadow held sway on his brow as he strode over to us, his boots clomping heavily on the floorboards.
This cabin is well sealed so none can overhear my conversations, the captain revealed as he stood over us. But even the timbers below my feet at the wheel couldn't help but shudder under your cry.
My face fell and I dropped my gaze into my lap.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you guys worry. She had a bad dream, Ross explained. The captain shook his head.
A bad dream is where you wake up with your heart pounding in your chest. What I felt was a cry of agony, the like of which I've rarely heard except in a man's last moments.
I winced. That's sort of what it felt like.
Ross' expression had darkened.
Perhaps you witnessed another god. I blinked at him. Why do you say that? He shook his head. I don't know. I just have a feeling that's what you saw.
Perhaps our venturing into a new area aroused the ire of one unknown to us, and vice versa.
I wrinkled my nose. If that was a god, then I don't think I want to make his acquaintance again.
Fantoma glanced between us with a dubious look.
Why would one be visiting Kate here?
A ghost of a smile teased the corners of Ross' lips. A better question would be how you managed to secure one in your service.
The captain shrugged. Merely a matter of business.
He had nowhere to go, and I had something to offer him.
And there were the visits from Steela. I tilted my head to one side. The visits to you.
Fantoma shook his head.
No, she never went through, thank the gods, Dromos among them.
Steela amused herself by venturing into his lair and talking with him. I believe he came to appreciate her visits, trapped as he was in that dank place. Ross' curiosity was piqued.
How did Steela enter the grotto?
The way was shut by my family's magic. The captain grinned and tapped his temple with a finger.
There's always a way around magic.
I just happened to know a mole Pactus, who had a pair of special claws. He dug a narrow tunnel through which only Steela could fit, in one of the nearby ruin walls.
Why was Dromos trapped in there? I spoke up.
Fantoma's good humor fell a little, and he turned his face to one side.
His own kind had trapped him in there. Chapter 15.
Ross and I blinked at him for a moment, before my dragon lover spoke up.
The other gods.
Fantoma nodded.
Yes, or at least that's the story he told me.
Apparently he didn't agree with the decision to create the Pactus, and warned them that they would come to regret their kindness.
Why? I asked him.
Fantoma shook his head.
He refused to say, only admitting that he tried to stop them, and was punished by 5,000 years imprisonment. I swept my eyes over the ship. Does that mean the god of travelers is, well, not a traveler?
His influence stretches beyond his cavern, Fantoma mused as he grabbed a chair and dragged it over to us before taking a seat.
Though he himself can do nothing but sit there, waiting for the day of his release.
He can see the sailors but not feel the wind on his face. He can glimpse the wandered on the road, but not know the smells of the fresh spring. I winced.
That's horrible.
Fantoma nodded.
So I told him when I first discovered him sitting there.
In gratitude for my pity he offered me one boon, and for Steela's sake I took it.
The locket with Sissy's picture, I guessed.
He set a hand on his vest over a small pocket, and a bittersweet smile slipped onto his lips.
Yes. It was the most precious thing in the world to me.
He shook himself from his reverie, and his eyes sharpened as they flickered between us.
But my story doesn't explain your mention of gods.
I have only made the personal acquaintance of one, but seeing the cruel fates of so many men, I imagine the others are a fickle bunch.
I looked up at Ross. They've actually been pretty nice.
Ross smiled down at me.
They were fond of you.
Phantoma lifted an eyebrow.
Then there are many in the world?
I nodded. We've met 3 counting Dromos.
The last one was in Cunabourne.
The captain furrowed his brow.
I had heard reports of something amiss in the capital.
A plague of sorts, and an attack by a giant dragon.
Then they're true.
Ross sighed.
The dragon was my brother. Our host blinked at him.
Care to explain your words? Ross recounted that night, and our mess with the phony Pactus. By the time he had finished his tale, the captain had leaned back in his chair. A dark cloud marred his handsome features as he clasped his fingers together in his lap.
I see.
You 2 have had quite a strange adventure, haven't you?
I nodded. And it might get stranger on the island, but we need to go there.
Phantoma brushed his fingers over his eyes and sighed.
Would that I could help you now, but I am firm in my decision.
Ross nodded.
We understand, but we ask that you do this as quickly as possible.
Phantoma chuckled, but there was no mirth in the sound.
I've been waiting my whole life to be rid of this curse.
My impatience knows no bounds except to keep me and my men from getting killed.
He stood and inclined his head to us. Whatever gods you've met, one of them has blessed us with great speed.
We should see the outskirts of the village within a few hours. I'll alert you when we come close enough to set the away boat in the water.
And with that he left us.
I looked to Ross, who had a pensive expression on his face.
You're thinking about something. He nodded. We've had quite a number of gods intrude on our lives, and the number only seems to be growing.
I lifted an eyebrow.
Meaning what? He shook his head. I don't know, but as Phantoma reminded me, they can be a fickle breed.
An immortal would hardly care about our minuscule lives.
I frowned at him. That's not true.
Some of them care about us. Sophia and Aurora care, and Dromos helped us.
Even though he didn't want to, he reminded me as he grasped one of my hands in his own.
A small smile played across his lips as he met my eyes.
You have a kind heart, but there may come a time when we meet a god who doesn't like you.
I winced.
And then what?
His eyes twinkled.
How fast can you run? I snorted and swatted his arm. Ha ha, very funny.
I pried myself free from his grasp and dropped back onto the bed, with my head hitting the pillow.
There was still a faint coolness left from my sweat, as I stared up at the ceiling. Ross. Yes.
My eyes grew heavy as the rocking of the boat lulled me to sleep.
Don't leave me. Never. And with that, I drifted back to a thankfully dreamless sleep.
I wasn't awakened until a hand shook my shoulder.
Kate.
Wake up. We're here. I reluctantly creaked open my eyes and beheld Ross' handsome face hovering over me. A groggy snort escaped my lips.
Is this heaven? He grinned. It could be if we didn't have a boat to catch.
I sat up and heard the many footsteps of men, but all focused in one spot on the deck. Ross helped me up and I winced from my double bruising, and as luck would have it on opposite ends of my body. I rubbed my head as I hopped on my ankle.
You have a hard chin, among other things. He grinned. I'll take that as a compliment, but let's hurry on deck. He swept my bruised body into his arms and carried me outside.
The scenery had changed, and not for the better.
A heavy fog surrounded us, so that I could hardly see 50 yards off the bow.
The air wasn't as chilly, but the dampness sank into my bones like a wet blanket. Gulls cried out from the mist, but I couldn't see them. We found Phantoma standing at the helm with the wheel in his hands. He had a look on his face, like a man condemned to death, and facing it with a grim determination.
How can anyone see we're there?
I wondered as Ross set me down on the wheel deck. Phantoma wrinkled his nose.
I can smell it.
I lifted my nose and took in the scent of moss.
All I smell is seaweed. Exactly, was the cryptic reply.
The heavy focused footsteps I had heard earlier were the men preparing one of the smaller vessels for shore leave. They pulled it out over the railing, and one of them turned to the captain.
"All's ready for the shore, Captain."
Fantoma handed the controls over to his helmsman and caught our eyes.
"I'll be going ashore with our guests."
"Alone, Captain?" the sailor asked him. Fantoma walked down the stairs with Ross and me close behind him.
"Yes, alone. There's no danger here that more men can save me from."
His sailors looked confused but didn't argue with their leader. The professor climbed out of the hold with his bag in his hands. Together the four of us were put into the small vessel, and Fantoma took up one oar while Ross took the other. Fantoma's face was grim as he looked to his oarmate.
"Follow my lead." Chapter 16.
Together the pair rowed into the white abyss. I couldn't help but shiver a little, as we lost sight of the vessel. Land was nowhere to be found, but the cry of the gulls grew louder. The men worked hard against the tide to move the boat at a quick pace. The professor squinted into the great white nest that surrounded us.
"I have never seen fog such as this." "And nor will you," Fantoma told him as he rowed in unison with Ross. "The mist was cast by my ancestor, a witch of the seas said to have been a seal maiden."
The fog hides the village from anyone not welcome by the elder. I lifted an eyebrow.
"And you're not welcome."
He pursed his lips as he stared off into the misty distance.
"I've had some unpleasant dealings with her."
The air was thick with tension as we rowed into the unknown.
After a few long moments, I finally glimpsed the shoreline. It turned out to be a steep cliff of sand and rocks, pocked by bird holes.
The imposing walls stretched forever to our left and right, but Fantoma's eyes had guided us true, and we rowed toward a small recess in the stones. A short dock had been constructed some time ago for visitors from the sea. Behind the dock stood a narrow flight of stairs carved from the cliffside that meandered up to the top some 100 feet above our heads. Trees and grass peeked their heads out from the crest of the raised land, but otherwise all was still shrouded in mist. We tied our boat at the dock, and Fantoma led us up the stairs. Ross attempted to carry me toward the narrow flight, but I held up my hands.
"I'm not going up those steps in anyone's arms."
"If I go, I'm only taking myself with me." Ross smiled.
"Then I'll be behind you to catch you."
True to his word, I followed behind Fantoma with Ross next, and the professor and his bag brought up the rear. We climbed the tall, narrow steps, and I pressed my shoulder against the wall.
What I wouldn't have given for a railing or a magic carpet.
Finally, we reached the summit, and I crawled off the steps and onto the solid ground. The men stood around my limp body and surveyed the area. The fog had cleared a little and revealed a well-kept forest with tall, lush maple-like trees, and little brush except for the occasional wild rosebush. Fantoma nodded at the path that wound its way into the trees.
"This way."
Ross knelt beside me and grinned.
"Would you like to continue walking?" I twisted my head around to stare at my shaking legs. "I don't think that's an option right now."
He chuckled before he lifted me into his arms. We followed the others, as Fantoma led us into the misty woods. The scent of seaweed faded, and was replaced by the sweet scent of the lush trees around us. A carpet of clipped green grass, fed no doubt by the thick mist, stretched across the whole of the forest.
The source of the clipping soon emerged from the fog, and with a bell around its neck.
The cow sauntered out of the fog, and every now and again a soft tinkle came from the small bell on its collar. The creature headed straight for Fantoma, and he smiled as the animal nuzzled its soft, wet snout against him.
"Hello, Clopot. I'm surprised to see you still walking these hills." "She isn't the only one," a sharp, shaky voice called out from the fog.
Fantoma's smile dropped off his face faster than a vegan at a hamburger cookout. A shriveled figure of a short woman shuffled out of the fog in the direction the cow had come. She wore a plain skirt that stretched to her ankles, and a shawl covered the shoulders of her blouse. Her face was a mess of wrinkles, and a cotton candy mess of wispy white hair covered her head. She grasped a whittled cane of maple wood in one hand and glared at us.
"What are you doing here?"
Fantoma stepped forward and offered her a strained smile.
"We're here to." She beamed him over the head with her cane.
The movement was too swift to avoid, having been propelled by the wrath of a woman scorned.
"You show up here after 10 years, and you don't even have the decency to say hello to your grandmother."
Ross and my eyes widened, and I studied the shriveled creature with more effort. No red eyes, but there was that stubborn chin and high cheekbones. Fantoma rubbed the top of his head and glared at her.
"We're in a hurry."
Ross swept his gaze over the area.
"Then this is your home village."
The old woman's attention whipped over to us, and she narrowed her eyes.
She stabbed a finger at the three of us. "Who are they?"
Fantoma shut his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose.
"Some companions of mine. You know the rules about strangers. Don't bring them." She waved the cane at us. "Now shoo.
Go back to that ship of his that he loves more than his grandmother, just like his father and grandfather." Fantoma dropped his hand to his side and sighed.
"We had to make a living."
"Pish posh," she snapped as she stamped the bottom of her cane into the ground. The resulting slam startled the cow, and the poor thing swung around and raced into the woods, leaving behind her an echo of her frightened mooing.
"You men have no love but for that wretched sea."
I raised a hand. The woman turned her angered eyes on me.
"What?" I gestured to Ross. "This is Ross and I'm Kate, and this is Professor Nestor and Martha."
She wrinkled her nose at us.
"What do I care about your names?" I offered her a smile. "What's yours?"
The old woman's ire was punctured by my simple gesture. It didn't deflate much, but she grasped the top of her cane with both hands and stood as straight as she could manage. "I am Francis Fatties Fantoma, leader of the House of Fantoma and keeper of the village of Sudalma."
The professor lifted an eyebrow.
"A village called Oath?
What an unusual name.
Does it refer to a particular legend?"
"It refers to you getting lost on the ocean," she snapped as she returned her attention to her absent grandson.
Fantoma stepped toward her and towered over her short height. His red eyes blazed brightly in the foggy darkness.
"We're here to lift the curse that killed your husband and son."
The old woman froze, and her face showed her stunned look.
The hands that grasped her cane shook a little, but she squelched the shivering and narrowed her eyes at him. "Do you speak the truth?" He nodded. "On the graves of my forefathers do I speak the truth, and these people," he gestured to us, "they've come to help me do that."
The widow looked at us, with a new sense of curiosity mingled with a tinge of hope. She addressed her question to her kin.
"Can it be done?" "I believe so."
The matriarch contemplated her words before she sighed. With that single motion, all the bravado blew out of her. She was an old woman now, wrinkled and tired.
"Then come with me."
She turned but paused and inspected my being held by Ross with a curious look.
"What's the matter with you?" I shrugged. "I like to take in the scenery from this height."
Frances studied me for a long moment before a grin stretched her face. The woman slapped her thigh.
"I like this one. Got some spunk."
Her attention fell on Fantoma, and she jerked her head toward me.
"Why don't you marry that one? She doesn't have any ring on."
I winced at the reminder, and Fantoma's irritated expression spoke for both of us.
"I have no use for a woman, grandmother, other than the one I've already chosen." She wagged her cane at him. "How many times have I told you to call me Fanny? I'm hardly old enough to be anyone's grandmother."
He crossed his arms over his chest and scoffed.
"Then you keep forgetting that your grandson has a child." "One I've yet to see," she countered as she slammed the tip of the cane into the ground. "Now come along before I change my mind." Chapter 17.
Fanny hurried forth and we followed. She led us down the path and through the woods for half a mile before the way opened. The fog partially parted and revealed a sleepy little village of large thatched roof huts. There were about 24 of the houses, each with their own shed.
What really caught my attention was the decor.
They were all decked out in a myriad of shells and glass bottles. The mist floated into the bottles and a faint glow could be seen, though I couldn't see what created the soft light. At the end of the main road was the largest of the homes, a shingle-roofed home hewn from logs and raised up on a dirt platform accessed by a wide set of stone block steps.
The home, too, was decorated in bottles and shells.
And added to the eclectic mix were strings strung with gold coins. The faint light from the bottles reflected off their faces, and I couldn't help but note the myriad of faces and denominations. No doubt treasures looted by the pirate captain's ancestors. Open fire pits lay in the spacious yards of all the homes, and many hard large gardens and stock pens for their animals. The villagers went about their chores but ceased when we arrived. They looked with curiosity at us as we passed through their midst.
Children raced up to the edge of the road and gawked at our group.
Some even waved, and I returned the favor. My cheeks were a little red at being seen carried by Ross.
"Set me down as early as you can," I pleaded with him in a low whisper.
He nodded, and as we reached the steps he set me on the bottom one.
I hobbled my way up with his steady hand on one arm.
Fanny opened the door and led us inside, where we found a comfortable front room. A short table stood close to a huge stone fireplace, and the floor had been built with flagstones worth soft by countless feet. Painted pictures with elaborate wooden frames covered the walls. Fantoma turned to our learned companion.
"We're here, now where do we go?" The professor reached into his bag and drew out the map.
He moved over to the table where he unfurled the paper and set weights on the corners to keep it open while he studied the next image. While the men cast their gaze on the map, one of those framed paintings caught my attention. I limped over to the painting, one of the largest, that hung over the mantel. The art depicted a large cave grotto, with sharp stalagmites and stalactites littering the edges of the scene, creating a sort of frame within a frame. In the foreground was an uneven floor, but the background was the majesty of the piece.
It showed a large mural painted on the wall, which depicted a tall figure with the lower half of a fish, and the upper half of a man with flowing hair.
He held a looking glass in one hand, and a half circle with a line at the bottom in the other palm.
"Zarist."
I started and turned my head as Fanny came up to my side. Her gaze lay on the painting.
"What's a Zarist?" I asked her. She nodded at the figure. "That's his name.
This village has worshipped him since time immemorial. He had granted us protection with his fog, which has kept our village safe from marauders and thieves for centuries." I returned my attention to the figure and squinted.
"He looks," I winced as pain shot up from my ankle. The steps had taken their toll.
Fanny set a hand on my lower back and turned me about.
"You should take a seat.
You have the eyes of someone who is greatly troubled." I was glad for the invitation, and we rejoined the men at the table. The professor was tracing the journey from our starting point of the broken tree to the next image, a shimmering fish. "A fish," he mused as rubbed his chin in one hand for a moment before he looked up at Fantoma.
"Does this village do very much fishing?"
A scoff came from Fanny as the captain shook his head.
"Very little. The cliffs are very steep. And the crashing sea is far too dangerous for that messy business," Fanny spoke up. She stretched her neck out to peer over our shoulders. "What have you there?" Her grandson sighed. "It's the map I found in grandfather's things aboard my ship."
She wrinkled her nose.
"Is that what it is?"
"Where's the key?" Fantoma twisted his head about and frowned at her.
"It doesn't have a key, otherwise we wouldn't have come here looking for the clue."
The professor leaned in close to study the fish.
"A fish with shimmering scales. That must refer to something along the coastline, perhaps even in the harbor where we anchored."
Fanny shook her head.
"It isn't that."
We all stopped our perusal and looked up at her.
What?
Fantoma lifted an eyebrow.
Do you know what that means?
Fanny lifted her chin up and scoffed.
Of course I know what that means.
There are fish in the cave below the village, and on the walls are some strange musical notes. The captain frowned.
Why have I never heard of these notes?
His grandmother swatted the back of his head, which made him wince. Because you didn't listen to me when I told you about them, you foolish boy. You were too busy looking out to sea, and up the dresses of all the women in the village. He rubbed the back of his head but kept his cool.
What do these notes mean? She shrugged. I don't know.
Nobody ever told me they meant anything, other than a bored villager scratching some song into the walls for his sweetheart. Fantoma caught all of our eyes.
We leave immediately. Not without me, Fanny insisted as she moved over to the door and drew off a heavier shawl than the one she wore.
The captain glared at her.
You'll only slow us down. She scoffed. You know as well as I do how large that cave is.
You'll be lucky to find the notes in a fortnight on your own, but I know which cavern they're in. Fantoma pursed his lips.
All right, but I'm counting on you to know the way.
The old woman chuckled as she turned to us, with her heavy shawl draped over her withered shoulders.
I know that cave better than you know your ship. Now stop wasting time with talking and let's go. She shuffled out of the house.
I was disappointed to leave the warm dwelling so soon, but the disappointment soon changed to embarrassment as we stepped outside.
The whole village waited for us at the bottom of the steps.
One of the women stepped forward.
What are strangers doing here, Mother Fanny?
She waved away her concern.
They are here to help my family, and you can do the same by alerting the watchers that we're coming, so they'd better not be asleep at their posts again. She studied us. But the rules set down by... I know the rules, Fanny snapped, and a tense hush fell over the crowd.
The old woman closed her eyes and sighed.
My people.
I understand your worry, and with that knowledge I will set these strangers before him. Should any prove to be unworthy for any reason, I will personally throw them into the sea with all of you as witness to the God's will. A murmur ran through the crowd, and many of the adults bobbed their heads.
The crowd parted, and Fanny cast a quick look at us before she lowered her voice to a whisper. Don't do anything stupid.
She led us through the crowd and down the street. After we had cleared the people and the tense atmosphere had subsided, I caught Fantoma's eye.
Why don't you allow any strangers? It was Fanny who answered me. The God protects us, and we're obligated not to invite trouble into the village.
Fantoma nodded to his grandmother.
And there you have it.
A village isolated from the world.
She shot him a glare.
A village that cares about its own, even those who run about pretending to be a pirate. Fantoma gestured to an assortment of hanging bottles with a few loose coins.
This wealth was brought by my pirate crew, an eye for you to trade with the men along the main road beyond the forest.
Fanny stared ahead and lifted her nose. A few hushed words left her parted lips that even I barely caught.
I would rather have had more time with my son and husband than with these trinkets. Chapter 18.
We didn't follow the path that led to the dock, but instead turned westward into the trees. A well-worn trail meandered through the forest, and at equal intervals were short stone statues. They had been worn smooth by weather, but I could decipher a face at the top with clasped hands. I caught Fantoma's eyes and gestured to a stone we passed.
What do these stones represent? It was Fanny who answered my question.
They are of the god to which we owe our bounty.
Interesting, the professor mused as he studied the next statue. Which god is it?
She stretched herself to her full short height and lifted her head up high.
Zarist, the son of the sea.
Ross furrowed his brow.
That sounds like the name of a god in Cunabourne named Zaros, who's also a son of Unda. He was said to be a trickster of good fun.
I nudged his side with my elbow, and lowered my voice to a whisper.
You don't happen to be on good terms with him, do you?
Ross smiled.
I haven't had the pleasure of meeting either one.
He raised his voice so everyone else could hear him.
What's this test we have to take in front of Zarist? You must place yourselves before him and see if he disapproves of you, she revealed. I shrugged. That doesn't sound too bad.
If even a single drop of water falls nearby, then you will be deemed unworthy, and I will keep my word to my people and toss you into the ocean. She lowered her voice to a mumble.
And I'll do the same to the guards if I catch them napping again.
My face drooped.
Okay, that's not good.
Ross grinned at me.
I don't think that will be a problem for the two of us.
The professor, however, looked a little shaky as he clutched his bag to his chest.
I would rather not go for a swim. The cave has been rather dry of late, Fanny assured us as the trees parted to reveal the coastline. I'm sure you'll all be fine.
I never liked hearing famous last words. Fanny guided us to another set of narrow steps. These didn't meander but traveled straight down to a narrow outcropping that rose only 2 feet above the crashing waves. The path followed the meandering cliffs some 100 feet to a cave mouth some 10 feet high and nearly as wide. Shadows lurked only a few feet inside the mouth, and beyond that was darkness with a faint hint of glowing light. Fanny stepped down a few steps and grasped the wall of the cliff with one hand and the cane with the other. She paused and looked up at us with a mischievous glint in her eyes.
Mind your feet, or you'll have enough time to regret not paying attention.
She proceeded downward, and the rest of us followed at a careful pace. The sea spray tickled my left cheek as we traveled downward. Gulls screamed overhead, and the fog that had cleared in the village came back to hide much of the sea. By the time we reached the bottom, the fog had crept in around our group, leaving us with only 10 feet of visibility. We soon reached the bottom and proceeded over to the mouth of the cave. The waters of the ocean lapped against the path, and I couldn't help but notice that the stain of the high water line lay not on my left, but on my right, a foot up the cliff wall.
Is this place safe all the time? I asked our guide.
Fanny shook her head.
No, but the tide is in our favor.
For now. Great words of comfort as we reached the mouth of the cave. Shadows lurked in the belly of the grotto, but the faint light I had seen from the cliff top turned out to be torches hung on the walls. 2 men stood guard just inside the mouth, and at our coming they set their hands on the hilts of swords which closely resembled the one on Phantoma's own hip.
Who goes there? One of them called out.
Fanny scoffed.
It's nice to hear the sounds of your voices, and not your snoring.
The men relaxed and bowed their heads to the elder.
Good afternoon, Fanny. What brings you down here, and with these?
He looked past her and at us. Guests who will now be going to trial before Zarist, she informed them as she waved her hands at them.
Now step aside and let us pass to the mural.
The men did as requested, and we proceeded into the cave.
The hole opened to a huge cavern that must have covered much of the interior of the cliffside. A half-dozen tunnels at the back of the hollow ran off deeper into the earth.
A trench sloped down out of the smooth, bumpy floor, and ran for some 100 feet from the entrance down to a shimmering pool.
What really caught my attention was a large, smooth wall behind the pool.
Standing before me was a perfect picture of the painting I had beheld in Fanny's house.
There were the spears of stone that framed the mural.
The painting hadn't given credit to how huge was the mural. The figure was some 20 feet high with shimmering stones of sea blue set into the eyes. Fanny drew the tip of her cane down the narrow trench to the reflecting pool below the mural.
When the tide is at its fullest, it swallows the path outside, and the waters flow into here.
His Majesty has touched all of the stones inside this place, making it sacred to him.
This is where you'll face your judgment.
She stopped her cane at a small circular platform at the edge of the pond, which stood front and center to the mural. A sly smile slipped onto her lips as she glanced at each of us.
Which one of you wants to go first?
Ross and I looked at each other before we both answered together.
I do.
Fanny's smile dropped into a frown.
Only one can go at a time.
Her attention fell on me.
You first. I blinked at her. Why me? Why do this at all?
Fantoma spoke up as he marched to the center of our little group. He waved his hand at all the little tunnels that spread out from the main cavern.
Why don't we go find the key and be done with it?
Fanny wagged her cane at him.
Tradition must be upheld.
Besides, you idiot. She swung her cane around and pointed it at the two men at the entrance. We have witnesses. Ross grasped my arm and caught my eye.
You sure you want to do this? I shrugged. We all have to, so why not start with me?
I puffed out my chest, steadied my weak ankle, and hobbled down the gentle slope beside the trench. The circle was flanked by short stalagmites, and I skirted between them and the ditch. The trench broke into two narrower parts, and looped around the circular platform to slip into the pool. As I passed by the rocks, I noticed a faint glow emanate from their cores, but I didn't heed them. All my focus lay on the mural before me. I stepped onto the platform, which stood 2 feet above the water, and lifted my eyes to that imposing figure. I waited for a celestial sign of acquiesce or refusal. Nothing came but for the soft flutter of the torches.
I'm here,
I shouted, and my voice echoed all over the cavern.
I turned on the platform to sweep my eyes over the area. Well,
my hand brushed up against one of the stalagmites. I jumped back as the cone pulsed with a soft greenish-blue light, and the rock became warm to the touch. The pointed stone's strange behavior was contagious, as those around it were brought to glowing life. I whipped my head up to my companions, who stood 10 feet away. Their faces held confusion mixed with curiosity. Even the guards crept closer and gawked at the sight.
Could somebody tell me what's happening? Chapter 19.
Fanny's mouth was still agape as she shook her head.
I don't know. This has never happened before.
Fantoma nodded at another stalagmite not far away.
Touch another one.
His grandmother whipped her head up and glared at him.
What a foolish idea.
What if this angers the god?
Then it's too late, so we may as well make it worth our while. I turned my gaze to Ross, who lifted his gaze to the ceiling. I haven't seen a drop of water fall to tell us we've angered him, so go ahead. I slipped over to the cone and tapped the top with a finger.
The stone pulsed with life and a soft warmth washed over me. Fanny shook off her shock and furrowed her brow.
The god's fingers. The professor lifted an eyebrow. What's that?
She waved her hand at the stalagmites.
Those are called god's fingers.
They are as sacred to this place as the Pool of Tears.
Pool of Tears?
The professor murmured, as he scurried over to the pool. He crouched down and studied the waters before he lifted his head to examine the mural.
How very interesting.
Fanny scowled at the learned man before she caught Fantoma's attention.
Who is this man?
Fantoma shrugged.
A man who knows his maps better than anyone, even me. I have dabbled a little in ancient mythology as well, the professor mused as he squinted at the calm waters. It helps to read the keys and inscriptions on ancient religious maps.
The captain lifted an eyebrow.
And what does that information tell you? Nothing.
The professor stood and turned to us with a bemused smile.
The books say nothing of this place, and little of this god. I blinked at him. So why the sudden interest? The professor tapped the side of his nose.
My books may say nothing about this pool, and others like it, but my grandmother once told me a tale which has remained with me for 70 years. Her story is what first sparked my interest in maps. The captain rolled his eyes.
Please refrain from. Hush you, his grandmother scolded him as she jabbed her elbow into his side.
She returned her attention to the professor, and offered him a smile.
What did your sweet grandmother tell you?
The professor cupped his chin in one hand and furrowed his brow.
Let me see. She told me that if I ever traveled the world and came upon a pool, I would be in the presence of a sacred place.
The pools were a source of travel for the gods. They could glimpse into other places, even other worlds, and through them they could visit anywhere they wished. My eyes widened as I recalled my drop into this strange new world. I whipped my head up to Ross, but he gave me a knowing look and pressed a finger to his lips. Fantoma crossed his arms over his chest and frowned at the old man.
How does that help us read the map? The professor gave him a sheepish smile and shook his head. Not at all, I'm afraid, but I thought it an interesting anecdote. Of course it was, Fanny assured him as she swept over to his side and set a hand on his shoulder.
She cast a scolding look at her grandson.
If only everyone listened to their grandmother as you have.
Fantoma had to suppress rolling his eyes as he turned to me.
Nobody seems to have an explanation for whatever magic you've created.
I looked down at the assortment of color rock lamps around me and shook my head.
I don't know either. A grandmother does have an explanation for that, Fanny snapped as she frowned at her descendant. The god's fingers only light when the god himself is near.
Fantoma swept his eyes over the room.
If he is, he's being shy.
One of the guards stepped forward.
It isn't a sign of anger, is it, Fanny? She waved him away. Of course not, now go back to your stations. We'll be going deeper into the caverns, and if we don't return in the hour, fetch someone to find us in the note room.
The men reluctantly nodded and returned to their positions close to the entrance.
So what now? I asked my companions. Now we go deeper into the cavern, Ross told me as he strode toward one of a group of tunnel openings.
He happened to pass by a nest of dormant stones. His hand brushed against them, and my eyes widened as they too came alive at his touch. He jerked to a stop, and for the first time he looked utterly confused and shocked. He reached out a trembling hand and set his palm on the top of a peak. The stone glowed brighter and illuminated the space, casting the shadows into the darkest corners of the cavern. He removed his hand and the glow softened but didn't vanish. Ross clasped his hand in the palm of his other one and shook his head.
What magic is this? Pactus, no doubt, Fantoma spoke up as he sauntered over to an unlit stalagmite. He tapped the top and nothing happened. Your god gift evidently activates the stones.
The people of my village, however, have no such gifts other than this. He used a hand to gesture to his eyes. Ross brushed his hand over the tip of the stone and furrowed his brow.
Interesting.
Fantoma strode over to one of the stalagmites laying broken on the ground, picked it up and turned to us. The stone in his hand didn't have the glow like the others.
I care less that they glow than that we can use them.
Ross glanced at me.
And Kate? She's a special case no matter how you look at it, the captain counted as he tossed the rock to Ross, who caught it in one hand. The stone immediately began to glow. Both of you take one and light our path. He switched his attention to his grandmother. For your great-granddaughter Sake, lead the way.
She pursed her lips but obeyed him as she led us to the mouth of one of the tunnels.
I scooped up a stone, and it illuminated itself for me.
Doubt filled my mind, but it wasn't for the path ahead. I couldn't help but wonder if Ross' lineage and my, well self weren't the reason why these god fingers glowed. We passed by a pile of mouldy unlit torches and ventured into the tunnel.
Nobody goes down here much, huh? I spoke up.
Fanny shook her head.
Hardly at all. There isn't much to see, other than the glory the gods have given us.
The tunnel meandered its way through the heavy bedrock of the earth beneath the forest. My light allowed me to glimpse ends of long tree roots that stuck out of the ceiling, and beneath our feet crunched the dried bodies of ancient mold and dirt. I wrinkled my nose.
Is it safe to breathe this air?
Fanny gave me a distasteful look.
I've been breathing this air my whole life and there's nothing wrong with me. Nothing anyone can fix.
Fantoma muttered. She glared at him before she looked ahead and quickened her step.
Hurry along now and mind those torches.
Ross held his further aloft, while I brought up the rear with mine. The professor walked in front of me, turning his head this way and that.
"What an adventure," he murmured with a bright smile on his face.
I caught his eye.
"You don't usually get to see the results of your map reading, do you?" He shook his head. "Quite the contrary.
I am often left behind, while others have all the excitement." I gave him a sheepish grin.
"I kind of hope you're disappointed on this trip." He nodded. "Oh, I completely understand.
Dangers are not to be taken lightly, and I have had a grand time of it so far, so I do not regret at all taking on this job. In fact, I will charge nothing for the service of reading the map."
"That's good to hear," Fantoma called over his shoulder from his position just behind his grandmother. "If something happens to me, it would be quite a task to get the money out of my estate."
I lifted an eyebrow.
"Who's in charge of it if you die?" "Sissy."
I winced.
"I see what you mean."
Fanny guided us through a maze of tunnels and passages.
They all looked alike to me.
All rocks and dirt mixed with some conical stones. That is, until our path opened.
Chapter 20.
We ventured deep into the earth, and the air grew both stagnant and moister. Fanny turned left and right as though the path was second nature, and before long she had thoroughly confused me, but we also arrived at our destination. The location of the scales turned out to be a small grotto, hardly more than 20 feet in diameter. The ground was a rough mess of rocks and small puddles of water. Dozens of miniature ponds dotted the floor. The captain turned his face to his grandmother.
"Where are these notes?"
She nodded at a smoothed wall ahead of us. 3 feet above the floor, a spot some 10 feet wide had been rubbed smooth, and in that 4-foot-tall rubbing were a number of musical notes.
The scales to which the map alluded.
The professor's face was filled with glee as he rummaged through his bag before drawing out the map.
Yes, that should be it. Now let's see what we can decipher from them."
He scurried over with the rest of us not far behind. The professor scoured the document before he examined the wall. The map indicates that the next clue is a circle in which has been drawn a single narrow eye.
"Maybe there's a code in the notes," Fantoma suggested.
His grandmother snorted.
"The best songs that have come down from his time are drunken sea shanties." He shrugged. "The classics never die."
I looked up at Ross, who was scanning the notes.
"What do you think?" "I think we're not looking at the whole picture," he mused, a pronouncement which caught the attention of the others.
Fantoma lifted an eyebrow.
"What's that supposed to mean?"
Ross nodded at the wall.
"Somebody went to a lot of trouble to scrub a spot for the notes."
"Why do you think that is?"
"Terrible handwriting needs a clean slate,"
I guessed. Fanny took a step closer to the wall, and up to the professor's side. She squinted at the smooth wall, and she set her hand on the stone.
"This isn't completely smooth. There are lines here."
The rest of us crowded around her, as she traced a nearly imperceptible groove in the stone which started at a small circle.
"This here," she mused as she tapped the circle. "This is the entrance hall, and this," she traced the line with her finger where it branched off, and she took the left-hand branch to a small circle that matched the one at the beginning, "is where we now stand."
I wrinkled my nose.
"How can you tell that from a squiggle?" She cast a bemused smile at me.
"Because I know these tunnels, my dear. I know every corner and dip, and obviously so did the captain of old. He's traced a map on the back of these," she wrinkled her nose as she waved a hand at the notes, "these meaningless scribbles to lead us to where we need to go next." "Can you follow his trail?" her grandson asked her. She stuck her chin in the air and puffed out her chest.
"Of course."
She set her finger on the intersection where she had strayed to the left, but this time she turned right.
"We will go here."
She stopped her digit at the end of the line, but confusion and irritation creased her forehead.
"That's strange."
Ross lifted an eyebrow.
"What is?"
She tapped on a point along the line that ended before the end circle.
"There isn't anything there." The path ends at a wall. Then there must be a way through it, the captain insisted as he inspected the notes. And these must show the way.
A thought struck me, and I glanced at my companions.
Does anyone know how to whistle? The professor nodded. I can whistle. As can I, the captain replied.
Fanny blinked at me.
What can a tune do?
I tapped the place along the path where she had told us a wall stood.
We can get through a wall, or at least that's what I'm hoping. Maybe it opens with a tune.
A smile curled onto Ross' lips.
Brilliant. I shrugged. Not really. There's music on the wall. Why not play it?
Phantoma nodded.
Then let's go try to play it.
We turned and headed back to the entrance, our footsteps echoing off the solid walls.
The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end as a strange, unsettling feeling fell over me. Do you guys ever get the feeling that this has been all too easy?
I mused as we ventured back toward the tunnel. Me and my big mouth. As we neared the door, 5 huge stalactites dropped out of the roof above the entrance and slammed into the floor, burying themselves a foot deep into the stony earth.
This can't be good, Ross commented. I heard a strange noise behind us and turned to face the grotto.
My pulse quickened as I watched the water in the puddles ooze upward and form into vague humanoid shapes.
Guys!
I shouted, and my compatriots spun around. Ross grabbed my hand and yanked me behind him before he flexed his hands, stretching them into claws. The professor stumbled backward into the bars of our cage. Against his weight, they didn't even budge. We were trapped, and we were outnumbered.
I looked up at Ross. You think you can convince them you're a distant cousin?
He kept his eyes on the figures as he shook his head.
I don't think there's any negotiating with them.
Fanny wrinkled her nose.
There isn't.
These are water wisps, servants of Zarist.
The professor's eyes widened. Magic of the gods. Now's not the time to be thinking about research.
Phantoma scolded him as the captain drew his sword. One of the creatures gave a great garbled cry and lunged at him. He cut the air with his blade and cleanly sliced the creature in twain across the waist. Both portions dropped to the floor with a heavy splash, but a moment later the wisp began to reform. Its arm was the first to jut out of its puddle body, and the captain cut that off.
It dropped into itself, and again the thing rose from the dead. Damn it! Phantoma cursed as he took a few steps away from his unbeatable foe.
Ross swung his clawed fist at another monster that attacked him, and his hand sank into the oozing body. The creature grasped his arm in both their hands and yanked him forward, pulling him off guard.
Ross!
I shouted as I leapt forward, but Fanny grasped my arms and held me back. Other wisps piled on top of him, entwining their bodies about him. His glowing stone clattered to the floor, its light diminished but not extinguished. He became completely encased in the center of their group. His feet floated a foot above the floor as he swam in their midst, unable to break their grip. Were it not for his ability to breathe underwater, he would have drowned. A squeaky roar came from behind us, and I whipped my head around in time to watch one of the stone cones be smashed to bits. Strangely enough, there was nobody there to do the smashing. There came another crash, and another stalagmite toppled to the floor.
That's when I looked down.
A rock stood there, but not just any rock. It was a small magni, hardly a foot tall, with tiny stones for limbs.
Its eyes appeared large for its small head as it waved to me.
Fanny blinked at the tiny thing.
What in all the gods are you?
The magni gave her a small salute.
I'm Petro. Nice to meet you.
Fanny's shock didn't make her forget her ingrained manners as she inclined her head.
My name is Fanny. No time for that, I scolded the pair as I spun around to face our foes.
We now had an escape, but 2 of our company were trapped. Phantoma was surrounded by the wisps. His arm worked fast to cut them down, but that only slowed down his inevitable capture. Ross struggled in the grips of the wisps, but their hands had inverted into their bodies and held him tight.
There was something I noticed, however.
The floor was splashed with their wet bodies, but none of them dared cover the glowing conical stone.
What did I have to lose?
I rushed forward with my lit rock held high and a war cry in my throat. The wisps paused in their attacks and turned their faceless heads toward me.
I swung the stone like a bat, and the rock cut deep into their bodies.
The soft glow brightened into a painfully bright light, so much so that Ross and I were forced to shut our eyes. The wisps wreathed as their forms took on that same light, and I watched as best I could as their bodies were absorbed into the stone.
After a long moment, the rock clattered to the dry floor, and the painful illumination dimmed, but the stone was still brighter than before.
Also, Ross was free. Ross dropped to the ground and quickly righted himself.
He lifted his head and grinned at me. It seems I owe you a kiss. I snorted and used my foot to nudge the stone. I think this deserves that kiss.
He scooped up the cone and studied the glowing stone.
It looks like they've returned to their god. I could use that stone over here, the captain shouted as he kept his foes at bay with his quick swordsmanship.
Ross darted over wielding the stone, and in a few moments the icicle rock held the power of more of the wisps. I breathed a sigh of relief, which was interrupted by a soft tug on my pants hem.
Chapter 21.
I looked down to find the tiny Magni at my side, with those large eyes looking up at me.
What's your name?
I couldn't help but smile as I knelt in front of the small creature.
My name's Kate, but where did you come from? The forest, Petro replied in a matter-of-fact voice. It swept its bright eyes over the area. These stones are so different from me. I wonder why.
Ross came up to my side and lifted an eyebrow.
How did you follow us?
The Magni puffed out its stony chest.
I rolled down the hill after you into the town, and grabbed onto your wagon as you went to the port. I was trying to get onto the ship when I fell into the water, but the nice men pulled me up.
My eyes widened.
You were the wart on the anchor.
The Magni tilted its head to one side.
What? I shook my head. Never mind. And you followed us into these caves from the ship?
Petro nodded.
Oh yes, my friends helped me off the anchor.
You were the first humans I ever saw, and I wanted to see more of you. Your houses are so very strange with so many holes.
And that creature that pulled the moving thing was even stranger.
It paused and contemplation flickered through his eyes.
Cart.
Horse.
The cart looked funny, but the horse was very stable. Some nice wood.
Fanny frowned.
How did you follow us through these tunnels with such short legs?
The Magni leaned down and set a palm against the floor.
We can feel vibrations in the ground. I followed your footsteps.
I glanced up at Ross, who had both a troubled and bemused expression on his face.
Looks like we have a stowaway.
Petro shrank down close to the floor.
Is that bad? Did I do bad?
Ross looked past our short friend and at the cleared doorway.
No, I think you did quite the opposite, but your family must be worried about you.
Petro shook his oval head.
Oh no. I told them I would be going with you. I told them you would take care of me.
My face drooped.
I hope they don't believe in stoning as a punishment.
Fanny threw her hands up.
What nonsense is this?
We should be worrying about the anger of the god on our heads. His wisps wouldn't have attacked us if they thought we were of good heart. She stabbed the bottom of her cane at her grandson and nearly socked him in the nose.
They sensed the mischief in you.
He pushed her cane away from his face.
I'd like to think of it as a test of strength and cunning.
Ross looked down at the glowing stone he still grasped in his hand.
I would call it luck, so we'd better hurry before our luck runs out.
I returned my attention to the tiny Magni.
Do you want me to carry you?
Petro nodded.
Please. Your steps are too far for me to keep up.
I grasped its tiny body and tried to lift, but a wheezing grunt escaped me.
Holy cow, you're heavy.
Are you solid stone? The Magni puffed out his tiny chest.
Oh yes.
Mother feeds me heavy stones every day.
I'll carry it, Ross offered as he held out the stone sickle to me.
I took our single light source, and Ross hefted the tiny creature into his arms.
Even he looked a little strained as he readjusted Petro's weight.
We made to leave the room, but I noticed one of our party didn't follow.
That was the professor, who stood before the smooth wall with his eyes scanning the notes. Professor,
I called to him as the others paused near the doorway. He started and turned to us with an apologetic smile.
My sincerest apologies. He scurried over to us. The adventure with those wisps nearly wiped out the memory of the melody, and so I sought to remind myself before we left.
Reunited, we quickly left the grotto and proceeded down the tunnel system. I wish I had known that the map on the wall wasn't to scale, as the feet stretched into miles. We had been traveling for at least an hour when the trail ended just where Fanny said it would, at a big dead end. She stopped before the heavy wall and turned to face our group, where she rapped her cane against the stone.
A heavy thud came from her knock. As solid as your head, she quipped at her grandson. Perhaps for brute force, the captain countered as he puckered his lips.
I wasn't exactly musically inclined, so I was more than a little surprised when a soft, sweet melody poured forth from his mouth.
The tune echoed around us, creating an effect like a choir. After a couple dozen notes, the captain found himself at the end of the song.
We all waited breathlessly for something to happen, but after the music had died away, Fanny wrinkled her nose.
Well, what now?
Fantoma crossed his arms over his chest and frowned.
This has to work. There's no other way.
Amartha lifted his eyebrow.
Was this ancestor of yours a large man?
Fantoma nodded.
As tall as a mast and with a chest as wide as 2 barrels, or some sources say. Then perhaps your impressive ancestor had vocal cords to match his size, the professor suggested, as he patted his hand against his own chest. We shall join together to perform a duet. A trio, Ross spoke up.
Fantoma nodded.
Very well.
Together at my mark.
Mark.
Together the three of them began the haunting song. Their trio of voices echoed over the walls, and the music felt as though it flowed not over me but through me, leaving me with a slight thrill of melody.
Our surroundings felt it too, as the walls shuddered beneath the echoing majesty of their song.
The rock wall that blocked our path began to quiver and shake, and after a moment a stone slab dropped backward to reveal a vast cavern. Fanny took a step into the hidden cavern, and inspected the area, before she looked over her shoulder at her grandson. Her lips were tightly pursed, but she nodded her head at Fantoma.
You have a good head on your shoulders. He grinned. I had a good mind to learn from.
A ghost of a smile touched the corners of her lips, but she shook it off and jerked her head in the direction of the cavern.
Come on now. Let's get those eyes fixed.
The entrance grotto had nothing on the size of this majestic space. A small lake stretched out for half a mile to touch the far back wall, not that our illuminated stones could make out much beyond the halfway point. The waters were dark and still, as was the air around us as we ventured down the gentle incline toward the shore. Moss hung over the stalactites, and the conical rocks so hung low from the ceiling their tips nearly touched their more earthen brethren. I also noticed there was only one way in and out. Ross swept his eyes over our surroundings.
This is quite a large lake for being underground.
Fanny cast a bemused look at him.
Surely a prince of Hadrianus has seen larger undersea caverns than this.
Ross smiled at her.
Then you knew, and I have, but very rarely.
She lifted her nose.
You smell like the sea, and your eyes are an unusual color.
There was also that display of power in the last grotto, gave it away.
He chuckled. I'll have to remember to cover those next time. Speaking of eyes, does anybody see the next clue?
I spoke up as I inspected the area. The professor drew out the map and unfurled just the bottom where the last clue lay.
An eye encircled by a thin line.
Fantoma swept his eyes over the area and frowned.
There has to be more meaning to it than that.
The professor tucked the map back into his bag and nodded. I would concur, so we must keep our eyes open for anything even remotely unusual.
Or usual, I quipped as I studied the sharp stalactites over our heads.
Ross turned to me.
You'll stay here.
I put some weight on my ankle and winced.
Not a bad idea.
My companions spread out over the shoreline and proceeded to investigate every nook and cranny they could find. Petro tugged on my pant leg, and I looked down into his curious eyes.
Does your foot hurt?
I nodded.
Yeah. I kind of twisted it a while back.
I studied the tiny creature's own body makeup.
I suppose you don't really have that problem.
Petro shook his head.
No.
We don't twist. We dust. He pounded one hand into the other, and a smidgen of dust was brushed off the top.
See? Dust. And with that demonstration, the tiny rock person shuffled off.
While the others moved away from me, something drew my limping self to the edge of the water. I couldn't explain this strange urge, but I knew I didn't like it. It was like a forceful push, as though an older sibling was drawing me into a game I didn't want to play. I stopped at the shore and lifted the glowing stone high in the air. The light reflected off the black water, but couldn't penetrate the surface.
It was like I was viewing a dark mirror. Then something stirred in the depths.
I couldn't see anything.
I just felt it.
Ross called to me, and I strained to reply, but my full attention had been captured by the waters.
Kate.
Kate.
Chapter 22. And that's when I saw it.
A small bubble appeared in the middle of the lake. More bubbles appeared, forming a hill that grew increasingly taller as Ross reached me. He grasped my arm with his free hand and jerked me away, so I faced him.
What's wrong?
Being deprived of their only light sources, the others had hurried over to us. The professor looked out over the water and adjusted his spectacles.
There is something out there.
All eyes fell on the growing hill of bubbles that gurgled out of the dark waters. They formed a huge mound higher than I was tall, and as one they all exploded. A shimmering tall figure leapt into the air above the popping remains and opened his arms wide. My mouth dropped open when I recognized the figure from my dreams. Ross noticed my gaping reaction.
What is it? I nodded at the man. That's the guy from my dreams.
The one with the dead. My blood ran cold as more bubble spots appeared on the surface of the water. Dozens of them.
An arm broke through the surface, but this wasn't any ordinary limb.
It was covered in ragged clothing stretched over rotten flesh. The bubbles exploded as heads popped up, their toothless mouths agape in horrible moans. The corpses stretched their skeletal arms toward us, and their eyeless sockets held a faint glow like the one provided by the stones in Ross and my hands. Fanny's eyes widened.
My God.
The imposing figure raised one hand and the corpses were silenced. When he spoke, his voice boomed as it had boomed in the cabin, but this time with a reverberating effect off the stone walls of the cavern.
Why have you disturbed my slumber?
Fanny dropped to her knees at the edge of the water and clutched her arms against herself before she bowed her head.
Forgive us, my lord.
We didn't know. The god's terrible eyes fell on me, and they narrowed. A shiver ran down my spine.
Who are you? I shook my head. I'm just along for the ride. He scoffed. You cannot fool me.
You merely wear the flesh of a mortal, but your light is bright compared to that of your companions. Why have you intruded on my domain? Fantoma stepped forward and lifted his chin.
We've come to lift the curse on my family. The curse that gave us these. He pointed at his eyes.
Fanny stomped up to his side and put her hands on her hips as she glared up at the imposing god.
Are you the one who has killed my men? He inclined his head.
I am the one who sees beyond the horizon. Your ancestors called me Zarist, and it was I who granted the family of your husband the eyes that can see farther than any others. In exchange I was given the promise of worship, until the last blood of your clan was buried in the ground with their ancestors.
She stomped the foot of her cane on the ground. Then release them.
Free them from your terrible work, and I swear we will keep our end of the bargain.
The god shook his head. As much as I wish it, he cannot so easily return the gift I bestowed upon his ancestor those many years ago.
Once a pact is made by blood, then only blood can undo its magic. A little bit of color drained from Fantoma's face, but he stiffened his jaw.
If it's my last drop, then I'll give it. No.
Fanny grasped his arm with both her hands, and her pleading eyes looked up into his face.
I won't have you do that.
I've lived a long life.
It should be me.
Fantoma smiled but shook his head.
You're not of the same blood, Fanny. It won't work.
A bitter laugh escaped her.
Don't try to butter me up by calling me by my name.
I won't let you sacrifice yourself.
And what about Stila?
The name of his daughter made the captain hesitate, and his grandmother nodded.
See.
You have a reason to stick around. I'm old and have lived enough years. She whipped her head to the god of her ancestors.
Take me.
The god lifted an eyebrow.
Why would I take either of you?
The blood must be given through rite of combat. He snapped his fingers and the undead creatures shambled forward. Many removed rusted swords and daggers from their rotten scabbards. Should you die, then you will have failed to create a strong enough blood magic to make a new pact. My pulse quickened as my eyes widened.
Wait, can't we talk this over?
The rotting creatures gave a great cry and rushed forward. Ross flung me behind him as his claws came out. He blocked and parried the weapons of our undead foes, while Fantoma protected his grandmother against their onslaught. Some of the sailors tried to attack our short, stony friend, but Petro's hard body ended up breaking their weapons. Metal clanged against metal and the men pushed back the first wave, but more rose from the water. Dozens of them. They shambled toward us with weapons in their hands and deadly promise in their rotten faces.
One moment, if you would.
The quiet murmur intruded on the violence like a cool breeze on a warm summer's day. Friend and foe alike paused and turned to the professor, who stood near the back wall with his hands wrapped around the wooden handle of his bag.
I believe I have something for just such an occasion, he mused as he plopped his bag onto the ground and began to rummage through it.
He trapped our attention with his soft mutterings, and the loud noises of his hands as they seemed to dig through a mountain of Legos and wood sticks.
Now where did I put that thing? After a long moment, his face lit up. Aha!
He climbed to his feet and one hand drew out a small bulbous glass vial. The round belly of the vial held a strange purplish mixture that I couldn't decide was gas or liquid. He held up the vial behind him like it was a grenade, and frowned at the undead who surrounded us.
Now if you would leave my companions alone, I won't be forced to use this.
The zombie's reply was swift and moan-filled.
A half-dozen who had ignored the non-combatant flung themselves at our short friend.
The professor idly tossed the glass on the ground amidst the creatures who stampeded toward him. They didn't heed the vial as it shattered on the ground, releasing its strange mist into the air. The mist swept across the ground in all directions as though moved by a powerful gust, covering most of the bottom 3 feet of the cavern in its soft form. The fog tickled my nostrils, and a giddiness so overwhelmed me that I nearly laughed in the face of danger. The undead, however, were less than amused as they inhaled the strange substance. They dropped their weapons and clutched at their throats as their bodies began to glow. I started back as the first one exploded, sending beautiful glitter in all directions. Then one after the other they began to pop, creating a beautiful but confusing tapestry until not a single one remained. As each one popped, Zarist flinched as though struck in the gut. He wrapped his brawny arms around himself as most of the creatures exploded at once, and a sharp though muted cry escaped his lips. We backed away from the edge of the water, and Phantoma caught the professor's eye.
What was that you threw at them? The blessing of a fairy whom I had met not long ago, he told him as he shut his bag and hefted it into his arms. She was quite happy to meet me on the edges of the town of Blackmore, and offered me some of her purifying magic, so long as I could provide the container.
I lifted an eyebrow.
This fairy didn't happen to have a mischievous smile and a lot of energy, did she? He adjusted his specs. I must admit they all look and act alike to my eyes, but do you know this fairy? Well, we did meet a fairy there, I mused as I looked up at Ross, whose own contemplative expression reflected mine. You think Aurora might be helping us? Aurora. Chapter 23.
The booming voice came from the sea god. He slammed his fist into the waters, stirring them up like a tempest.
I should have known that woman was behind this treachery. I frowned at him. What do you mean?
His furious eyes fell on me, and their deep hate burned brighter as he studied my face.
You. He stabbed a finger at me. That is who you are. Treacherous woman.
Deceitful in that mortal guise. I received more than one curious look from my compatriots. Phantoma dared step between me and the path of our immortal foe's accusatory finger.
You have no more men to fight us, Lord Zarist.
In the rules of combat that makes us the victors, and the vanquished will give their blood to the magic to create a new pact. The god lifted up his chin and wrinkled his nose.
You have no honor in your way of battle.
A crooked grin slipped onto Phantoma's lips.
Your only condition was that we couldn't die.
He stretched out his arms on either side of himself, to cover where we all stood. Here we all stand, ready for you to keep your end of the bargain. Zarist's cheeks reddened, but he lifted up one hand with his fingers curled together like a claw. Soft round lights popped up all around him, and a moment later they floated into the air. It was with a mixture of relief and disgust, as I realized the lights were the souls of our defeated foes. The soul orb surrounded the god, and he flexed his fingers. They zipped into his palm, creating a large orb that glowed so brightly I nearly had to look away. When all the souls had been gathered, Zarist slammed his fingers shut. An explosion of light escaped between his fingers, but the brilliance lasted for only a moment before he opened his hand to reveal a small capsule-shaped light.
He tossed the capsule to Phantoma. Swallow it, and our pact is broken.
You and yours will be free from my gift.
All of my line?
Phantoma questioned him.
Even my daughter?
Zarist nodded.
Even her?
Phantoma smiled and downed the capsule in a single gulp. We all waited in breathless anticipation, and a moment later weren't disappointed as a soft light pulsed from the captain's body. His sword clattered to the ground as he wrapped his arms around himself. He clenched his teeth to stifle a cry before he dropped to his knees.
Nuba!
Fanny shouted as she rushed to his side and fell beside him. She grasped his arms as she whipped her head up. The anger in the god's eyes were nothing compared to the fury in hers.
What have you done to him?
Zarist shrugged.
You cannot gain without some punishment. It's fine, Phantoma mumbled through his clenched teeth.
The glow around him brightened, and his body began to tremble. The light pulsed a few times before the outer covering floated up into the air, like drops of water. I could see the vague shape of a human face, a smiling one, and it vanished with a soft sigh. A thin layer of light remained around Phantoma, and the brilliance slipped off him like a lithe fox. The light bounced across the water's surface like a skipped rock, until it struck the very center of the god's chest. Zarist closed his eyes and lifted his nose in a look of perfect serenity.
And so a piece of me returns, he murmured.
Phantoma gave one last stifled cry before he dropped forward on his hands. His harsh breathing echoed over the cavern, and Fanny watched him with an anxious gaze.
After a few long moments, Phantoma lifted his eyes to her and smiled.
They were no longer red, but a bright brown. Tears sprang into her own eyes as she wrapped him in a tight hug. He was only too glad to return the favor. As we stood at the conclusion of our victory, I noticed a shadow fall on Ross' brow. I wrapped my hand around his and gave it a little tug.
What's wrong?
He lifted his worried gaze to the god.
Lord Zaros.
The god's attention fell on him, and a curious expression appeared on his lips.
What is it, mortal man? What would have happened to our own souls if we hadn't won?
Zarist's eyes shone with a dark, gleeful light as a chuckle broke from his lips.
He swept his arm across the waters in front of him. You would have joined those who were unfit to make a pact with me.
His dark eyes fell on Fantoma, as the captain climbed to his feet with some assistance from his grandmother.
His ancestor was not the first nor the last, though nearly so.
Others had heard rumors of my powers and came to see me. They were not worthy, and so became my companions. My mouth dropped open.
That's horrible.
His lip curled back in a sneer before he reached deep into the water beside him. He drew out a long, heavy chain that was wrapped around his midsection just below the surface. The god gave it a great shake that made the walls rattle with the noise.
What is horrible is being imprisoned inside this cave, because I would not grant you humans a pact during the giving.
Ross furrowed his brow.
The giving?
You mean when the gods created the Pactus? The god turned his face away and gave a harumph.
I told the fools that was a bad idea, but they did not heed my warning.
I was cast aside like that old fool Dromos, only able to project myself outside this cave when my services were needed, or another god came near. His disgusted eyes fell on me.
You were the first in a very long time.
I received curious looks from our 4 companions, who weren't in the know about my specialness. Fanny lifted her chin and gave the god a cool look. We will ensure you are not disturbed, my lord, and will reseal the entrance to your grotto. A look of horror passed over Zarist's face.
But that will leave me alone.
She tightened her grip on her grandson and nodded.
Yes, my lord.
You will have ample time to be with your thoughts. Fanny turned the captain toward the entrance to the cavern, and the professor and Petro followed them. Ross and I were the last to make our way to the secret door. Zarist's voice gave us pause.
What are you? I looked over my shoulder and frowned at him. You already answered that question yourself.
That's when I noticed his attention lay on Ross, and there was a contemplative look on the god's face.
What are you?
Ross shook his head.
Just another mortal.
Zarist scoffed.
You are no mere mortal and no mere Pactus. The dragons were always rare, but you.
He leaned forward with his hands placed on the surface of the water, as though it were solid.
You are different. What are you?
A wry smile slipped onto Ross' lips.
I'm the one who's going to tell my people the truth about you, and no one will want to hear your stories.
You will be ridiculed and forgotten. The god's face drooped and his eyes bulged out of his head.
But to a god, that is a fate worse than death.
We fade without remembrance and worship. Ross nodded.
I hope so. No.
No. His screams followed us as we strode up the incline to the entrance, where our friends waited for us in the tunnel. The sound of his chain rattling echoed after his cries.
You will regret your folly.
He will come for all of you. I paused on the threshold and half turned toward the furious god, his face a picture of anger and terror.
Oh, and stay out of my dreams, or next time you'll be the one screaming. I spun on my heels and marched out of there.
Never was I so happy to leave a place, and to see Ross place the hefty stone back into its position.
Then, we were faced with a problem. How do we get it to seal? I asked my companions. We might try to sing the song backwards, the professor suggested.
Fantoma shrugged.
Why not? The trio cleared their throats and began their song.
The reversal of the notes gave the song a haunting melody. A small line of light appeared at the bottom center of the door, and separated to travel in opposite directions around the frame. In a moment they came together at the top, and the light faded. The men ceased their music and Ross pushed both hands against the door.
It's stuck. He turned to us. Let's get out of here. Chapter 24.
There were no objections, and we hurried back to the main entrance. The guards greeted us with curiosity.
We heard many strange noises, Fanny, one of them spoke up as they met us near the mouth. What happened?
Fanny shook her head.
Nothing that need concern anyone anymore, but we will be saying our prayers to someone else from now on. Their jaws crashed to the ground. Someone else? But what about Lord Zarist?
She glanced over her shoulder at the tunnel system and frowned. I will tell the whole village what transpired in these caves, but for now let us just say that the Lord was not as kind and considerate as we were led to believe. Now then, she lifted her eyes to her grandson and smiled, what do you say to a fresh batch of wild berries and game?
He sighed and nodded at Ross and me. I made a promise to help them on their own quest. We have time enough for one meal on shore, Ross insisted. Good.
Fanny replied as she guided our small group out into the bright sun. Never had the fishy scent of the sea smelled so good.
Then we shall have a great feast.
She looked over her shoulder at the guards.
Come on now. You two as well.
Their downtrodden faces perked up, and they scurried to follow us. The first thing I noticed as I stepped out onto the narrow ledge was the ocean. I could see it.
The mist had been lifted.
We all stopped at the edge of the path, and beheld the wide ocean and Fantoma's ship anchored 100 yards out. The captain looked down at his grandmother.
Are you sure about this?
Without the blessing of Zarist, the mist won't return.
She gave a nod.
We've lived in fear for too long, and I'm sure we'll manage somehow. Fantoma grinned.
Perhaps I could stop off around here a little more often, and see about protecting the loot of my ancestors. She wagged a finger at him. And bringing that adorable daughter of yours. I still haven't seen so much as a picture of her.
Fantoma gave a hearty laugh as we climbed the steep stairs back onto the high cliffs. We were greeted with curiosity mixed with joy. The intrigue was aimed at we strangers, but most especially our shorter companion. More than one person gawked at Petro, and the children crowded about and knelt down to his face height to study him.
What are you? One of them asked.
Petro tilted his head to one side.
I'm a Magni, and Magni is me. Don't you know me? The child shook her head. No. What's a Magni? A rock person, silly, another child spoke up.
Petro nodded.
Oh yes.
Many rocks. We eat them too. We stay strong with them. While the children talked to their new playmate, we adults were ushered to Fanny's home. She left us at the threshold, and turned to a few of the womenfolk.
Please see that a great feast is prepared, and you have free reign of the larder.
They smiled and bowed their heads before they slipped inside to have their way with someone else's food stores. Fanny caught our eyes, and nodded at the crowd that had followed us from the outskirts of the village.
I have a great deal of explaining to do with them, but I'll try to join you later.
She cast a sharp look at her grandson.
Don't leave until we've said our goodbyes.
He grinned and bowed his head.
I'll try to suppress my sea longing. She wagged a finger at him. You see that you do, or by the gods, she paused and wrinkled her nose before she shook it off. Just stay here until I get back.
Fanny hurried off, and beckoned to the crowd to follow her to the center of town. We settled inside her warm, clean home, and I was glad to get a load off my feet as I plopped myself down in front of a fresh fire prepared for us by the womenfolk. I fell back onto a pile of skins and sighed.
Thank God that's over. Is it?
Ross wondered as I took a seat beside me.
I frowned up at him. Why do you have to ruin the mood with reality?
He stared into the fire as he pursed his lips. We've been running into quite a few gods lately.
It makes me wonder if there isn't something going on that we don't know about. Like what?
Fantoma wondered as the captain joined us in front of the hearth, albeit in a chair. Ross shook his head.
I don't know, but I don't believe in coincidences.
Umbria and their dealings with the Pactus blood, and now the gods banished by their brethren because of their refusal to join in creating the Pactus. I thought back to that horrible confrontation.
He called it the giving, didn't he? He sure was glad to receive that eye power from the captain.
The professor rubbed his chin with one hand.
Yes. That was quite interesting. He mentioned a part of him had been returned. I turned my attention to the captain. So how does it feel? He tilted his head back and closed his eyes. Quiet. I blinked at him. What do you mean? I could not only see beyond the horizon, but I could hear the voices of anyone along that line my gaze traveled, he told me as a great sigh left him.
So great a breath was it that he seemed to deflate.
It was painful many times, especially when contacting Steeler.
Did you ever turn your eyes to the operator? Ross asked him. The captain shut his eyes and stiffened his jaw.
Once a few years ago, but I didn't like what I heard. I tilted my head to one side. What did you hear?
He opened his eyes and lifted those haunted depths to mine.
The men we had left behind all those years ago.
Ross frowned.
They were alive? The captain shook his head. I don't think so. I sat up to get a good look at our friend. Then how could you hear their voices? There's some magic on that island I can't explain, Fantoma admitted as he stared into the embers. I wonder whether anyone can explain it, much less control it. What is this about the ancient island of Baheal? The professor spoke up as he looked among us from his standing position between Ross and Fantoma.
Ross and I stared at him in some surprise, and my dragon lover was the first to speak up.
You know its old name?
The professor adjusted his spectacles and smiled.
Of course.
I have viewed a great many old maps after all. According to many charts, the island ceased to be called Baheal only about a century ago.
That is when it took on its darker moniker. Were there any tales to go with these stories?
Ross asked him.
The professor furrowed his brow. I believe so. Let me see.
He dropped his bag onto the floor and opened the clasps. The man could fit practically all his head into his tote as he rummaged through the countless objects.
There should be something in here,
He drew out a large tome some half a foot thick, and with a heavy leather binding. I stared at the book for a moment, before I dropped my gaze to the bag.
How heavy is that thing?
The professor chuckled as he flipped through the yellowed pages.
It is quite heavy, but I need the exercise. Here it is.
He had stopped near the back of the book, and followed the lines with one finger as he read the contents aloud.
The sacred island of Baheal has taken on a dark atmosphere.
No longer do we feel welcome on its shores, but are repelled by a shadow that lurks over our shoulders, growing heavier with every step we take into the interior. I fear my sons will find no kind soul there in a decade, and all our friends will be mere shadows of themselves. Even now the looks in their eyes are blank, and they shuffle about without life in their steps. The sacred ones too give us no welcome, and some have even threatened to attack us. We will no longer anchor there. I scanned the front cover for a name, but only the word journal was emblazoned on the front.
Who wrote that?
The professor eased the book closed.
An explorer by the name of Lord Sortis. I managed to purchase quite a collection of his books, some 30 years ago.
A snort escaped my lips before I looked to Ross.
I guess we just found out where one of her missing books is. The professor lifted an eyebrow. I beg your pardon. Was there anything else about the island in that journal?
Ross spoke up. The professor cleared his throat and flipped through the pages while the captain leaned back and sneaked a peek at the leaves.
There were a few more entries.
They all allude to the sacred ones, though he never elaborates on who or what they are, nor even give a description.
And that was the last entry concerning the island?
Fantoma wondered.
Our learned companion shut the book and nodded. I am afraid so.
The explorer retired soon afterward, and hardly left the family estate in Hadrianus. I caught Ross' eye.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking about those sacred ones? He nodded. They may very well be more gods. Chapter 25. This is so very fascinating, the professor interrupted as he smiled at all of us. Might I continue to journey with you on your quest?
Fantoma nodded.
We don't have much choice.
Whatever script that book is written in isn't familiar to me.
The professor grinned as he set the book back in his bag.
It is a shorthand created by the Lord, and I was only able to decipher it over many years of trial and error.
I glanced out the window.
The long day was nearing its end, and night would soon fall upon us.
So we leave first thing in the morning?
Fantoma leaned back in his seat and folded his arms over his chest.
That would be best.
We would go out with the tide.
What obstacles lie in our path on the voyage to Oprit?
Ross asked our captain. Fantoma pursed his lips.
Truth be told, I'm not sure.
My eyes and those of my father granted us the ability to see stormy seas ahead, and allowed us to skirt them, but now that we no longer have that skill, so we may very well run into those clouds.
I tilted my head to one side. Clouds. He nodded. 2 great tempests in the middle of the ocean.
One smelled of sulfur, and from the other came such a wail that it froze the blood in my veins. I shivered.
Sounds like a pair of nice getaway spots. We should get some sleep, Ross insisted. But only after the meal, Fanny spoke up as she slipped into the house. Her face looked haggard as she stepped into the light of the fire.
Her grandson had a worried expression on his face as he stood and offered her his chair.
What happened?
Fanny sighed as she took his seat. She clasped her hands in her lap and her shoulders sagged.
There was much worry about the fog, and several wondered whether we shouldn't ask for forgiveness from the god.
Fantoma frowned before he looked into the fire.
They're just scared. She nodded. Yes, but without the fog there will undoubtedly be some trouble sooner rather than later. I'll leave some of my men here, the captain swore. They can take care of any curious voyages until I get back.
She grasped his hand and looked up into his face.
You will be back, won't you? He grinned. You don't think I'd stay away knowing you have a larder that's the envy of the whole village, do you?
She wrinkled her nose.
That hasn't got you coming here yet. He shrugged. Well, let's just say if I'm going to be retiring, then I'm going to have more than one mouth to feed, and Steela has a very large stomach.
Fanny smiled and her eyes glistened with tears. The tender moment lasted just that, a moment before she flung his hand away and crossed her arms over her chest.
Yes, well, I expect you to keep your promise, and don't keep me waiting too long. How long is the journey to the island? I asked our captain. From here, it's a week's journey. That's one way and doesn't include any trouble from the Umbria navy, he warned us.
I winced. I'd completely forgotten about that dangerous part. Ross set a hand over mine and smiled at our captain.
We trust you to take us. What's this about the Umbria navy? The professor spoke up.
There was a mischievous look in Fantoma's eyes as he shrugged.
Oh, just the minor detail in that my friends here, he waved a hand at us, are fugitives from the cells of Mavros.
The professor turned his attention to Ross and me, and adjusted his specs.
Truly.
I nodded.
It's true.
We broke out of jail.
But to break out of that prison is unheard of, he protested.
Ross grinned.
Now you've heard of it, and now we should get some food and then some rest.
We dug into the grub provided by our kind hosts, and soon our stomachs were full to bursting. After the meal, I waddled back over to the fire and was about to sit down when I noticed one of my companions was missing.
Does anybody know where Ross went to?
Fantoma nodded at the door.
He went outside.
By this time night had fallen, and as I approached the door, in sauntered our stony little friend.
I like these children.
Good children. Fantoma stifled a yawn before he frowned down at the stone child.
Do you sleep?
Petro nodded.
Oh yes. Much sleep is good for a rolling stone.
He pointed at a corner of the room near the fire.
Then get to sleep.
We leave early tomorrow.
I like this, Petro mused as he rolled himself into a tight ball on the floor.
His eyes rolled under himself to block out the lights, and his voice drifted off.
Very much like this. I stepped outside into the cold night air.
Though the fog had lifted, its chilling effect hadn't. The clear sky and open ocean didn't help either.
I found myself wrapping my arms around my chest as I ventured toward the end of the platform. It's warmer inside.
I yelped and spun around to find Ross standing behind me. Though it was dark, I could see the glint of mischief in his eyes. I put my hands on my hips.
You should talk. What are you doing out here?
He joined me at my side and nodded up at the sky.
Admiring those.
I followed his gaze to the crystal clear heavens with their twinkling stars.
It is nice, isn't it? He smiled down at me. I wish I could pluck one of those stars and put it on your finger.
He lifted my left hand and brushed his thumb over my empty ring finger.
You deserve better, or at least safer. I snorted. I don't think I could find anything better than a handsome prince, at least according to the fairy tales. Then there are the rules about true love. He lifted an eyebrow. What do your tales say about true love? I stepped up to his chest, so we faced each other. That it only happens once in a lifetime, and I cupped one of his cheeks in my palm and smiled up at him. You know it when you see it.
He set his hand over mine, and his beautiful emerald blue eyes stared into mine.
When this is all over, I promise you I'll get a little home for you. For both of us, I corrected him as I poked his chest with my free finger.
Another cold breeze wafted over me.
Now, how about we go inside before I don't live to see that home with the picket fence? He lifted an eyebrow. Picket fence.
I looped one of my arms through his and guided him toward the door.
That's a story for another day. Besides, we have a whole week on the high seas to entertain each other.
A thought struck me, and I shuddered.
You don't know what knock-knock jokes are, do you?
The blank expression I received made me breathe a sigh of relief.
Oh good. Chapter 26.
The next morning came all too soon, particularly since it came so early. The sun was just a distant, pale hope on the horizon as we made our way to the cliffs. We each carried a bag, and in them had been packed food provisions. I readjusted the straps of mine and winced as the weight dug into my shoulders.
Are you sure you want to give us this much food?
Fanny was in the lead, and she looked over her shoulder long enough to nod.
Of course.
You have a long voyage ahead of you, and there's very few safe stops. She cast a furtive look at her grandson. Particularly for one with a reputation.
He grinned at her. I'll have you know my reputation is nearly spotless. I've hardly had a complaint against me. And those complaints have been from all the wrong people, she scolded him as we reached the cliffs.
Fanny stopped at the top of the winding steps and turned to us. All teasing was gone, and only the worry remained.
Whatever you do, try not to do anything stupid.
The captain stepped up to her and pressed a light kiss to her forehead.
I'll try not to. Her face softened and she stepped aside so we could pass. You silly fool.
We ventured down the cliffside, and halfway down I risked a look above us. Fanny stood there, alone and with a slight wind whipping her dress about. I waved to her, and she returned the gesture but with much less enthusiasm. We reached the bottom and found the away boat waiting for us. In a few moments the men had rowed us out to sea, but I still glimpsed that tiny figure on the cliff tops watching us leave with a heavy heart. The sailors greeted us with relief in their eyes and smiles on their lips when they discovered what we had brought. The captain set his feet on deck, and all the men stood at attention.
We leave immediately for Oprit. A hush fell over the men, and their relief turned to apprehension.
Fantoma looked at each of their faces.
You know as well as I what that means.
If any man wants to stay behind, then we'll pick you up here on the way back. A murmur ran through the group before Simon stepped forward.
I'm going. So am I, another one spoke up.
More voices rang out, and not a single man made for the away boat. Instead they set in on deck and hurried to their positions. The captain swaggered up to the wheel and grasped the pegs. A grand smile parted his face as he looked out on the open ocean.
Let's be off now, my boys. Aye, aye, Captain.
The ship cut through the choppy waters of the ocean, and we ventured down the coast.
The tall cliffs that had protected the secluded village fell away after a day, and in their place were elegant beaches and small towns.
Sometimes smaller vessels waved at us from far-off bays, and other times we passed by other schooners with their decks covered in crates. Those always ran northward, and they became more frequent the further south we traveled.
On the second day Ross and I stood at the port railing, and we passed another heavy cargo ship laden with goods. We're getting closer to Umbria, aren't we? He nodded. We passed into their waters last night.
A little bit of colour drained from my face.
And Mavros? The wind's willing, we'll spot the city tomorrow.
I wrapped my arms around myself as a gust blew us onward.
I just hope it doesn't spot us. They'll have patrols, the captain spoke up as he came up behind us.
He stood at the railing and looked out on the many ships which we passed. Being as how we're several miles into their territory, I expect to come across one of their ships any time now.
The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. Shouldn't Ross and I be hiding? Not until the
Empire vessel approaching, Captain, came a shout from the crow's nest. Fantoma turned to us with a grim face.
Not until that warning. Now let's see if you two can fit. There's no worry about cargo this time, so you should both fit. What about the others? I asked him as the professor and Petro joined us. The professor chuckled. One would hardly suspect me of angering an entire kingdom, and I will watch over our young friend here.
Petro nodded.
I'll be good. I swear it.
Ross and I were thus led to the mouth of the hold, but I paused and looked out across the seas. A large vessel with black sails came directly at us, and I could see a dozen armored and winged men on the deck with long spears in their hands. I couldn't help but remember my fall from my old world, where I had first seen those lofty wings. Then they had thrilled me, but now I only felt fear.
Hurry, Fantoma hissed at me. I scurried down the stairs and found Ross waiting for me at the bow.
The natural angle of the boat meant the space was cramped, and a hefty pile of spare anchor links was scattered on the ground. The captain knelt beside the links and rapped his fist hard against the floor among the heavy pieces of metal. A trapdoor fell into a dark hole with a tiny ladder. Ross climbed down first and helped me inside the cramped space. I could see now why we couldn't have fit the first time we needed an escape from the Umbrians. The space was hardly larger than an attic cupboard, and with a headspace that looked painful to Ross as he crouched down. I settled in next to him, and my pulse quickened as the hatch was shut above us. Not a sliver of light came between the hatch and the true floorboards. We heard our friends retreat, and their footsteps were loud enough that I could hear them move up to the deck. Fantoma's voice rang through even the boards of his vessel.
Drop the sails.
The boat noticeably slowed, and I heard the creaks and groans of an unfamiliar vessel sidle up to ours. A stranger's voice gave a shout.
We are coming aboard. Then do so and let us get on with our business.
Fantoma shouted back. Something heavy fell between the ships. I imagined it was a gangplank, and the deck became deathly quiet as a dozen pairs of heavy boots walked onto the boards from the other ship.
"Captain Fantoma."
In reply, I heard a pair of boots step forward.
"I'm the captain of this vessel. We have a warrant here for your arrest."
I could feel Ross beside me stiffen, and the captain's voice was a touch annoyed.
"On what grounds?" "For harassing an agent of the Crown in Kent."
Fantoma scoffed.
"I never set eyes on one of your agents there. We have sworn testimony by the agent that one of your crewmen, on your orders, did try to kill several of His Highness agents. Is that all the proof you have?"
Fantoma questioned him.
"That's all the proof we need. And should anyone object, we have permission to set this ship ablaze."
"Whether your crew is on it or not." A deathly silence fell on the deck, and after a long tense moment, I heard a scuff of shoes.
"You have the bridge, Simon. See to it that she gets to port." "That won't be possible, Captain Fantoma," the soldier interrupted as more heavy boots hurried across the gangplank. "We have orders to impound your ship and tear it apart if necessary."
A great cry rose up from the crew, and Fantoma himself had a voice trembling with rage.
"Why do such a thing? These are orders from His Highness himself."
"Unless you can produce the whereabouts of the fugitives known as Kate Dina and Ross Hadrianus, then your ship is to be stripped to the beams." A great roar of indignation rose up from the crew, and feet stamped and trampled all over the deck. Fantoma's voice rose up above the din, cutting the noise like a knife.
"Halt, men!" The tussling stopped and a sullen silence fell. "What will happen to my crew?" "They'll be kept aboard the Marinus while the dismantling is done."
"The Pistrix will arrive shortly to bring your ship into dry dock." There was a single stomp of a foot, followed by Fantoma's voice.
"Then I expect the job to be done quickly. Don't disappoint me." I felt Ross shift a little against me. "We will be as quick and thorough as possible," the Umbrian man replied. "Until then, your crew will be kept aboard my vessel." "The Marinus, Captain," came a shout. "Everyone grab hold and prepare to be swallowed," the Umbrian captain shouted.
Though I couldn't see anything, I could feel the very ocean beneath us shift as water was displaced by the massive vessel.
A heavy creaking noise slipped overhead, and the air became colder.
There came a sudden jolt as our ship bumped up against something, and then all was still.
"Welcome aboard the Marinus, now come along." Chapter 27.
The sound of men being marched off the deck made my heart heavy.
"Check the hold for anyone else."
My pulse quickened as heavy boots descended the steps, and the intruders stomped everywhere, investigating every nook and cranny.
I held my breath as one pair of feet approached our hiding spot. "What's this pile of rocks doing here?"
Someone joined them.
"Don't know."
"Maybe the captain likes his discipline rough." "Whatever they're for, just leave them. They'll be catalogued with the rest of the contents and shipped to the capital."
"Even if they don't find anything?" "Yeah.
The king wants to make an example of Fantoma and his crew."
"They're going to be executed when we reach port." "Unlucky bastard," his companion replied as they moved away from us and back onto the deck.
A few loose footsteps sounded on the boards over our head, and shouts came from far away. Then all fell silent, except for the unfamiliar groaning of another ship. I grasped one of Ross' hands in my own, and swallowed the lump in my throat.
"What now?" "I don't know."
"Come to me." I blinked at the total darkness around us.
"Did you hear?"
"Come find me." The voice was deep and echoing, but the words were clear. Ross stiffened, and I tightened my grip on him.
"You heard that too?" "Yeah." I swept my eyes over the complete darkness.
A strange sensation vibrated the air coming from one direction.
I think I feel something too. It's a trail."
I lifted an eyebrow.
"A trail to where?" "I don't know, but it's our only lead," he pointed out as he reluctantly drew himself out of my grasp and stood.
He pushed against the hatch and light poured into our little hiding spot. I was glad to see the gloom lift, but a pungent smell invaded my nostrils.
Is that oil? Yes, and lots of it, Ross confirmed as he peeked his head out. It looks clear. Let's get out of here and follow that voice. But what about the captain and the others?
I reminded him as he climbed out of our little cubby hole.
We'll figure out a way of releasing them and the swan, he told me as he leaned back in with an offer of a hand.
I gladly took it, and he helped me up the steep stairs. My wobbly feet stumbled onto the hold deck, and promptly tripped over something hard. I managed to catch myself before I fell, and turned to find a pile of miscellaneous rocks, lying in a heap on the floor beside our hiding spot. The professor's bag lay close by. I knelt down and examined the pile as Ross replaced the hatch. With one finger, I rolled a smaller rock away from the others.
I don't remember these are.
The rocks trembled and pulled themselves together to form our short and stony companion. The last stone to resume its proper place was the one I had toyed with. Petro looked up at us with large eyes.
Things are wrong. They took my funny book friend.
We will help them, won't we? I nodded.
We'll help everybody, we just have to figure out how.
I looked up at Ross and found him staring off into the distance, with an unfocused look in his eyes.
Ross.
He shook off the expression and looked down at me.
We'll try our best, but the odds are against us. Have you ever been in a pistrix?
I wondered as I looked up at the light that streamed in through the hold hatch. The luster was less than inviting, being of a sharp and artificial nature. Ross shook his head.
No.
I've only seen them from afar, but I think we can follow that voice through it. Petro tilted his head to one side.
What voice? Didn't you hear a voice just a moment ago? After the sailors left. I asked him.
Petro shook his head.
No. There was no voice.
A strange electrical spark stimulated the air, and made the tips of my hair stand on end. The sensation was followed by the sound of heavy grinding of gears and shouts of men.
The ship rocked a little as the pistrix moved.
We were on our way to an execution. Find me. I shot up, and Ross whipped his head about in the same direction he had been staring at earlier.
That didn't sound as strong as before. He shook his head. No, it didn't.
Whatever it is, we need to find it soon, or we may not find it at all.
Can I come?
Petro spoke up.
I pursed my lips. You'd be safer here. But I can help you, the small rock child insisted. Nobody knows me.
I can hide very well. See. He clattered into a pile of rocks again.
Nobody knows I'm me. I knelt down and tugged on part of the arm.
It broke apart as though it was never connected.
I held the small rock in my palm and stared with uncertainty at the rest of him. Doesn't this hurt? Oh no.
Petro assured me as he reassembled himself, and the tiny bit I held rolled back into his body.
No problems. There's no reason to let him stay here, Ross spoke up as he looked up at the ceiling. They'll be tearing everything apart soon, and he'll be thrown under the rubble of what they can't use. I sighed but nodded. All right, but if something happens to us, you need to get yourself out of here, you understand?
Petro drooped a little but nodded.
I understand.
Ross moved over to the open hatch and crept up the stairs. He peeked his head up over the lip, while Petro and I stood at the bottom of the stairs. Huge wooden rafters hung 100 feet over the very topsail of the Swan. They were lashed together by more wood and metal, creating a crisscross of heavy infrastructure.
It's safe, he told me as he took my hand and led me onto the deck.
My jaw hit the boards as I beheld the interior of the pistrix. All I could see was the docking bay which had swallowed the Swan, but that itself stretched for 100 yards and was 50 yards wide. The distance from wet floor to damp ceiling was some 300 feet. A waterproof seam ran along the far wall where the bow of the Swan pointed, and had been the entrance through which the Pistrix had captured us. At the opposite end was a long pier with primitive cranes, and a pair of large doors that led deeper into the belly of the beast. Not only had the Swan been swallowed by this whale of a ship, but so had the vessel of our initial captors. The warship sat beside us in the drained berth, as though waiting gleefully to watch her lither rival be torn apart board by board.
I clapped my gaping mouth shut and looked up at Ross. How could they build something this huge out of just wood strips of metal, and it still floats? He pursed his lips as he shook his head. It's as great a mystery as how they get the teller to fly, but from here on out we shouldn't talk.
Petro and I nodded, and his warning was just in time as a group of some dozen men emerged from the pair of hangar doors at the rear of the beast's mouth. The wheel deck hid us, but Ross still grabbed my hand and pulled me into the cabin. From there we scurried to the rear of the room and watched the men approach the ship. The men were attired in coveralls and dirty shirts and boots, and some of them wore full masks over their heads. They picked up crowbars and hammers on their way, and their gleeful expressions told me they were the wrecking crew. I couldn't see a way out of here without them seeing us, and from Ross' grim expression I knew he felt the same. That's when the Pistrix gave a violent shudder. The men stopped and staggered around as the boards shivered beneath them. The earthquake only lasted for a moment, but the whole superstructure groaned under the strain.
"What in all the hells was that?" one of them yelled.
Another of their compatriots shook his head.
"I don't know, but it's not good."
A man rushed out of the open doors behind them, out of breath and with a face as white as a sheet.
"The engine's trying to blow out.
We need your help containing it and fixing the damage.
And close these doors in case the mouth starts leaking."
The messenger and the others disappeared through the doors, slamming them shut behind them. I blinked at Ross.
"That was a little convenient, wasn't it?" He nodded. "Too convenient."
"Hurry." We both stiffened, and Petro tilted his head to one side.
"Are you all right? You didn't hear a voice just now?"
Ross asked him. Petro shook his head.
"No.
Only the groaning from the ship." Ross and my eyes met, and I shrugged.
"What choice do we have? Let's go find that voice." Chapter 28.
We crept out of the cabin and to the port side railing where Ross dropped a rope ladder. He went first with Petro tucked securely under one arm, and I followed soon after. My feet splashed into the shallow water and mud that surrounded the vessel, but we soon sloshed out of that mess and onto the pier. Ross paused and all of us strained our ears. Shouts could be heard, but they were far away. We hurried over to the door, and Ross gave it a tug. It opened with a heavy creak, and we found ourselves staring down a long wide hall. At 100 feet was another wall with a single shut door. The walls broke the ship into compartments, and on either side of the hall were multiple doors that led off into other parts. There was even a set of stairs to our right, and halfway down the hall that led upward. The one part we wanted, however, lay straight ahead of us and on the same level as where we stood. I could feel the strange pull come from behind that heavy door, and as I placed my palm against the door frame, I swore I could feel a pulse come from the ship. The big problem was we weren't alone in that part of the massive ship. Footsteps from the stairs warned us that hiding would be a good idea. Ross grabbed my hand and pulled me to the nearest door. We found it unlocked and ducked inside. Petro waddled his way after us, and I beckoned him as the footsteps grew louder. Voices now accompanied them.
"Damn things think they're better than us.
They've barely been flying for a month, and they think they rule the skies."
"Hurry!" I hissed at the Rockchild.
He came within arm's reach just as the footsteps reached the bottom steps. I slipped my hands under Petro's arms and yanked it inside. The jerk caused me to fall backward onto my rear, and Petro fell into my gut. Ross eased the door shut, as I bit my tongue to stifle the hard breath of air the stone child had pushed out of my lungs. The footsteps approached our position but stopped short about halfway down the hall. Another voice answered the first one.
"They're the king's new pets, and that has them on a pedestal." quiet," the first man hissed, and a hushed silence fell in the passage.
When he spoke next, it was in a low whisper.
"You don't know when one of his spies will be around here."
His compatriot laughed.
"If they are, then they're missing all the fun at the front end. I heard an energy spike from the core caused a fire, and some parts of the ship are flooding." "If that was true, then we wouldn't be down here," his friend argued. "We're down here because somebody needs to watch that nice little trophy in the mouth, and those fools in the demolition crew panicked and left it alone."
Their footsteps moved down the hall and past our door.
"Why do we need to watch this thing anyway? It's not going anywhere." "There might be somebody inside it, or so I heard," came the reply as the pair of doors through which we'd come were opened.
"Besides, do you really want to help those fake Pactus do scouting work above the ship?"
"I'd rather drown them,"
came the mumbled answer. His friend laughed as they trudged into the cavernous mouth.
"And we'll hang the fish boys up on deck for some nice drying."
The pair were still laughing over their jokes when the door shut, blocking out much of their noises as they moved further away from the door. I looked up at Ross, whose face showed his concern.
"The doctor's Pactus?"
Ross' expression was grim as he gave a curt nod.
"So it would seem."
Apparently he wasn't content with just werewolves. I returned my attention to the door.
"So now what?"
Ross turned around and inspected the room. A wide smile stretched across his lips.
"What's your bust size?"
I raised an eyebrow.
"Is this really the time and place for that?"
He nodded at the wall where hung a couple of sets of overalls, boots, and even simple leather face masks, the kind that used to make Halloween terrifying.
"Let's get into those and see how far we get. Until we're found out and thrown in the brig with Phantoma and the rest?"
I guessed as I followed him over to the wall. He grasped one of the pieces of clothing and paused before his worried eyes settled on me.
"I think the king has other plans for you."
I shuddered.
"Don't remind me." As I turned my head, a thought struck me. "We have one small problem."
Ross lifted the suit off the wall and lifted an eyebrow.
"What?" I gestured to Petro. "He's a little small for these things."
Ross pursed his lips as he tossed me a pair of overalls. "I'll carry him, and we'll say he's some rubble taken off the Swan, and if things get tight, I can always throw him at our enemy." My jaw hit the floor as Petro flung his arms in the air.
"Yay." I slapped my forehead and a sigh escaped my lips. "Guys."
A clean shirt was flung over my head, and I uncovered my face to find a bemused Ross smiling at me.
"Let's hurry. We have an appointment to make." "I just wish I knew who with,"
I murmured as I slipped the clothes over my other ones. As I slipped into the coveralls, something in a side pocket jabbed me in the thigh. I pulled out a small pocket can of oil. My first thought was to chuck it, but a nagging feeling made me slip it back.
I finished dressing and looked down at myself.
Two very obvious problems presented themselves.
"Ross." He had moved over to the door and peeked out. "Yeah."
I pinched the clothing over my breasts and pulled it out before letting it fall back. "Do they usually allow women on board?"
"Not often," he replied as he looked over his shoulder at me.
A mischievous smile appeared on his lips.
"They can be quite a distraction."
I snatched up a head mask and slipped it over myself, careful to tuck my hair under the leather backing, though the rest of it was a mishmash of steel and wood. The fit, like the clothes, was loose, but that gave me more room to breathe. Still, it flopped a little as I joined Ross at the door. Attired in our inconspicuous new garb, we ventured out into the hall. I noticed one of the winged guards had dropped a feather, so I scooped it up and tucked it safely into my underlayer of clothes. We reached the next doors without incident, and opened them to find ourselves staring down an even wider corridor. The space was so huge that I was reminded of a huge airport terminal, and with all the comfort of one. By the looks of it, we were near the belly of the whale, with side passages leading off to the far wings of the vessel. The open-style flights of stairs on both sides of the passages, now moved up far beyond a single floor.
There were also a lot more people.
Sailors and guards scurried to and fro. Some of the guards remained stationary around a small door at the far end of the hall, close to the net compartment entrance. The portal stood on the left side, and was partially sunken into the wall with a bland color over the front that made it partially blend in with the wall. Ross led me in that direction, and we meandered our way through the crowds. A few of the men were soaked, and more than one had a look of suppressed worry on their pale faces. One of those scurrying men crashed into me. Being the smaller of the two, I was knocked flat on my ass while the man glared down at me.
Watch where you're going. I've got enough problems already.
He stomped off, but the damage was done. My carelessness had attracted the attention of a few of the passers-by, who marched toward me. Ross helped me to my feet as they reached us. They were winged men in the outfits of the Umbrian guards, like at the castle, but there was something off about them. Their wings had a reddish hue in them, like they were stained with blood, and their hands were twisted into sharp talons that barely allowed them to grasp the staffs in their hands. Their faces, too, were slightly disjointed, with their noses protruding too far out like the upper half of a beak. I didn't need 2 guesses to see we had found ourselves 2 of the fake Pactus, and they had a chip on their shoulders to match their hard eyes.
What's going on here? One of them snapped. Just an accident, Ross assured them.
The other guard's beakish gaze fell on the pile of rocks tucked under Ross' arm.
What's that? Just some rubble from the ship that was just brought in, Ross assured him as he tapped a finger on Petro's head. We were taking it to be thrown overboard.
The man narrowed his eyes.
Everyone knows that going topside right now is expressly forbidden.
He leaned closer to Ross.
How long have you been on this ship?
Ross smiled.
Long enough to know I have a job to do, and I need to go do it.
The other guard stepped forward and reached out for Ross' shoulder.
I think you need to come with our.
The guard stumbled back, clutching his nose in one hand. Petro had swung his rock-hard fist upward and connected it with the man's schnoz. Blood dribbled down onto the floor, as the Umbrians crowded around us to look on. The bruised man pointed his bloodied hand at the pile of rocks.
What the hell is that thing?
His compatriot grasped his spear in both hands and pointed the tip at Ross.
Who the hell are you? He's mine.
The smooth voice floated out of the crowd, and the men parted to reveal a familiar lithe figure. My heart skipped a beat as I recognized the beautiful and deadly figure of the Beauty of Butchery.
Chapter 29.
The feline Pactus stopped 10 feet from us, and put a sharp-nailed hand on her hip as she smiled at us.
My, it's been a long time, hasn't it? Not long enough,
I muttered. Ross set Petro on the floor, and a few gasps came from the audience as he rose onto his stony legs. Ross gave our little friend a nudge with his foot, in my direction.
Stay with Kate.
Petro looked a little put out, but waddled over to me where I knelt beside him. My blood was still running on the cold side as Beauty's cold eyes fell on me.
Your face has improved with that mask on. I snorted. And you look like you're about to throw up a hairball.
A sharp anger flickered through her eyes before she returned her attention to Ross.
You should have stayed in your little hole in that ship until these men came to get you.
Ross shrugged.
We didn't want to keep anyone waiting.
She extended one arm and flexed her sharp claws.
You've kept me waiting long enough, and you've quite angered His Highness.
He has a wonderful reward for your head, whether it's attached to your neck or not. A murmur rose up from the crowd.
She swept her cold gaze over the men. A single man attempts to take my prey and you'll be without your head.
The men scurried back another 20 feet, eager to keep their craniums but still interested in the fight. Meanwhile, Ross was in the middle of removing his clunky coveralls.
I suppose your pride won't let you walk away. She scoffed. No more than your pride will let you walk away from those fleabag sailors you're trying to rescue.
She received more than a few nasty looks from the men around us.
Now let's stop talking and get dancing.
She darted forward with her claws splayed out on either side of her. Ross threw the coveralls at her, and she sliced them in half before she lunged at him. He blocked her blow with his scale-covered arm, but she kicked him in the gut. Ross stumbled back into the eager hands of the sailors. More than one tried to drag him into their caring arms, where they would have ripped off his priceless head. Ross swung one clawed hand across the crowd, and more than one man received a deep gash. The scent of blood filled the air, as Beauty grabbed the back of his collar and wrenched him back into the arena. He stumbled and was too slow to block her next attack. Her thick claws dug deep into his chest, and he stumbled back, though not far enough to reach the eager arms of the greedy men.
"Damn it," I mumbled as I helplessly looked on.
Petro looked up into my worried face.
"Can I help?" I shook my head. "I can't throw you out there." "Oh no, not with that."
Petro waddled a couple of feet away from me, and lifted up his arms above his head.
"My friends will help me." I shook my head. "We don't have time for..." I froze as the beams above us began to groan.
My mouth dropped to the floor as I gazed up at the ceiling. The sudden shifting of the walls made the fight pause as everyone else gaped at our surroundings. Even Beauty and Ross stopped their fighting to watch everything tremble.
"What are you doing?" "Trying to get my friends to help us," Petro told him as our little stone buddy clenched his teeth. "They want to come and play, but they're so tight they can hardly move."
Beauty whipped her head over to Petro, and her eyes blazed with fury.
"Don't interfere with my hunt, you little monster."
She threw herself at him with her claws splayed out to attack his eyes. Ross grabbed the back of her waistband and yanked her backward. She let out a howl of rage as she tumbled in an arch and disappeared into the crowd. The men scrambled away and revealed her kneeling down on all fours, having landed on her feet. She lifted her face up, and her eyes shone with an unnatural yellow light. Short black hair sprouted all over her body, and her upper canines lengthened to spill over her lower lip. "I will not let you escape again," she screamed as she rushed at us with claws 6 inches long and as sharp as daggers. She swung and missed Ross' chest, but just barely. He leapt back and to the side, and the crowd leapt with him as everyone scurried to escape her mindless vengeance.
As she tried to ventilate Ross, Petro worked away at convincing his friends to join us on the ship's floor. The tremor in the ceilings worsened, and so did the attention that surrounded my tiny friend and me.
One of the men scowled at us and stalked toward our position.
"Stop that or I'll make ya stop it."
I was a head shorter than the burly man, but I had one thing he didn't: a really hard hat. My mask was heavier than a bowling ball, and I rammed at him as he neared us. A soft oomph escaped him, and he crashed to the floor. More of the men noticed our scuffle, and rushed toward Petro and me.
I scrambled back, and in doing so a sharp object struck my hip.
The can of oil. I wrenched off my sight-reducing mask and whipped the can out just as a half-dozen came down on top of me. A quick squeeze on the bottom, and out came the syrupy liquid all across their faces.
They cried out in pain and stumbled back.
That gave Petro just enough time, and the beams from the ceiling began to fall like lead balloons. A great frightened cry rose up from the Umbrians, and they scattered like mice on a sinking ship. Many clattered up the steps, with shouts of warning to the rest of the ship.
That left only Beauty, and she wasn't having a great time dodging the blows from on high.
Her fury could only sustain her so long, and she was running out of enough wind to hate on both Ross and Petro. A large panel fell from the ceiling, and struck her in the shoulder. She leapt away and clutched her wounded arm in her other hand. If looks could kill, we three would have spontaneously combusted.
"You fucking bastards," she growled as blood ran down her arm. "You won't do this to me again. No matter what, I'll..."
Her monologue was interrupted by another pile of debris, this time a huge plate of metal. The sheet was about 20 feet wide and 30 feet long, and the sudden eruption of a mist of water told me that one had been vital for some reason. The water rained down on our cattish friend, who hissed before she flung herself across the fallen plate and toward us. Ross lifted up the end and flung it over, taking her with it. She fell to the ground and let out a scream as the hefty sheet crashed to the ground on top of her. The abrupt end to the sound made me shut my eyes. Ross grasped my arms and I found myself looking up into his own pleading gaze.
We have to go.
Petro spun his face about so he faced us with his arms still held high above him.
Yes, you need to leave. My friends are very angry at the people who are in here.
I whipped my head to Ross.
I think that's a good idea. He nodded. Yes.
We made to rush down the wide passage, but our little friend didn't follow.
I skidded to a stop and turned back. Petros, aren't you coming? He shook his head. Oh no.
My friends need help coming down.
I'll follow you when they're done being mad.
The color drained from my face as I looked up at the ceiling.
But won't that crush you?
Petro grinned.
Oh no. My friends won't hurt me, but they might not know you're my friends. You must leave.
Please.
I pursed my lips but nodded. I expect to see you soon, or your parents are going to be mad at us. Our little stone buddy nodded. Oh yes. I'll be right there.
He spun his face around again, and the beams above our head shook more violently.
Hurry!
Ross shouted as he tugged me along. The guards who had stood at the strange innocuous door had fled with the others, and a quick push by Ross' strong shoulder broke the hinges. He stumbled into the room and crashed against a steel railing. I rushed inside and gasped. We stood on a grated platform, and below us was a winding staircase that led some 2 levels straight down to a circular platform. The diamonds in the metal grate gave me a great view of the long drop down the silo-shaped room and to another door. I could feel the tug come from behind that door. Something crashed down behind us and the ship trembled. Ross turned to me.
Get on my back. I blinked at him. Come again. We don't have time to waste, he insisted as he knelt down with his back facing me. I hurried onto his back, and he kicked away at the railing.
A panel broke off and tumbled to the floor far beneath us. My breath caught in my throat as Ross moved to the edge.
Oh no!
I shouted as I felt his muscles tense.
Don't you are?
He'd dared and leapt into the abyss.
Chapter 30.
My scream echoed all around us as we flew past 2 floors and landed with a heavy thud on the metal panels that made up the floor. Ross winced, but I didn't hear any broken bones. I slid off his back and slipped around to face him in all my ire as I stabbed a finger at the door.
This isn't worth getting us killed over.
He grimaced, and it was then that I noticed his legs weren't pointed quite right.
There was something bent about them.
My jaw hit the floor and I grasped his arms.
What the hell have you done?
He managed a shaky smile.
Everything will be all right as soon as we get in that room. I shook my head. Everything is not all right.
We need to get you into that room, he insisted as he grasped one of my hands and pulled me toward the portal. We stepped up to the door and found this one locked. Ross put his shoulder into it, but the hinges on this one didn't even budge.
And me without my sledgehammer.
I muttered. Ross swept his slightly desperate gaze around the floor, and it fell on the broken railing from above. He grabbed onto the panel, and I stepped back as he raised it above his head. With a great cry that rang up the walls, he thrust the sharp tips of the rungs into the minuscule gap between the door and its frame.
The tips stuck, and he pushed his shoulder against that. The door groaned in protest but slowly creaked open.
A thin line of blue light shot out, and it grew wider the more the door was opened. Ross gave another yell and pushed with all his might. The door collapsed beneath his power and swung inward on busted hinges. Ross stepped inside and I followed on his heels. We found ourselves in another circular room, though this one was only 20 feet across. Thick metal panels covered the walls, but strange tubes hung from the ceiling. These tubes slithered downward to an object that sat in the middle of the room. My eyes widened as I beheld a beautiful soft blue light, encased in a huge ovular glass tube. As we approached the glass, the light shifted, and I realized it wasn't light but illuminated water.
The whole tube was filled with the vibrant liquid.
Strands of water like braided hair wove themselves around a central orb that floated in the very center of the tube. As we approached the glass, the ball of light pulsed with energy. The lights overhead dimmed and brightened with the ebb and flow of the orb. "Free me." Ross stepped closer to the light, but I grabbed his hand and gave it a yank. He looked over his shoulder into my worried face.
"What if this is a trap?"
A mischievous smile slipped onto his lips.
"Now you're the one who isn't trusting enough." I scowled at him. "I'm being serious."
"We don't know who or what is in there." Ross turned his eyes back to the orb and his smile softened.
"A part of me is in there." I blinked at him. "Say what?" He turned to face me and clasped my hands in his own. "I can't explain it exactly, but I can feel a part of myself in there."
I searched his face for my own answers, but none were forthcoming. A sigh escaped my lips, and my frown curled up into a smile.
"I suppose something that's a part of you can't be all evil. Maybe just a little, but not all." He chuckled. "I'll take that as a compliment." I stood on my tiptoes and pecked a kiss on his lips. "I'll take all of you, warts and all." "Now then," I spun him around so he faced the orb. "Go do whatever it is you want to do, and hurry up before we're caught."
Ross flashed me a sly grin before he returned his attention to the encasement. He stepped up to the floor and set his palm against the smooth container. One of the wisps of water brushed over the spot where his hand lay, and the orb pulsed with light. Ross drew one arm back and formed his clawed hand into a fist. With a great roar, he slammed his hand into the glass.
The tube shattered and the remains crashed to the floor.
I expected a deluge of water, but the liquid inside the glass drew into the orb. The light floated down to a little higher than face level with Ross, and the tendrils twisted above the orb to form the outline of a huge man of about 60. He had a muscled chest that was covered by a long flowing beard. Small pools of water formed his eyes, and their emerald color reminded me of Ross' own gaze. I walked up to Ross' side and gaped at the figure.
"Wow."
The figure chuckled, and the sound gave me the thrill of hearing a dolphin laugh. When he spoke, it was with a voice as deep as the ocean itself. "Thank you for releasing this part of me." Ross frowned.
"A part of you."
I raised my hand just slightly.
"And better yet, who are you?"
"I am Under, master of the seas and passages." My jaw hit the floor, and Ross was more than a little surprised himself.
"Truly."
A slight chuckle came from our celestial acquaintance.
"Truly.
And you have freed but a portion of my being. You might call it my soul."
I blinked up at him. "Why did you split a part of yourself off and stick it in this ship?"
A wave of displeasure washed over us, and I couldn't help but shudder at the ire contained within it.
"I did not split myself asunder."
I was torn asunder by my own kith and kin. It was one of them who gave me to the mortal known as the King of Shadows, and he created this machine that could move only by using my power. Now my drop jaw crashed through the floor.
"What?
Why would they do that?" "Their power is declining. The King of Shadows has promised them a chance at regaining their former prestige." Ross frowned.
"How?"
The orb pulsed with light.
"I do not know."
I did not trust the King of Shadows, and for my doubt I was torn asunder and cast into this form. Now, however, you can free this part of me and rejoin it to the whole. Stretch out your hands and receive my gift as your ancestor received my gift."
"Can he do that?"
I spoke up as a horrible thought struck me. Can any mortal handle this piece of a god? Not any mortal, but one blessed as he is can. I cast a curious look at Ross, and his face showed confusion.
"You mean because I'm a Pactus of your own making?"
"More than that. You carry the light of the gods within you. You are of a lesser kind than us, but you are still kin."
He shook his head. I don't understand. What do you?
The ship rocked hard enough that I nearly lost my balance.
I think we need to hurry.
Ross pursed his lips, but he stretched out his arms. The orb floated into one open palm, and he clasped the pulsing wet light in both hands. I watched in amazement as the brilliance was absorbed into his body, and the wisps of water that had floated around the orb now drifted over to surround him. A soft blue glow covered his form as he stared down at himself in a mix of curiosity and exhilaration. The light faded, but the look of childlike curiosity in his eyes didn't. Ross flexed his fingers and watched with wide eyes as small wisps of water flowed out of his fingers and dipped into his palms. He extended one arm and pointed his palm at a wall. A blast of water like from a hydrant shot out and made a foot-deep dent in the thick metal paneling. A sudden rocking reminded us that Petro had done too good of a job saving us. I grabbed Ross' arm with both hands and gave it a tug.
Phantoma and the others.
Ross shook himself and smiled down at me.
You're right. Let's go find them. Chapter 31.
We stepped out of the room and found that the mist we had left behind in the upper floor had become a quick stream. Water poured in through the door and crashed down to us as a beautiful and terrifying waterfall. A familiar stony head peeked out from the opening in the railing.
Hello. I stabbed a finger at him. Petro, you stay up there.
We're coming up. I glanced at the soaked stairs and winced.
Somehow.
Ross wrapped his arm around my waist, and I looked up to find him smiling at me.
Let's follow the flow.
He pointed his palm downward, and a flood of water burst out. The few inches of water at our feet became a foot, and then the deluge came from his palm. I yelped as the water pushed up from underneath us, and we were propelled upward. We reached the top floor of the stairs, and I was glad to step onto hard ground. Petro pointed at the open door.
My friends won't stop. We should leave right now. Not until we find the captain and the others, I reminded him as I looked over at Ross.
He knelt beside me with his eyes closed and both hands dipped into the rising waters.
Ross.
We need to hurry. You and I may be able to breathe underwater, but not the others.
I'm looking for them, was his enigmatic reply. I blinked at him. How? The ship is filling with water, he explained as he furrowed his brow. I can feel all the people moving through it.
Petro splashed up to us.
Really? That is very neat.
Ross' eyes flew open, and he lifted them to the door.
They're in the holds, one level below us.
He scooped up Petro and grabbed my hand before he pulled us out into the terminal.
We need to hurry, or they'll be drowned. What about guards? I asked him, but I soon had my answer. It was all men abandoning ship.
The terminal was full of people streaming out from every point in the ship, and rushing upward to a large hatch that had been opened in the roof of the behemoth machine. Doors were swinging open and feet pounding so hard and fast that I felt like I stood in the middle of a volcano erupting. An undersea one, judging by all the spouts of water that poured in from dozens of tiny holes in the walls.
This way,
Ross shouted as we ran across the first of the plates that had fallen. Morbid curiosity made me glance at the one that had crushed the beauty, but I didn't see so much as a cracked fingernail sticking out.
That was probably for the best.
Ross wove us through the crowd and into the next compartment, where we took a single set of stairs on the left. They were the exclusive entrance to the holding cells where all the prisoners still remained, but their guards had evacuated. Cries and shouts reached my ears before we reached the bottom of the slick steps. We turned a corner and found ourselves looking down a deep corridor with a dozen long cells. At the sight of us, many men stuck their arms out and waved to us.
The keys, they shouted in poor unison, and many pointed at a desk near the bottom of the stairs. I snatched up a set of keys and raced from one cell door to the other.
Ross took the more blunt approach and wrenched them off their hinges. He was the one to free the captain himself from the holding cell. Fantoma gave Ross a thorough look over, as my dragon husband tossed the remains of the cell door aside.
What in all the seas happened to you? No time to explain, Ross insisted as he nodded at the rising water levels. We have to get the Swan out now. You don't have to tell me twice, the captain shot back as he looked at his crew. Anyone missing? No, sir.
Simon shouted back.
Then follow me and don't lag behind. Our large group clambered up the stairs and back to the Swan.
There wasn't much traffic, as most of the personnel had already escaped. We also found the mouth of the beast wide open, and the ship which had captured us was long gone. Steel and wooden panels both fell from the ceiling and crashed onto the floor and the Swan. The ocean waves that lapped about the ship also flooded into the mouth, and the vessel was teetering at a dangerous angle as we rushed aboard.
A high tide swept in and the ship was buoyed, but she didn't move.
Ross set Petro down and hurried to the bow while the captain shouted orders. The professor and I followed him and watched as he stopped at the tip of the vessel. He opened his arms, but instead of parting a sea, he invited it. More water rushed into the sinking behemoth, and the rough waves wrapped around the stern. I yelped and stumbled forward as the ship was given a rough push forward. We flew out of the machine just as the roof collapsed inward, crushing the dock where we had just sat. The warm sun shone overhead as our ship cut through the waves. Ross dropped his arms when we had reached 100 yards away from the sinking Pistrix. Some of the crew watched that monster go down while others gaped at Ross. He stumbled and fell to one knee.
Ross!
I shouted as I rushed over to him and grasped his shoulders.
They shook.
He lifted his face and smiled up at me. I'm fine.
I doubt that's all you are, the captain spoke up as he marched over to us with the professor at his side.
The professor adjusted his spectacles and squinted at Ross.
I have never seen a Pactus with such power. I shook my head. And I don't think you ever will.
The captain examined Ross for a moment, before he looked over his shoulder at his crew.
Open the sails.
We have an island to find.
Aye, aye, Captain, came the shout as the sailors, freed from their albeit brief imprisonment, jumped at the chance to stretch their legs.
The captain returned his attention to Ross and jerked his head toward the cabin doors.
I want to know what happened.
Ross nodded and eased himself onto his feet. I wrapped my arms around him and drew some of his weight against my side.
He smiled at me. Thanks.
We four with Petro in tow moved into the cabin and the captain shut the door himself before he turned to us.
Now out with it. I set Ross in a chair and he took a deep breath.
He recounted our adventure inside the behemoth, and by the time he had finished, both the professor and even the sea-traveled captain were dumbfounded. Fantoma looked Ross up and down with a furrowed brow.
Then you have yourself the power of a god inside you.
Ross gave him a wry smile.
Yes, but it's almost too much for me.
I think anybody who isn't like me would be killed.
The professor raised an eyebrow.
Do you mean you, as a Pactus of that particular god? Ross cast a curious look at me.
I think Kate here can answer that better than anyone.
A little bit of color left my face as I tried to keep the rest of my composure.
What do you mean?
Ross stood and turned to face me where he grasped my hands in his own. He looked directly into my eyes, and I couldn't look away.
Under mentioned that I would be a suitable vessel for him not just because of my Pactus, but because of who I was.
He leaned closer and searched my face.
You weren't surprised by what he said. What do you know about me?
I bit my lower lip and shrank beneath his pleading eyes.
I was told, your mom. She told me.
I took a deep breath and let out a lot of air, and a big secret.
Your mom is Aurora.
Ross' eyes widened, but there wasn't the mouth-dropping shock I was expecting.
She told you that?
I nodded.
And I saw her, as she really is. She didn't want you to know just yet.
She wanted you to find your own path, without her origins getting in the way.
He pursed his lips. I see. I cast a furtive glance at him. You're not mad at me, are you?
The apologies poured forth.
I'm really sorry. I wanted to tell you sooner, but she MPHPMP.
The rest of my apology and poor excuses were drowned out by the sudden locking of our lips.
After a long, passionate moment, Ross drew away and smiled at me. I understand.
My mother is somebody even I wouldn't dare refuse such a promise to.
He turned his face away and furrowed his brow. Her origins are a mystery even my father couldn't solve, but this explains it. And a fair amount of sea gossip I've heard is laid to rest, the captain spoke up as he folded his arms over his chest. There had been rumors she emerged from the sea on a raft, a beauty offered by the god under. Looks like she was offering herself. My, the professor murmured as he studied all of us. Are all your adventures as exciting as this? I snorted. I hope not.
Ross looked out through the windows at the receding view of the Pistrix.
We haven't finished yet, and we won't be safe until we land on that island. Chapter 32.
A feat easier said than done, the captain spoke up with his lips tightly creased.
Though my former eyes kept this ship on a safe path, I once glimpsed the danger that lies ahead of us.
I lifted an eyebrow.
What kind of danger?
A fog bank so thick even my sight couldn't penetrate its depths, he warned us as he set a hand on the table and leaned against it.
It stretched across a great girth of the sea that led to the island like a reef of rocks, and it moved with an unnatural speed.
I can't guarantee we'll be able to avoid what lies in there.
A moving fog, you say?
The professor murmured as he cupped his chin in one hand. The captain glanced at him with an inquisitive look.
You know about it. The professor shook his head. I am not sure, but my books may have something in them. His face drooped. That is, if those rapscallions didn't take it. It should still be in the hold, I told him.
His expression lit up.
Excellent. Then I shall see what I can find in my books.
He scurried off to investigate his suspicions.
How long until we reach this active fog?
Ross asked the captain.
3 days, the ocean willing.
Ross held out one hand with the palm upturned, and a droplet of water flew out and splashed back in.
I think I might be able to guarantee that. I frowned at him. You didn't look so well after that last guarantee.
He stood and stretched his arms over his head.
I'll be fine after a good rest and some food.
We still have Fanny's store in the hold, after all. Phantoma nodded.
And if anything will get your strength back, it's her cured ham.
Ross grinned at me.
Then let's get some food and get you out of those clothes.
He looked down at me and I followed his gaze to wrinkle my nose. I still wore the greasy coveralls.
Gladly, I agreed.
I slipped out of the Pistrix attire, and we dove down into the hold for the bags of goodies. I noticed the professor seated at the bottom of the stairs, poring through a pile of books. The stack of tomes reached up some 2 feet off the floor, and I couldn't help but pause to give a careful examination of the size of the bag versus the contents. I craned my neck to peek into the interior, but the handles were clasped together.
How big is your bag? He didn't look up from his research. Quite large, though quite light.
The professor didn't give any further information, and so I dropped the subject. We ate a hearty meal courtesy of Fanny, and a good half-day's rest left us fresh and lively. When Ross and I emerged from the cabin, we found the scenery unchanged. That is, the shore was out of sight, and only the blue-green ocean could be seen.
Are we still in Umbria? I asked my dragon husband. He scanned the sea and shook his head. I'm not really sure. We're on the outskirts of her seas, Phantoma spoke up as he walked down the steps from the wheel deck. That monster's unnatural speed took us within a half-day's journey of the capital, and we'll soon be sailing out of the run of their ships.
Ross flexed his fingers and smiled.
I should help us on our way.
He made to move forward, but I grasped his arm and held him back.
Are you sure that's a good idea? He patted my hand. I won't overdo it. I just want to make sure Corvinus can't reach you again.
I looked out over the horizon in which we were pointed and pursed my lips. A nagging sensation stuck in the back of my mind, but I released him and gave him a smile.
Then go ahead.
Ross strode up to the stairs to the wheel deck and stopped at the stern. He beckoned with one hand, and I heard a huge splash. Phantoma and I raced to the railing and leaned over to look behind us, as did much of the crew. A huge long but low wave rose up out of the ocean and stretched for some half-mile behind us. The wave slipped around the sides of the vessel and the stern, and lifted the underbelly out of the ocean proper. The wave then gave off a burst of speed 4 times faster than what we had been traveling. Shouts came from the sailors as we sped across the ocean atop the watery platform. Phantoma grasped his hat in one hand and watched the blue-green seas zip past us.
By all the gods!
Should we keep this pace, we'll be at the island on this very day. I looked up at Ross and noticed the hints of tension at the corners of his lips.
I don't think he can hold it that long.
Phantoma followed my gaze and frowned.
No, Kate, I don't think he can either, and we shouldn't let him.
He'll be relieved at the first sign of wavering. That happened an hour into our speedy journey, when I noticed that Ross' face had taken on an unhealthy pallor. The wave speed too had slowed a touch. The strain of keeping one's arm raised up that long was bad enough, but to focus all that power through it was something else.
That's enough.
Phantoma shouted as he moved toward the steps, and I followed him. Ross didn't look at us as he shook his head.
I can go for longer. Your mouth can't hide what your face is showing us, the captain scolded him as he stopped near Ross and crossed his arms over his chest. You're faltering, Ross, now drop your arm and go sit down.
Ross' frown deepened.
I can still do this.
Phantoma's eyebrows crashed down. The captain stretched to his full height, and seemed to tower over the diminished Ross.
You are not in the kingdom of Hadrianus, princeling.
When you are aboard my vessel, you will obey my orders or be tossed overboard. It would be less trouble for my crew and me if you were. Now stand down. Ross closed his eyes and eased his arm to his side. The wave platform beneath us shrank with every drop of his limb, and it vanished with his effort.
The ship slowed, and we were back to the mercy of the winds.
Ross ran a hand through his hair before he glanced at the captain with a bemused look on his face.
You have me there, Captain. I'll have you in the brig for insubordination if you try to kill yourself again, Phantoma scolded him, as I slipped past the captain and over to my dragon husband.
I slipped my arms around one of his limp limbs, and stared up at him with a teasing twinkle in my eyes.
You don't want to make me a widow before we're even properly married, do you? He grinned. You wouldn't remain a widow for long. I cast a mischievous look at the captain. No, I don't think I would. The captain shook his head. Not at this port, miss. I have my ship anchored at another dock. I snorted. This search might take longer than I thought.
Ross looped his arm around my waist and drew me close against his side.
You won't need to look at all.
I'm fine, and I'll be fine again in a few hours. I'll guarantee we'll hit the island tomorrow, and without disobeying the captain's orders. I studied him with a curious gaze.
Why the sudden rush?
His good humor faltered as he looked out over the horizon past the bow.
As I said, I don't believe in coincidences, and a lot has been happening.
The Pistrix engine.
The fake Pactus.
What Under told us about the betrayal against him. All of it leads to something lurking in the shadows, and I have this bad feeling that it's coming to a head soon. I winced.
I was hoping it was just me. Whatever it is isn't going to be solved by you two crowding the wheel deck, Phantoma spoke up, as he stabbed a finger at the much larger lower deck. Now get off and let me control my own ship for a while.
Ross and I retreated into the cabin for a hearty meal, and as I sat chewing on some fresh vegetables, I couldn't help but think back to the Pistrix and its engine. Do you think the teller are controlled like the Pistrix, with a god pushing it along? Ross nodded.
That would be what I would guess, and it could very well be powered by under there too.
I lifted an eyebrow.
Why do you say that?
Isn't he the god of the seas?
Yes, but the sky is an ocean unto itself, he pointed out as he held out one upturned palm and created a small ball of water.
He tossed the ball straight up, where it grew a little larger before coming down.
Water gathers in the clouds, enough to be used by a god to push a ship along.
I shuddered.
That's horrible. How many pieces is he in?
Ross closed his hand and shook his head.
I don't know, but we'll be sure to free him when this adventure is done.
That is my promise to him for granting me this power.
Chapter 33.
The seas rolled by as Fantoma and Ross took turns steering the ship. As the second sun rose on this odd arrangement, I sensed a heavy presence in the air. An unease tingled at the back of my mind, and a sense of dread hung over the crew. I stood at the railing with Petro at my side, staring hard into the waters as Ross flew us along.
Don't stare too long into the sea around here, miss.
I started and whipped my head about to find the captain standing near me.
What do you mean? I asked him as he leaned his arms over the railing.
He stared out over the ocean and nodded his head.
There's something tempting about the sea, but there's a dark temptation in these waters.
Something unnatural lurks down there, wanting to take you to a darkness I wouldn't throw my worst enemy into. I shuddered and leaned away from the railing.
How long until we reach the island?
The captain tilted his head back, and I followed his gaze to behold a flock of pilotals. The 36 adorable little aquatic flyers floated over our heads in the same direction as we headed.
Not long now. Fog bank, Captain. The call came from the crow's nest atop the largest mast.
The man pointed ahead of us, and I squinted in that direction. I could just make out something bulbous on the horizon. Fantoma pursed his lips but stretched himself up to his full height.
All hands keep to your positions.
Anyone else not needed on deck, get into the hold. His eyes fell on me.
That means you, miss.
I lifted my gaze to the wheel deck, where Ross stood at the stern with his arm outstretched.
I'd rather stay up here with Ross. I'm about to relieve him of his duties, Fantoma warned me as he turned and took the steps 2 at a time. Belay that magic and get your wife below deck, he shouted as he took the wheel from his sailor.
Ross dropped his arm and removed himself from the wheel deck, but didn't venture below deck. He moved over to me and gazed out over the vast horizon to that growing black spot.
That looks like it's moving toward us. And at a faster clip than we can muster, even with your magic, Fantoma shouted from the helm, but he spun it anyway to try to avert the darkening disaster that loomed ahead of us.
A wind picked up at our backs and opened the sails wide. The treacherous gale pushed us faster toward the black fog bank that loomed up like a fluffy mountain. Occasionally a thin flash of light shot across the interior of the bank, and I soon realized those were lightning strikes. A storm brewed inside that thing. The ship turned abreast of the wild fog, but the wall floated across the waters back into our path. The surface was churned up by the winds and white caps crashed against the ship's hull. I grasped the railing as Ross grasped me as the vessel rocked to and fro. Sea spray struck us in the faces until Ross pulled me away to the center mast. "Captain!" one of the sailors shouted as he pointed at the horizon. The bank now completely covered the way ahead of us. Fantoma pursed his lips and shook his head.
We can't escape it. My heart skipped a beat at the hopelessness in his voice.
We slipped into the cold fog bank and found ourselves in the midst of a frenzied storm. Whirlpools dotted the rough seas and tried to swallow us into their sunken abyss. Wind and water mixed to create cyclones that danced between the pools. Everything competed for my attention, everything but the far side of the storm where I hoped the water we found would be calm.
If we found it, Trim the sails, the captain shouted as he grabbed the wheel with both hands. And hold on.
The sailors scurried up the ropes and lashed the sails to the masts as the winds tried to knock them down. More than one was almost blown off, but their expertise didn't fail them. They finished the job, and the gale could no longer toss us about, but now we had fewer steering capabilities to avert the whirlpools. Ross hurried back up to the wheel deck and raised up both hands. The watery platform rose up beneath us, but the wild waters chipped the waves away like a block of ice. The ship came splashing back down and Ross faltered. He clenched his teeth and tried again and managed to steer the ship, but where could he go? The misty air blocked our view, and after 100 feet, Ross was forced to drop his arms. We had averted some of the smaller whirlpools, but a roaring noise made me crane my neck to look over the bow. A huge whirlpool lay in the eye of the storm. Its depths reached some 500 feet down, and rocks and the broken remains of other vessels lay at the bottom waiting for more company. One of the sailors at the bow whipped his head about to catch his captain's eye.
We're heading straight for it, Captain.
Fantoma pursed his lips and a few quiet words passed over his lips.
We don't have any choice.
He took in a deep breath, and his voice rang over the din.
Drop the anchor.
The sailors dropped the anchor, and the ship came to a sudden jerking stop. Ross faltered and fell to his knees. I rushed up the stairs and grasped his shoulders, as he managed to sit up and look at the captain.
This is a bad idea.
Fantoma scowled back at him.
Do you have a better one?
I caught Ross' attention.
Why is that a bad idea? The force of the waters might drag the ship forward, and the anchor will tear the bow apart.
The color drained from my face.
We can't do anything else.
He swept his eyes over the rushing wind and water that surrounded us.
Only if we find a way out of here.
A sickening groan came from the starboard side, and a shout rose up from one of the crew.
The anchor, Captain.
Fantoma rushed to the starboard, and Ross and I at his heels. We leaned over the railing, and beheld a warp in the chain. One of the links had bent under the strain, and its weakened metal threatened to break the chain entirely. When I looked at the captain, his grim face told me all I needed to know, but I still had to ask.
What can we do? He shook his head. Nothing.
So long as the sea's royal, I won't throw my men overboard to their dooms to try to fix a break they cannot mend. Ross' eyebrows crashed down.
And if you do nothing, then the whole ship will be dashed against the rocks.
The captain spun about to face Ross with an expression of fury. He met Ross' eyes with his own fiery ones, and jabbed a finger at the anchor chain.
Then you get down there and fix it, Princeling. I'll fix it. Chapter 34.
The small voice came from our feet, and we all looked down to see Petro standing in our midst.
I can beat the link back, if you'll give me a plate of metal.
The captain pursed his lips.
I can't ask that of a child.
Petro put his hands on his hips.
I'm not a child. I don't want to go to the ocean floor again. It's boring there, and I can hardly move.
He held out one rocky hand to Fantoma.
Please give me a plate of metal.
Very thin. The captain still held doubt in his eyes as he looked up at Ross and me.
He's your responsibility.
Do I give him what he wants or no? Ross' face fell before he half turned to me.
We shouldn't. But you should.
Petro protested. I looked down at our short friend.
You're sure you can do it?
Petro nodded.
Yes.
Very much yes. Captain, the crewman shouted, and his call was quickly followed by another horrible groan. Petro grasped my pant leg and tugged on it.
Please.
A great sigh escaped my lips, and I lifted my gaze to the captain.
Where's that plate?
He nodded and whipped his head toward the hold.
Bring up one of the rudder plates.
One of the sailors scurried down into the hold, and soon came up with a thick piece of metal. Fantoma snatched it from him and held it out to Petro.
Godspeed, little one.
Petro took the plate and smiled before he scurried over to the group of sailors near the bow. He was so short that he fit under the railing. He leaned down and stretched out one short arm toward the chain, but he proved to be several feet too short.
"Help him, you fools!"
Fantoma snapped as he strode over, and Ross and I scurried along. Ross pushed to the forefront and knelt beside Petro.
"Ready."
Petro blinked at him.
"For hay."
Ross had wrapped his hands around Petro's tiny body and thrust him downward as far as he could. My breath caught in my throat as he leaned dangerously far over the deck.
It still proved to be too short. "Come on," the captain shouted as he grabbed a hold of the back of Ross' shirt.
Another crew member grabbed hold of Ross, but I swatted his hand away and took his place.
"If he's going, then so am I quipped as I knelt beside Fantoma.
A crew member wrapped his arms around the captain's waist, and I was nearly crushed by a stampede to get behind me. I would have been flattered if we hadn't been facing almost certain death. Loud protests came from behind me before a large arm wrapped around my waist. I looked up to find Simon kneeling behind me, and a grin spread across my face.
"Hail to the winner."
Fantoma caught Ross' attention.
"Now lean over and don't care how far you go."
"We have you." Ross nodded and set himself on his stomach. He shuffled over the edge, and my pulse quickened as all of his upper half and some lower half slipped over the side. He stretched out his arms and Petro did the same in an adorable mimicked gesture. They inched closer to the chain even as another groan came from the link.
"Push us out there,"
Fantoma shouted at his men. My eyes bulged out of my head.
"Wait, what does our?" The crew at our backs pushed us forward.
Ross tumbled over the edge, and we were soon behind him. Mostly. My upper body slipped over the side as did Fantoma's, but the crew dug their heels into the wet deck and stopped our descent into the swirling abyss. The sudden extension gave Ross the distance he needed to get Petro to the strained link.
Our tiny friend slapped the metal plate over the tension point, and using his other hand, he slammed his fist against the metal.
The plate formed to the curve of the link over the stress area, and the groans were stifled under every pound. In a minute the deed was done, and the plate was firmly wrapped around the stressed half of the link. Petro slid his face to the other side of his head and waved his arms.
"Pull!"
Fantoma shouted. The men gritted their teeth and drew us out of danger.
I was so glad to have solid floor underneath me that I nearly kissed it.
Then I remembered the hygiene of pirates, so as soon as Ross was pulled up, I threw my arms around him and gave him a long, passionate kiss. My thankful action was accompanied by a dozen whistles and shouts, and a few jealous grumbles. We broke apart, breathing hard and with stupid smiles on our faces.
"Get back to your posts," the captain shouted, and the men scattered back to their stations.
I looked down at our stony young friend, and my good humor fled. Petro clutched his pounding hand in his other palm. My face fell when I noticed an indent in the round rock that made up the main part of his hand.
I stooped and caught their eyes. "Are you all right?"
Petro nodded.
"Yes. Mud will help it heal."
Ross swept his eyes over the storm about us.
"Hopefully that will be soon in coming."
The closed hold hatch was suddenly flung open, and the professor popped his head out.
"I have it." I blinked at him. "Have what?" The professor pointed up at the windy sky. "The pilotals will lead the way.
We must wrangle one and force it to show us the way out." My jaw hit the ground.
"Why would they be in here?"
The professor stooped and picked up something that had fallen with the sea spray.
He held up a small mackerel. Their favorite food, flies in the air, easy for picking.
We need only find them and lure one in so it might tell us which direction to head.
The captain shook his head. "That won't get us out of the whirlpools."
Ross climbed to his feet.
"I will."
My face fell.
"Can you do it?" "What other choice do we have?" He turned to the captain. "I just need to know the way out of here."
Fantoma nodded.
My men and I will do that.
He marched over to the hold and knelt down beside the open hatch.
All men on deck.
We need to rope a pilottle. The men scurried onto the deck, each laden with a long stretch of rope used to wrap bundles of clothing and food. Half of them climbed the masts and strained their eyes to see out into the distance. I tilted my head back and glimpsed specks moving high above us.
There.
Everyone looked at where I pointed, and beheld the small pilotals some 50 yards overhead. Their tiny voices couldn't reach us, but in their feeding frenzy, a few more mackerel dropped from the sky onto the deck. Fantoma pursed his lips.
That's too high to throw the ropes, even if the winds would allow us. I spun about to face Ross. Can you get me up there? Like you did near the engine room in the Pistrix. He shook his head. Not with so many cyclones.
They could crash into the pillar and topple both you and it into the water. I reached into my shirt and drew out the feather I had picked up in the ship.
Drop the water when I get high enough, and I can use this to get down.
His face darkened.
That's suicide.
I snorted and waved my hand at the chaos around us.
And that isn't.
As if to emphasize my point, one of the cyclones crashed into the ship. The vessel was shoved to one side, and all of us but the captain fell to the deck. I whipped my head up and met Ross' worried gaze.
The longer we wait, the more likely another link in the anchor will break, I pointed out as we climbed to our feet. So let's do this while we still have a chance.
Ross pursed his lips but nodded. He held out one hand and a soft glow came from his palm.
I snatched up a bundle of the rope, but Fantoma stopped me and grabbed the end. He tied it into a tight noose and held it out to me. Pull it tight over a pilottle, and it will tighten around them.
I smiled and nodded as I clutched both the feather and the rope to my chest.
The professor stepped closer to me.
Remember to frighten those you do not catch. They will retreat out of the storm, and their captured companions will desire to do the same.
Got it, I replied as I turned my attention back to Ross. Ready.
I nodded.
Ready.
Chapter 35. Ross took a deep breath, and water exploded out of his palm.
It splashed onto the ground at my feet, before forming into a pillar that propelled me high into the air.
I had to duck more than one gale, and I nearly lost the feather to a mini-cyclone as I neared the animal's position. The pilotals noticed me coming, and let out a strange sound like a croaking bird.
They snapped their jaws and scattered.
I threw the rope into the thickest of the feathery shelled mess, and managed to catch two for the price of one heft. The pair let out that unusual noise, and tried to flap away in the direction their brethren were vanishing.
I was pulling in my catch, when my hair began to hit my face in a flurry.
My strands forced me to look to my left, and I watched in horror as a huge cyclone, its tail stuck in the fog halfway between the boat and my position, roared toward me. I tucked the bundle of rope into my shirt, and clutched the feather in both hands. Beautiful white wings burst out of my back, and a gale blew into them, pulling me off the water pillar. The cyclone struck the spot where I had just stood, and continued its destructive path toward me. It slithered like a worm over its shorter brethren, and pointed the top of its spinning head in my direction. I flapped as hard as I could, spinning and ducking to avoid the waterspouts and other cyclones that tried to knock me down.
But down was exactly where I wanted to go, and at the last moment I tucked the frantic pilotals against my chest and wrapped my wings around all of us.
I plummeted toward the ocean as the cyclone breezed over my head, missing me by a feather.
The crashing waves stretched out toward me, eager to take me into the dark depths.
A pillar of water sped toward me, but was knocked down by another wild cyclone.
I spread my wings wide and turned toward the ship.
My pursuer had pushed me off course, and it lay some 300 feet behind me.
I flapped hard and fast, zipping between cyclones and gusts.
One of those wild winds managed to catch my right wing, and I was sent tumbling toward the water. I shut my eyes waiting for impact, and it came sooner than I expected. It also didn't drown me but lifted me up and drew me forward. I peeked open one eye and watched the whirlpools zip past. By the time the pilotals and I splashed aboard, I was exhausted. I slipped the feather back into my shirt, and my wings vanished. Sailors surrounded me, and the pilotals were taken from my grasp. Ross rushed toward me, but Fantoma stepped in his path and pressed a palm against his chest.
She'll be fine, but only if you start steering this ship. Now.
Ross cast a worried look at me before he rushed up the stairs to the wheel deck. The pilotals had been placed on the deck in 2 different ropes, and both of them flew up. They gave echoing cries as they made for the starboard side. Ross followed their lead and pushed the boat in that direction. We tumbled over whitecaps and bounced out of the very edges of the whirlpools while dodging cyclones. It felt like an eternity, but was probably just the longest 10 minutes of my life. Finally, God's willing, we floated out of the mess of gales and water, and back into the abyss of the gentle but cold fog. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Well, except for the pilotals. They were still panicked, but their alarm had led all of us out of the storm. In a few minutes the seas calmed completely, and we broke free from even the thick mist. The open ocean presented itself to us, but it was no longer completely empty. Even my untrained eyes glimpsed an island far off in the distance.
We had found it.
Baheal. The shadowy island of the gods.
I swallowed the lump in my throat and climbed to my feet. At the same time our pace slowed to a standstill, and Ross crumpled to his knees.
My heart pounded as I rushed up the stairs, though Fantoma reached his side before me. The captain knelt beside Ross, whose back moved up and down with his harsh breathing.
Are you all right?
Ross lifted his face, and his eyes shone with an unnaturally bright blue light. He blinked and the effect was gone, but not forgotten. I think so. Fantoma frowned.
I think you need to stop using that magic, before it tears you apart or worse. I blinked at him. What's worse than that? He shook his head as he helped Ross to his feet.
Being a shell of yourself and still living is every sailor's worst fear. Every man's, I expect. He lifted his gaze to his sailors.
Open the sails. Let's get some speed and get to that island. Aye, sir, came the shout before they scurried to obey.
The captain assisted Ross down the stairs and into his cabin. Fantoma moved toward the bed, but Ross nodded at the table.
I only need a chair.
Fantoma scoffed, but obliged Ross by helping him to a chair.
I've seen drowned men who look better than you.
Ross leaned back in the seat and breathed out.
They must have been exceptionally handsome among the living.
The captain rolled his eyes.
Fool.
A loud knock came from the door, and Fantoma strolled over and opened it. A sailor stood on the threshold.
The wind is with us, Captain. It won't be long before we're within rowing distance.
Fantoma nodded.
Very well. I'll be right out. He shut the door and turned to us. I know I can't convince you to stay aboard for even one trip to the island, and I can't offer myself to go ashore either.
A ship without a captain is as good as dead in these waters. I grasped Ross' shoulders and smiled at our nautical friend.
You've done enough for us already. We'll be fine on the island.
Ross set a hand atop one of mine and looked up into my eyes.
We'll be better off than others.
Fantoma stepped forward and unbuckled his scabbard belt, which he then held out to me.
Take this. I blinked at him. But I don't know how to use a sword.
Better to have an option than nothing at all, which is what you have right now, he countered as he stretched his hand out closer to me.
Go on.
I reluctantly accepted the gift and slipped the belt around my waist. After a bit of fumbling with the clasp, I finally managed to get the leather around me.
Wow, I mused as I twisted my hips this way and that. This thing's so light, I hardly feel it.
Ross' eyes twinkled with mischief as he looked from me to the captain.
And no adjustment needed for your small waist.
Fantoma scowled at him.
It isn't that spot that attracts the ladies. Now if you're done abusing my kindness, then I have a ship to run.
He marched over to the door and grasped the handle but paused. The captain didn't turn to face us, but his whispered words still reached us.
"Don't either of you die. The world would be worse off for it."
He opened the door and stepped out, closing it behind him. I looked down at Ross, who had a contemplative expression on his face.
"This is it, isn't it?
The end of our adventure." He returned his attention to me and squeezed my hand.
"We'll have many more after this one, but I do hope they aren't quite as long." I snorted. "Me too." Chapter 36.
Ross was soon well enough to venture out on deck, where we found Fantoma at the wheel, and our other two friends near the bow. The professor had an eager look on his face as we approached the island. Isle was at least 20 miles long and nearly as wide. An expansive strip of white sandy beach surrounded a jungle interior, but the trees couldn't hide a few small mountain ranges that dotted the island.
"What an exciting time," the professor mused as we joined them at the railing. "What a wonderful mystery that awaits us."
Ross shook his head.
"You can't come on this adventure." The professor's glee collapsed. "Whatever do you mean?"
"Every normal person who's gone into that jungle hasn't come back," I told him as I looked down at Petro.
"You should stay here too. Surely there must be a way to venture safely onto the island," the professor insisted. I snorted. "Has anything we've done so far been safe?" Our learned friend's mournful eyes flickered between us, but after a long moment he let out a drawn-out sigh. His shoulders slumped and he hung his head. "I see. Then there is nothing to it."
He lifted his chin and stiffened his jaw.
"Then might I make a request of you?" I smiled. "Anything."
"Should there be ruins among those wild trees, and if you are able, might you bring back to me a piece of those ruins?" Ross grinned and clapped a hand on his shoulder.
"We'll even try to get one with writing."
The professor's morose expression brightened.
"Then I wish you both the best of luck in your adventure."
Petro clapped his stone hands together.
"Have fun.
Say hello to my cousins."
I knelt down in front of him and nodded. "We'll be sure to do that." "Sandbars," came the shout from the crow's nest.
We all lifted our eyes to the lookout, who pointed to the waters some 200 feet off the coast. Lumps of rolling sand lurked in the shallow waters, waiting to capture unwary vessels in their soft grip. The captain frowned as Ross and I moved over to the wheel deck.
"It appears the place has become even less hospitable than when I last visited."
We could nearly slide the ship onto the beach that time. Ross jerked his head in the direction of the away ship.
"I could use some exercise."
A slight smile touched the corners of Fantoma's lips.
"Just make sure you bring it back in one piece."
Ross flashed him a grin.
"We make no promises."
The away vessel was drawn over the side, and Ross and I climbed into the boat. To say I was nervous was an understatement, and more than one dour face among the sailors showed they didn't expect to see us again. We splashed onto the calm seas and Ross took up the oars with gusto. Soon we were far from the Swan and close to the shore. I scanned the beaches and the tree line, but there wasn't a single twitch or sound of movement. No crabs scurrying across the sands. No birds twittering in the trees.
It was dead. I swallowed the lump in my throat.
Great analogy, Kate. We landed, and Ross leapt out before I could even think about departing. He dragged the boat a few yards onto the beach, and I hopped out. We stayed close as we approached the shadowy depths of the thick forest.
The trees stood close together, and between them were tucked many tall bushes, most of which towered over my head.
We were only 50 feet from the line, when a figure shambled out of the shadows of the trees. I stiffened, but Ross sprang into action and stepped between me and the creature. They came closer, and I realized it was a man of about 40. You couldn't tell that from his shocking white hair and the deep shadows beneath his eyes. Then there were his eyes.
There was no sign of life in them. He stared ahead, without really seeing anything.
Here then was one of the zombies Fantoma had mentioned to us, the men to whom something terrible had happened in the dark depths of the island. The man stopped at the edge of the shadows, and used a hand to beckon to us. He made the gesture only a few times before he turned, all without a sound, and shambled back toward the trees. I looked up at Ross. His pursed lips reflected my own concern.
I slipped a hand into his, and he gave mine a squeeze. "Stay close to me."
I nodded, and together we trudged up the sand behind our silent guide. The man shuffled into the thick brush, and we followed him while keeping close together. The mess of bushes and close trunks didn't make that easy, but after 50 yards we found ourselves on a well-worn path.
This wasn't some pounded dirt path either, but one of smoothed stone that widened the further we traveled until we found ourselves on a large thoroughfare.
The further we traveled, the more evidence we saw of a civilization that must have rivaled Praesidium at its height. Huge stone walls rose up from the jungle floor, and towered some 50 feet over our heads. We passed under arches with elaborate carvings, which still showed the skill of the crafter even after being worn smooth by time. More stone streets broke off from ours and stretched perpendicular to the main road, creating a perfect city layout. The road on which we traveled led to a huge circular plaza that stretched for some 300 feet in all directions. The ruins of huge buildings, all placed on platforms some 20 feet high, wrapped around the borders of the cobblestone common. One sported elegant pillars that held up huge porticos, but both had collapsed under the weight of age. The domed roofs were missing many of their metal roofing plates, and some had trees growing through their glass domes, but they still stood against the onslaught of time. I noticed that all of the structures had round stone plates that had once been affixed to the front walls above the pairs of doors. Some had collapsed, but others still hung high and showed off their expertly carved symbols. One showed a bird that resembled an owl, another had a large fish, and there was still another with a scythe. The largest of the buildings stood opposite the main road, and against a tall hill that climbed upward to become one of the highest mountain peaks on the island. The insignia over the doors showed a raised hand carved from stone as black as night. Among all these relics and fantastic ruins, I couldn't help but notice the lack of life.
I hadn't seen a single bird, nor heard the rustle of any animal in the brush.
The only other living thing with us was the man, and as he stopped in the middle of the plaza and turned to face us, I realized he wasn't even quite that. The sun shone down into the open square, and gave me my first good glimpse of our guide. A strangled gasp caught in my throat when I beheld the hideously grey flesh stretched over the skeletal remains of what used to be called a man. He wore ragged clothes that hung loosely over his thin frame, and his shoes were practically rotting off his feet. The man collapsed into himself, and as he fell to the stones his frail body disintegrated. What remained of him was his ragged clothes and bits of bone covered in dust.
"Oh my God,"
I whispered as I looked up at Ross.
"What the hell just happened?"
He lifted his hard gaze up to the stone steps that led to the central building.
"I don't know, but I think we're about to find out."
A groaning noise captured my ears, and I followed his gaze to behold the slow opening of the pair of doors. They revealed an interior so dark, I couldn't see the figure, until they stepped out onto the porch. A tall and beautiful woman stood before us. She was a head taller than Ross, and with limbs as elegant as a sculpture. She wore a slim dress over her lithe form, and a garland of black sticks was wreathed about her head. Her skin was of soft alabaster, and her eyes were as dark as night. She clasped her hands in front of her, and idled down the steps with a carefree touch of her soft slippers. A smile lay on her lips, but the expression was so devoid of warmth that I actually shivered. She seemed to bring with her the chill of night, and the sunlight that had touched her seemed to be overshadowed by her presence. She stopped 10 feet away from us near the pile of bones and inclined her head. "I give you warm greetings, Kate Dina and Hadrianus Vitali. Welcome to our island. I am Nox, goddess of the shadows and arbiter of all who call this place home."
Chapter 37. Our island.
Ross questioned her.
She nodded. Oh yes.
Many of us dwell here to enjoy the fruits that life has to offer, far from the trivial pursuits of mortals.
I cast a quick look at the decay around us. This doesn't look like life.
The woman laughed, and there was no warmth in that either.
We do not require the same comforts as mortals. Even the dingiest of places may be our home.
Like the grotto in Praesidium where your fellow god is chained to a wall. Ross questioned her. She lifted her chin slightly, and the corners of her mouth dipped down.
Yes, even there, though we prefer not to speak about the exiles.
Their betrayal wounds us, even after so many years.
I frowned. He told us he was chained there because he didn't agree with making the Pactus.
Knox sauntered along the cobblestones, creating a circle around Ross and me.
You know so little of what happened then, dear children. Let me enlighten you as to the history of that grave mistake.
Ross lifted an eyebrow.
A mistake?
She stopped just beside the remains and looked down at the body, as a sigh escaped her lips.
Yes.
You see, we did not know at the time of the giving that you mortals would proliferate so aggressively. The Pactus multiplied. More and more of our power was taken from us by those who inherited the Pactus line. Our gift was stretched thin. She turned to us, and her face looked more haggard than before. Wrinkles touched the corners of her mouth and eyes, and her fair skin was blemished with spots.
We were stretched thin.
She smiled again, and in that brief change the blemishes vanished.
So you gave your power to the Pactus families, and by having kids they took more of your powers, weakening you.
I guessed.
Knox nodded. Just so.
Many of us retreated here, but we could no longer enjoy the company of mortals, not when we felt so weakened by their selfish desire to populate the world.
Did you try telling them what was happening?
Ross inquired. She lifted her nose just slightly.
And risk mortals knowing that we had weakened ourselves?
We did not think ourselves that foolish. If we could imprison our own, then they would surely have discovered a way to imprison us.
I swept my eyes over the ruins. And you've just stayed here all these years talking to each other about the good old days? Her eyes flashed with a dark mischief that left me with a cold chill. No.
We have ventured forth on occasion to find a solution to our problem. One of our own discovered it, only a few short decades ago.
Zaros.
Ross guessed.
She nodded. Then you have met him.
It was he who gave us the answer to the question we had long pondered. Unfortunately, he was as unruly as ever, and so we left him to remain there for the remainder of his punishment. My pulse quickened as I thought back to that horrible encounter.
What did he tell you? She chuckled. I have forgotten how eager you mortals are to hear news.
Your short lifespans do require you to be rude. I am reminded why we banished your kind from the island a century ago.
The ancient ones, Ross spoke up.
She inclined her head.
I see you have heard our exalted name. Yes, we were once called that. She swept a hand over the ruins.
And these were once the proud homes of a mighty people, but like all mortal things they were not destined to last. Your only source for immortality is through your proliferation. How ironic that your method of immortality would drain ours from us.
But you're going to fix that whole draining issue, I mused.
Knox raised up one hand and swept her eyes over the ruined temples.
Yes.
We have called all our loyal brethren here to decide what action to take regarding the matter, and they have made their decision. The doors swung open, and out stepped a plethora of godly figures. Men and women, attired in the same raiments as Knox, looked down at us from on high. They each had a semblance of their unique attributes in their features. A woman with a thin face and arms covered in scales looked very serpentine, and a man with boar's tusks was impossible not to guess. Knox lifted her arms above her head, and the shadows that had followed her seemed to lengthen and darken.
We have proposed a new pact with the mortals, she explained as the other gods sauntered down the steps toward us.
We will test their worth, and in the spilling of their blood we will create a new pact and force them to relinquish our powers back to us. The color drained from my face as I understood the full repercussions.
This was what Zaros had taught them.
You mean that in order to return the Pactus magic to you, all the people have to be tested? She inclined her head.
They do. I swallowed the lump in my throat. And what happens to those who can't make this new pact? Then they will die, and we will still regain our powers. I shook my head. That isn't fair.
My blood began to boil as I thought about all the people I'd met on my travels. I balled my shaking hands into fists at my side.
You can't do that.
You could be murdering tens of thousands of people. She lifted her chin slightly and looked down her nose at me. A demented grin stretched her face wide, and her eyes were aflame with glee. If that is the sacrifice that must be made to return our magic, then so be it. She paused and tilted her head to one side. I believe I hear the arrival of our ally. The one who will grant us the power needed to create the test. The ground trembled as the boots of many feet pounded toward us. Ross and I spun around in time to watch a large group of men file out of the forest some half-mile down the main processional from the plaza. At their head was a familiar dark figure I had only glimpsed once but could never forget. Corvinus, the King of Shadows. His slithery serpent advisor, Sigrath, followed along just behind him. At their backs marched a dozen rows of men some 20 deep. They were divided into different Pactus, and I beheld that they were not originals but the copies the good doctor had created. The man himself partially hid behind Corvinus's other side. Ross drew me close beside him as our many foes marched up to within 10 feet of us where Corvinus stopped.
The Dark King smirked at us as he inclined his head. It is good to see you again, Your Highness.
His shining eyes fell on me.
And my flown bird.
I could never have imagined I sought to cage a goddess from another world.
I hope you will forgive me my insolence. I scowled at him. You're not forgiven.
The Dark King sighed and shrugged.
Then I will have to pay my penance.
Nox stepped forward and studied the small army at his back. You will fulfill any wrong by granting us the power to call forth minions to perform the trials against the Pactus. Corvinus stepped aside and gestured to the men.
These are those very men.
They have been given your gift without your sacrifice, and thus in them they each bear a new power waiting for the picking.
At his final words the men lost some of their swagger. Even the good doctor looked alarmed. What do you mean, Your Highness?
Were my creations not brought here to help in your quest to become the ruler on high? Corvinus smiled at the scarred man. Indeed, Dr. Morley, and so they shall. With their sacrifices, I shall take my place among the gods.
At the word sacrifice, a panic ensued among the men.
They let out cries of terror, as the angelic gods around us transformed into withered crones and shriveled hagspawn. The creatures flew past us like a cold wind, and leapt at the Pactus who scattered like the Furies themselves were at their heels. Those with wings took to the skies, while the landbound rushed into the forest. The gods followed after them like rabid wolves, taking flight and slithering into the brush. Corvinus turned to his advisor, and jerked his head in the direction of the forest.
After you.
The serpent's eyes widened.
What do you mean, Your Highness?
The King of Shadows chuckled.
It means your advice is no longer needed.
My advice to you now is to run while you still can. Sigrath's face contorted with rage, and he leapt at his king with fangs and claws bared. Corvinus's hand darted into his belt, and he drew out a dagger. He swung the blade across Sigrath's throat, cutting it open. The snake dropped face first to the ground and twitched a moment before he lay still. The serpent-looking god slithered over to him, and set his hand on Sigrath's head. The Pactus's form fell away to nothing, but where his body had lain there sat a small orb of light. The god eagerly scurried up to the ball, and grasped it in his hands. The brilliance was absorbed into his body, which gave off its own faint glow for a brief moment.
As for the rest, they suffered the same fate.
We heard terrible screams and frightened cries, and I watched in horror as the flying Pactus were struck down and fell like meteors into the forest.
Each of the screams was followed by a faint beam of light that burst upward for a brief moment before dying back.
Dead silence followed the last faint glow.
Chapter 38.
The gods slunk back, their forms back to their ethereal facade. I couldn't help but shrink away from them, as they proceeded to surround us. Some of them even licked their lips, and their eyes glowed with an unearthly and somewhat demonic light. The only mortals that remained besides Ross and me were Morley, Corvinus and Sigrath. The good doctor gaped at where his creations had vanished to their deaths, before he whipped his head about to glare at his king. He balled his hands into fists.
"You monster!
You've ruined everything."
He stabbed a finger at the forest. "All that was me died in there." Corvinus shook his head. "On the contrary, there is one more part of you that remains, and I consider you the juiciest morsel."
His eyes rolled over to Nox as he used a hand to gesture at the doctor.
"I present to you this chimera for your pleasure, my lady."
The color drained from Morley's face as he stumbled back.
"And no. No. I won't be used as fodder."
His body began to expand, and his clothes were torn open to reveal a horrific mixture of fur, scales, and feathers. He grabbed the bandages and ripped them off, revealing a face of mixed flesh like a quilt of nightmares. A lizard-like tail sprouted out of his pants, and he stretched to a height taller than Ross by several heads. When he spoke, it was in a deep, bellowing voice.
"If I die, then I will take you with me."
Morley stretched out a crab-claw-shaped hand for Corvinus, but Nox raised one hand. Shadows shot out of the ground between the men and wrapped around the clawed arm. The tendrils yanked Morley chin first onto the ground, as Nox strode between us and over to the thrashing monstrosity. She knelt down in front of him and smirked. "Thank you for your willing sacrifice." Morley let out a garbled scream as more shadows shot out of the ground around him and swarmed over him. I shut my eyes and turned my face away. His death was over in an instant, and Nox soon knelt beside a bare patch of ground with a single small ball of light. She plucked the ball from the dirt and cradled it in her hands as she stood. The brilliance was absorbed into her, the same as if Phantoma's curse energy had been absorbed by Zarist.
The Queen of Shadows turned to us and flexed her fingers.
Little wisps of darkness puffed out of them like wisps of smoke.
"I feel much better already."
Corvinus bowed his head.
"I am glad to hear it, my lady." Nox's attention fell on her fellow gods. "How do you all fare?"
They flexed their own magics, showing off a plethora of poison mists, razor-sharp feathers and detachable claws. Wicked smiles slipped onto their lips as their eyes shone with a greedy light.
"You can't do this."
I stepped forward and faced the crowd of immortals with my hands balled into fists at my sides.
"What you've done is murder. What you're about to do is genocide." Nox wrinkled her nose at me. "We had hoped that as immortals yourself you might understand our predicament, but I see that without your powers stripped from you, you have no hope of appreciating our plan."
She cast a knowing glance at the serpent god who had toyed with poison mist.
"Trap them.
Kill them if they resist." The serpent man turned to me and flattened his head. Hideous snakes shot out of his head, and his legs transformed into a single tail that allowed him to dart across the ground. His poisoned talons stretched out for me, and I flung up my arms. A brilliant blue light erupted in front of me, and I found myself behind a wall of emerald green feathers. The plumes were as smooth as a pool of water, and reflected my stunned face. The wings lowered and revealed Ross' determined face. He had raised his arms and his scales had blocked the serpent's attacks. Ross' eyes shone with a light not of power granted by the sea god, but a golden hue that glowed so brightly that the other immortals retreated from its brilliance. He shoved the serpent back and flexed his claws on either side of him, as his hardened eyes glared at the company.
Nox's lips curled back in a sneer. I see how you were able to make it to this island.
Your powers are not burdened by the Pactus. There was a heavy dose of jealousy in her words, as realization set in.
So that means we can kick your ass? She threw her head back and scoffed. Hardly.
You are mere ants compared to us, who have walked this land for eons. Whatever power you have will not. Ross darted forward and grabbed the serpent by the neck. He threw the god into a huddled group of others, earning a perfect strike as all of them tumbled to the ground. Ross lifted his clawed hand and grinned at Nox.
I'm willing to give it a try. She ground her teeth together. That blasted light.
Aurora has sullied herself by cavorting with mortals. Ross flexed his fingers on both hands and his eyes flashed with anger.
Say that again, and you'll see what a mortal and a god together can do. Not without me,
I insisted as I joined him at his side. I looked down at my own hands and a silent prayer ran through my head.
Please, please, if there's anything good in me, let it come out now. I was rewarded with nothing.
No spark of brilliance nor even a hint of light against the darkness. Ross, however, stepped in front of me and turned his head to one side to give me an encouraging smile.
I can do this.
My face fell and I shook my head.
Not alone.
He didn't have any choice as Nox stabbed a finger at him.
Destroy them both.
The dozen corrupted gods lunged at him. Ross swung his arm out and a slim strip of light shot out like a sickle blade. The light struck the flying gods and sent them tumbling back. The land gods rushed up and grabbed his limbs, but he swung them off and punched the next group.
A hand grabbed mine, and I spun around to find myself captured by Corvinus.
The shadow dragon had transformed his own hands into claws, and scales covered from his cheeks down to his arms. He curled his lips back in a crooked grin as he flexed the claws on his other hand.
Stand back.
We would not wish for you to be hurt just yet. He yanked me back away from the fray as I thrashed in his hold. I grabbed his hand and felt myself transform into a copy of his shadowy self. Scales ran up my arms and my own hands morphed into claws. Unfortunately, I still wasn't as strong as the original Pactus, and he dragged me further away from the fight.
Enough!
Nox shouted as she lifted her arms above her head. Shadows swooped in from the jungle and washed over us. Tendrils shot up and wrapped around Ross' limbs, trapping him in their cold embrace. They lifted him off the ground, and Nox sauntered up to where he struggled to free himself. She put a hand on one hip and smiled up at him.
What a pity to destroy such power.
She reached up and cupped his cheek in her palm.
But perhaps we might be able to put that strength to good use.
Nox's hand glowed with a dark aura, and Ross' eyes widened as his body became rigid. The darkness spread over his own form, enveloping him in a terrifying cocoon. His soft blue light flowed out of him and mingled with the darkness before they were both drawn back into Nox's palm. She opened her hand that held him and stepped back. Ross crumpled to the ground and lay still.
No. I screamed as I thrashed in my captor's hold.
Corvinus released me and I rushed over to Ross.
I fell to my knees and drew him into my lap.
His body was cold to the touch, and his lifeless eyes stared up at the sky.
Ross. I screamed as I cradled him in my arms. Please God, no.
Ross.
Nox's laughter interrupted my grief.
All the gods worthy of that title are present and accounted for, and no one will hear your plea.
As she spoke, dark storm clouds gathered overhead, summoned by her flashing eyes.
Cold darkness fell over everything as she turned to the others and raised her arms.
Now then, let us see to our new pact. I think not. Chapter 39.
The protest came from Corvinus, who reached into his coat and drew out a small metal orb. Its black surface shone like onyx and reflected his wicked grin.
Nox turned to him and turned her nose up. What do you mean by your impertinence?
He held up the ball in front of his face with one upturned hand.
I would rather not rule over a world in such disarray. She sneered at him.
You will rule over nothing but what we say you will rule over. She paused and looked him over with a sly smile.
And while we are on the subject, I believe you are gifted with my Pactus. Shall we start the new pact with your test? He chuckled. I have only one test, and that is to see if this orb that the good doctor, God's rest his soul, will work on you.
Nox's eyebrows crashed down, and the other bruised gods look at Corvinus with some uncertainty.
What do you mean?
Explain yourself. You feared that the mortals would eventually find a way to capture you, he mused, as he placed his other hand on the top of the metallic ball. He clenched his teeth and a soft black glow emanated from the orb. Tendrils shot out and flew past me to embed themselves deep into the chests of the gods. The gods' eyes bulged out of their heads, and they stiffened with their arms splayed out on either side of them. Soft white lights emanated from the point of penetration, and the brilliance traveled down the lines and back to Corvinus. All except Nox. A tendril had tried to touch her, but she had knocked it away with the back of her hand. Now she marched over to another tendril and tried to grab it, but the white light zapped her like electricity. She jerked her hand back and black smoke rose from her palm. Nox clutched her wounded hand in her other one, and whipped her furious face to Corvinus.
What is that?
Corvinus smiled at her as the white lights flowed into the orb.
What I have here is a modified copy of the metal you used to capture your own kind, but this does not entrap their immortal forms. This captures their very essence.
Screams of terror rose up from the gods as their beautiful facades shriveled to their horrible wrinkled appearances. Their bodies trembled and their legs collapsed beneath them, sending them tumbling to the ground. The tendrils drained their very being, until even the outline of their forms were sucked into the brilliance. As each strand finished its theft, it slithered back to the ball and joined to the metal. Each joining appeared to melt the surface, creating an orb of twisting light and shadow. When the last of the strands had done its work and retreated, Corvinus pressed the orb against his chest and the ball was slowly absorbed into his body.
No.
Nox screamed as she lunged at him with one long arm outstretched. She tried to grab the glowing ball, but a blast of white light hurtled her backward, and she skipped across the ground like a stone across water. The moment Corvinus finished the fusion, his eyes widened. He took a stumbled step forward, before he dropped to one knee. His harsh breathing echoed over the plaza, until it became a roar of pain and triumph. He flung his head back with his arms outstretched and light burst out of his form. This light, however, had been transformed into a black brilliance. The stolen light swirled around him like a tornado. The wind whipped about the ruins, crashing down the remaining porticos, and sending debris and brush flying in all directions. I clutched Ross closer against me as the storm tore at both of us. Shadows clawed at Corvinus's body, transforming him with every shot of darkness that passed into his form. His clothes split open as he shot up to stand 10 feet, and scales covered his form. A pair of great wings burst out of his back, and stretched for 20 feet on either side of him. His face elongated into a snout, and a tail stretched out behind him. The Pactus's feet broke open his shoes and thickened into trunk-sized legs that ended in sharp balanced claws. He loosed a great roar, and the wild storm dissipated. All the debris came crashing down around us. Corvinus looked down at himself and gave a toothy grin.
Excellent.
Most excellent. He opened his mouth and blasted out a long beam of shadows. The darkness crashed into a stone wall and disintegrated it, leaving behind only blackened remains.
Yes.
This power.
This wonderful power is all mine.
During this greedy grab for power, I had lain on the ground in the ruins of my happiness. Ross' face had grown ashen grey and his arms hung limp at his sides. As Corvinus stood triumphant over the ruins of the other gods, a spark was lit within me. I gently lay Ross on the ground, and brushed a hand over his cold cheek.
I'll see you soon. I climbed to my feet and raised my eyes to the monster that stood before me.
Tears streamed down my cheeks as I balled my hands into fists at my sides. A warmth filled my whole being and flowed over me, but I didn't care what that meant. All I cared about was destroying the creature that stood in front of me.
I won't let anyone else be hurt by another god.
The dragon chuckled, and the terrible sound reverberated across the plaza. You still wish to try to stop me, knowing that I have the strength of 12 gods within me, while you hold only one?
I'm not wishing anything, I shouted as I gripped my hands tighter.
A bright spark of light erupted from my fists and swelled outward, covering my body in a warm, pulsing glow.
I'm going to defeat you. The creature threw back its head and loosed a great laugh. You dare to attack a god of gods? I shook my head. No, just you.
As my journey had begun with a single drop of blood, it ended with a single drop of sorrow. My tear fell from my chin and dropped to the ground. A light burst outward, covering me in an angelic warmth. I felt myself grow taller, as my filthy clothes transformed into an elegant dress similar to the one I had seen Aurora wear, but different. Feathers were attached to the hems of my sleeves and the bottom cuff, and as they brushed against the ground, fresh plants grew up out of the ruined stones. My hair bounced down my back in wavy curls, and I could feel the very earth beneath me and the sky above me. Nothing was there that I couldn't touch, couldn't reach for and bend to my will. No wonder the gods had a god complex, but I had no desire to control anything. All I wanted was to rid the world of the stench that stood before me. Corvinus sneered at me and flexed his clawed hands.
I will show you true power.
He marched forward, or tried to. One of his legs was stuck by something, and he looked down to find my plants wrapped around his feet. He snarled and stomped on them, emitting a blast of blackened air that withered the plants.
As soon as they died, however, more sprung anew and captured him.
Get off me, he roared as he opened his mouth and let loose a vile flood of toxic air. Again his efforts were in vain, as more plants replaced them. A loud rumble overhead forced his attention to the skies. The clouds Nox had summoned billowed together, and lightning shot down, striking the ground close by him. The force of the strike cracked the stones and shook the earth. Another one struck, this time closer to him, and a part of it touched some of his lingering mist. The fog exploded and fell to the ground as nothing more than faint sparkles that dissipated. Corvinus's eyes widened as he tried to move away from the oncoming storm, but the plants wouldn't stop their attack. They grew up his legs and wrapped around his arms and throat, trapping him in green chains as the lightning bolts came closer and closer. He whipped his head to me, and I took a great amount of pleasure seeing the fear in those dark, merciless eyes.
Release me. No.
He thrashed in the hold of my plants as my lightning neared his position.
You cannot destroy me.
This world cannot survive with the destruction of the many gods within me.
I shook my head. The world has survived this long without their benevolence.
It'll be fine. A bolt struck only a few feet away from him, sending sparks over his body and igniting the dark energy around him. He let loose a scream as I raised my arms up to the sky and closed my eyes.
Take all of me.
A column of light exploded out of my body and launched itself up into the clouds. They billowed and frothed, and a single point of brilliance appeared above Corvinus. He twisted and thrashed as the spot grew brighter and brighter until a huge bolt shot down. The light struck him and his form was obliterated. Darkness blasted outward, but the light from the lightning encased it in a dome where the corrupted power swirled about, unable to escape. I walked up to the wall and set my hand against the light. The bubble shrank, forcing the magic into an ever smaller space, until the light pinched it into oblivion. It was done, and I was alone.
Chapter 40.
I was also exhausted, but the end I'd hoped for didn't come. Instead, there was hope. A shimmering light appeared before me, but it wasn't caused by my powers. A woman formed herself out of the brilliance, and I recognized the serene figure of Aurora.
Her eyes glowed bright with pride and a gentle smile caressed her lips.
I don't know how I knew, but I realized that what I was seeing was only a projection of herself, much like Dromos and Zarist could project their own powers beyond the confines of their imprisonment.
You have done very well, daughter-in-law, she whispered to me.
My shoulders fell and I hung my head.
I don't care about praise. I just want to be with Ross wherever he is.
A great laugh resounded across the plaza, and beside Aurora appeared another familiar god, Under, in all his majesty.
It was he whose mirth had echoed around us.
His eyes twinkled as he smiled at me.
Wherever he is wherever you are. A touch of anger welled up within me as I shook my head. That isn't the same.
It isn't just like him being right beside me. Aurora's hand beckoned to me, and I lifted my eyes to her gentle face. She used that same hand to gesture behind me.
He is right beside you.
My heart quickened before I spun around. The plants that had sprung from my powers had surrounded Ross' body, and they glowed softly with a caressing light. Life returned to his cheeks, and he let out a choked breath before his eyes fluttered open. As I raced over to him, my ethereal light faded, as did my impressive height. I dropped to my knees at his side as he raised himself onto his arms. He was nearly thrown back to the ground as I threw myself against him. A sob escaped me as he wrapped an arm around my shaking body.
Miss me, he teased. I snorted and drew us apart. Idiot.
Ross grinned.
Would I be anything else?
He looked me over with a mischievous smile.
I like the new attire.
I looked down at my cleave-revealing dress and rolled my eyes, but my smile still danced across my lips as I gave him a playful push against his chest.
You would.
He winced and rubbed his chest.
Easy there. I just had that fixed.
He lifted his gaze to the glowing figures that now stood over us, and his eyes widened.
Mother.
Aurora's eyes danced with pride and mischief as she inclined her head toward him.
My adventuresome son. He shifted and winced. I think I could do with a vacation.
Under turned his head around and studied the blackened spot where Corvinus had stood.
There is a vacancy in Umbria for a king.
I doubt you would do a worse job of it than its former master.
I snorted. What do you think about being a king?
He wrapped an arm around my waist and drew me close against him.
That would depend on who my queen is.
I leaned my cheek against his shoulder and grinned up at him.
I'd say she would be very happy to be your companion, your friend, your lover, and your queen.
He playfully lifted his eyebrows.
All of those. And a goddess on the side, I added as I closed my eyes and took in his fresh scent.
A thought struck me, and I opened them to look up at the astral figures in front of us.
Or do I need to give up those powers to live a normal life? Would that matter to you?
Aurora asked me.
I shook my head. No, but I'd like to offload any useless baggage before we start any long-term commitments.
Under shook his head. You will live out your days as a mortal, and when your time has come, you will return to us here. He swept an arm over the plaza, and as he did so the clouds above parted. The sun shone down and the rune stones glistened anew. Aurora cupped her chin in her hand and studied our surroundings.
It could use some work.
I grinned.
I know a professor who would be glad to put everything back the way it was.
With your guys' help, of course. Speaking of them, I returned my attention to Ross. We should get back to the ship.
They're probably worried about us.
Ross nodded as I helped him onto his feet.
And we have some Pistrix and Tula to decommission.
Under smiled and bowed his head to us.
I look forward to seeing you again. And with that, his form faded into nothing.
Aurora smiled at us as I leaned Ross against my side.
I could not be prouder of you two than I am now.
Ross chuckled.
Don't think we've peaked already, Mother.
We have a whole kingdom to restore, after all.
She nodded. And I will leave you to it, but do not forget to visit your mother every once in a while. She too vanished.
I looked up at Ross, whose gentle expression had watched her leave.
Well, she's really pretty, isn't she? He turned his focus to me and studied my face.
Beautiful, in fact, but I believe my wife may be of a greater beauty.
I snorted and tugged on his arm. Come on.
Flattery will get you everywhere, but where I want to be is out of here.
And on to our next adventure, he teased as we trudged down the long walk.
I laughed.
Maybe we'll take a break from those for a while. After all, life is full of enough adventures. And so we walked out of that lonely place and back into the bright world of friends, family, and a bright future.
We would have other adventures, but they wouldn't hold a candle to those first few during my early months in this new world. Who knew that a single drop of blood could have changed not just my life, but a whole world?